Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I hope everyone's doing well. This is week 3 of your Inkosi Cup, and it's going to be a banger. There's a lot of Spanish goals.
Yeah, week 3 it is, and again, there's 2 spots on the line remaining left for the monthly cup, where the 4 teams will compete for their chance to compete in the Mzansi Super League. So it's obviously catching on the tail end now of the tournament. So looking forward to how the teams spice it up now. Everything's on the line. First, the teams that have qualified so far: Energy Esports and Goliath Gaming, and 2 spots remain. So yeah, I'm expecting to see some blood in the water from these teams.
Yeah, it's definitely some blood in the water, and you know, Goliath Gaming and Energy Esports have qualified and obviously gone through. So that goes down to the third seed. If those 2 teams do make it through to the final, there's a third space decided that we played concurrently with the final, and yeah, it's going to be a cracker. And just having a look at round 1, because we're sitting on round 2 at the moment. We saw Villa. Actually, Villa, the game hasn't been concluded yet, but Omnius have beaten Omen. Aspire have beaten the MB team, and ROA have beaten Final. It's quite interesting. White Rabbit Gaming going through. They'll be playing Lionheart. That'll be an interesting game. I think that is the game we'll be covering as well. And Simeon versus MTN. They got the W over there, and the Skies versus the Source of Criminals, the Size of Criminals versus the Disguise Criminals. Interesting. Playing on words there, but the Size of Criminals got the W over there, so
Yeah.
we're gonna be jumping into the WLG lineup game. That's gonna be a cracker. I'm pretty interested to see that game. WLG had quite a tough, I wouldn't say a tough game versus Inkosi. It was a tough loss. It went into overtime, but I do think they'll learn so much from that game and probably bring it back this week and just show a better footing on the maps.
So obviously one of the first games that we're going to be jumping into now is White Rabbit Gaming versus Lionheart Esports. And of course, just looking at the vetoes, we have WRG banning Vertigo, Lionheart banning out Overpass, WRG then took out Inferno, Lionheart took out Mirage. WRG then banned Nuke, of course, and then Lionheart Esports banned us too. That means the decider is Train too.
Two trains. Big fan of Train. It's one of those maps that require a lot of technical aspects to it, a lot of utility usage, precise utility usage coming up from the CT and T team. A lot of avenues of attack. AWPs most likely do favor the CT team on this map. You get 3 AWPs up, you can basically play like that, or 2, and you'll be able to mount a strong defense. But on the attacking side, yeah, you're gonna have to control that pop dog, control that pathway towards pop dog, and if they can do that, they can control the rotations, and that'll be all good. But Train, I think, it's very dicey in a best of 1, because it comes down to you have one bad start on your T side, and then automatically the mountain's stacked against you. So whoever gets that knife run is going to be pretty important to start on that CT side. It is a favorable map, favorable side on the map goals.
100%. Once you get, if you start losing too many T rounds, or once you start, playing as from the terrorist side, you start going against that mountain defense to get through. I think it's one of the most difficult maps to actually kind of strategically take over from a terrorist perspective. I think I would place it alongside Nuke as arguably the hardest in terms of tier, and that kind of speaks to the amount of teamwork and the amount of depth in your team that you would require to obviously be dynamic on a map like Train, on a map like Nuke, I think.
Yeah.
So it's always if a team comes out looking structured, looking like they're playing a good game, CSGO, feel on those maps is where the stronger team will come through.
Well, we haven't we haven't really seen much of Lionheart. We've seen a lot of WRG. We got a lot of WRG in overtime, so we got to look at how coordinated they were as a team, how composed they were in certain situations, and translating that towards Train. It's a bit more tough. There's a lot more technicalities to look at when you look at a map like Train when it comes to coordination, and just a lot of blind spots could come about from the CT side perspective, and a lot rides on the shoulders of your AWP players. If they can't land their shots, if they can't make the trades around your riflers and outer bomb side, it could get pretty dicey and pretty much fall apart if you can't get your economy going on the CT side, especially. I mean, we saw last night C9 saving a lot of rounds that they kind of knew they lost, saving 3 rifles, 2 rifles, 2 AWPs at points in time. If you can get that going just to save your economy a little on the CT side, your fiscal situation shouldn't be too bad. But on the side of the terrorists, they need to rely on map control, and if if you can't control those long lanes in terms of alley inside towards Pop Dog, it's going to be tough. I mean, once the CTs lock you out, coming back into a round is tough. It's very tough.
100% agreed, and looks like we are going to be jumping into that shortly. WG and Lionheart all on the server here. Should be getting ready to go. Of course, there's Divo changing his nickname, make all things uniform. And now the ready ups are coming in.
Yeah, so just having a look at the lineups. On the Lionheart, you have Ninja, you have Wipeout, Slayer, The Man, and Divo. It's a pretty strong lineup, a newer MGO, Lionheart, and they've got a few youngsters in that lineup. I'd say Ninja and Slayer. I wouldn't say young in terms of their age, but in terms of their time spent on the server with the big dogs. WRG, they have Zeo, they have Sneaks, we have Kurtz, we have Spaz, and the youngster of Zox. And interesting lineup. I'd say they got a good balance in terms of the youth they've brought through, balance with the experience, I'd say. You get Zeo at the top from terms of experience. You got your Turtle, he's been around there. You get Banana, he's been around there. Spaz, he's quite young and he's also been around there. So
He's in the middle.
He's been in the middle, and then Zox at the very bottom. We saw a big performance come out of him on Inferno, so they're gonna be looking at him to replicate that performance. You need your star players to come through in maps like these. You need your AWP players to be able to sit strong and make sure the trades come about. So the AWP duels. So we should talk about the AWP duels. It's quite important, so I emphasize it so much. I'd say Bananas, Sneaks is the AWP for White Rabbit Gaming, and Slayer for Lionheart. Slayer, quite an impactful AWP. He's quite quick in terms of the reaction shots. Always the right place, the right times. I wouldn't say all of the time, but majority of the time. So it just comes down to if he's able to dictate the pace with that AWP. And you have Wipeout, you have the Man, you have Diver. It's a strong lineup, and I'm gonna go for them to take this map.
It's a bunch of heavy hitters tools. It's a bunch of heavy hitters, and we spoke about the momentum base on a map like this on trade. If you hold that solid side, you start putting pressure, should I say, on the T side. A team that's sitting with the roster is, as individually talented as this, definitely going to be a hard.
Hiccup for the worst.
Looks like.
Taking a look at some stats here, quick. Some context about what I want to say. Yeah.
Looks like we don't have any moment now. Just waiting on Davo, it seems.
Interesting times, Ed. It was interesting times.
We are going live.
Oh, I'm ready for this. Well, this is going to be the first game of the day on broadcast, ladies and gentlemen. Buckle up. This is going to be a cracker. Let's see what utility they've opted to purchase up over here. Smoke Kitten Slayer, stock standard. Double smoke onto the White Rabbit Gaming squad, and a flash and a Molotov. Yeah. Don't want to make a predicament or a prediction as to where they're going to go, inside or outside. Let's just watch it unfold.
Yeah, a lot of those numbers are heading towards the inside, but again, Duke there towards that ladder. It does look like he's going to be hit. They are committing their smokes. Yeah, there's an outside pop. Ladder, outside of main, and the hit is coming in. Sneaks, getting up to the sides. He's trying to take a few pot shots, not connecting anything, decides to fall back into CT spawn now. The bomb site has been forfeited, but the CTs hold strong positions here in this retake, but smoke. The Man gets covered by Wipeout. Beautiful teamwork coming there from Lionheart. Now the dominoes start to fall. The Man picks up another kill, and it is 3v5 here in this post-plant situation, and another frag goes inside. This forces the player to move out of ladder. They need to make plays, but the flank is coming in. The flank does come in the form of Ninja. Gets 2 frags.
Good composure. Looking at how that round unfolded. Take that CSGO music off. Looking at how the execute was, it was perfectly played from both teams in the initial part of the round. Pretty composed. The exec came about outside, deep RV smoke, smoke in front of default. Pretty sure that Molotov went in to stop, and the first frag, interestingly enough, it came out of WG. It was supposed to come out of WG actually. Yeah, the Wipeout saved his teammate, and from there the cookies crumbled. Very composed from Lionheart. They played behind the smoke. They let them dissipate, and they retook as a team with the flanker. in the form of ninjas. But let's see, the full spy has come about. Can't get the Creeds anymore, goals. No more Creeds second round despite the bomb plant. So we do see the AKs come up. It's gonna just push the players to be a little bit more skilled and refined towards their aim. Zero pop flash out of the middle, out of behind. He almost got a headshot into play in mid-side Slayer likely to be alive, and he's just gonna stay here and wait for anyone progressing forward. Transport comes out of WRG. Straight up by Slayer. Slayer unlucky. The Falmouth betrays him, but the trades are going even. Reinhardt come out on top so far. 1v1 blocked. He needs to be so low. Drive by.
Drive by spray. The man is the man in the moment.
Okay, for me, why not get the AK? The man is showboating.
Too busy showboating, not enough collecting of the gun, not enough shopping.
Not enough shopping, yeah.
Not enough shopping. But
you gotta go shopping when they give you the time, you know, it's hard these days.
yeah, look around, man.
The
Buy some
Cororo.
shoes.
The Cororo.
But, yeah, that is illegal right now. Don't do it. Ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, the back-to-back full spy. That's tough.
Pressure
That's a
really.
hard one for me, because when you think about it, they lose this round, they have to run a double eco, whereas they save this round, potentially have a better buy next round.
They know the pressures on the economy tools. They know that there was one player surviving despite the buy there, so they know they are pressuring the economy. And you know that's the most important thing that
Fair
you need
enough.
to do as a team to keep it. Again, I understand where you're coming from. You can't run away from you, but
Well,
no.
they have hit outside right now. Diver's in a spectacular position right now to flank them. He should be good for 2 at this point in time. He gets one all faded up with a second 0. Runtime right place, they get the kill turtle. But they're keeping the trades back and forth, which is good. Not for the CTs, not for the CTs, but for the keys. This buy could be worthy. Oh, the poison! Betrayed. He managed to get that AK last round.
Oh,
1-0 closes it out.
1-0.
Interesting buy. Interesting buy.
No,
On the map like Train, I don't think you can be going for MP9s. 3 of them, 4 of them, I just saw too many of those. You should be at least sacrificing for FAMAS or rifle. And if you are going to be using this MP9, if you are going to buy this MP9s, you got to get close. You got to play in pop dog. You got to play close main. You got to play in hell. You got to play in those tight positions.
Aggressive.
Not the open.
Yeah.
Not first the scouts in the single.
In alley.
But AK.
Yeah. No, agreed.
But so well played by WRG. I mean, they got their trades, they did the hard work, and they got the round.
And now they should be able to convert this. As long as they don't do what they just did to Lionheart. But there's some aggression coming out from the CTs, but not going to commit, get stalled by that flashbang.
I like that smoke. That smoke came from Z. You throw it outside, you throw out the window above you and it lands right there inside, just as the T gets there. So you pretty much have full control of that inside upper side, but he has gonna forfeit it and fall back. They got Deagles, so no armor. Pretty much hoping right now they hit the outside side as their 4th place.
Yep.
But they're making some gamble rotates, as you can see. Little jiggle peek, I like that. I like that key detail there. Just to get early info and a spot of his capability.
Look at the rotations,
Yeah,
tools.
good gamble. But the exec should inhibit it though. If the exec properly, Zero first man to start the choke point there. He doesn't know there's a player. Oil, the CZ Ninja gets one at the very least. Does some chip damage, puts him on low HP. But I think they should have taken control of the situation, especially this round. WRG.
Considering the position they were in, I think WRG dealt with that phenomenally well. Zero just patient. They're not over committing to the strat, just pausing when you need to pause while they flashbang faded away. It gives them an opportunity to beat with his team, keep that spacing and trading together tight in between the team, and that's the key about it inside which you spoke about the utility. The next is just keeping spacing and get back into it now. It's not going on. Get Slayer finds 2 quick deep peeks. He's
It's happening.
The bomb. He's trying to hold it down.
It's happening.
Man, he's holding it down and he's gonna get covered. He
It
gets
happened.
covered. He's holding the defuse all 10
got it.
seconds.
The boys got it.
Upset after upset, and now Lionheart bounced back there with their force by their own tools.
Yeah, it's just no one has
Undisciplined from both teams, I think you could say.
very
the last 2
lazy from
rounds.
both teams. Very lazy, ill-disciplined and lazy. I just felt that they should have had vision or information towards that the oil lane, and the guy was able to creep up and get 2 free DK shots.
There's just such
Unacceptable.
Beautiful headshot angles as well to play from that oil area. That's why you need to have a nice long clear line.
Yeah.
So that you don't risk to any of those sneaky players.
At least
really.
jiggle peek it every couple of seconds, you know what I mean? But they're gonna force buy back. It's okay. It's okay. They're gonna keep the game of chicken in terms of finances alive, and I do like it. This puts a lot of pressure on both teams, especially the CT team, because you know it's more difficult for them to save up money as guns are more expensive and you have to buy a kit. Just purchasing in general is man. He's got an AWP, finds that first kill. Almost gets a second. Woohoo! I love it, his laugh there as well. He's gonna probably just smoke it off, one-way smoke. But let's just switch up here. He's gonna scout, looking for information.
Oh, that's a poor smoke.
He's trying to smoke for the left, but he should have done a one-way smoke there.
Woo!
And that's why the man plucks him out of there like a bird, and Turtle goes down to Slayer. CT's taking control, just 2 men alive with a scout. Bananas, sneaks, get out of there, brother man. Fight another day. I'd have to save these two guns at the very least. I don't even know what the correct decision is, but so far it's not going well for WRG.
Yeah. Well,
Lionheart, if they survive with 5 guns, they build up the economy as well. So yeah, they need to do some damage.
you know, after that round, I mean, your back's broken, so it's very little options here, tools.
Yeah.
And the economy in the city's already just looking strong here.
That's very interesting. Looking at the mini map there, I was about to say there's a rotator coming over towards inside. Smoke bottom lane. If they can get the bomb out of this, that's gravy. If they can get the bomb down. But Slayer,
Looks like the cities are resetting, so it's going to become incredibly difficult now.
they've missed the timing to actually hit the inside of the spam's gonna come out. Yeah. As expected, Ninja picks up 2 kills there. Finishing off the round, and that's 4 rounds as to 1 from WRG. They're doing quite well. Looking at the feeds of kills, 7 on Ninja, 4 on Wipeout, 5 on Slayer, 5 on the man, 2 on Divo, 4 on Zero, 3 on Sneaks, 2 on Turks, 0 on Spaz.
And you see our
Zox sitting
first
at 4.
eco round here in round 6 as well.
Yeah.
First time
Finally.
sailing.
Some time to breathe, relax, and just think about things. Think about life. Triple flash. I would have liked them to get a smoke just to give them some space to maybe get a bomb on the inner side or the outer side. But flashes will do. Flashes will do. Perfect. No. Unable to get the kill there. Diver gets traded out. That's a 1-for-1 trade. If that's an eco, but he needs to find these kills. He can't get traded, otherwise the AK goes down. But there we go. Rest of the players there to help out the boys. The boys in blue.
Yep, CT's putting on a clinic here, especially for this outside hold. It's been a couple of disjointed hits hitting them, and they just get pick after pick after pick. Even those other rounds that did actually lose, who came down to a 1v1. Hence why we're in this crazy situation of this force buying and stuff. But
Yeah.
So far, Lionheart putting on the pressure to start your tools.
Yeah, just looking at the scoreboard, that's what happens when you play a game of chicken and lose. You end up just creating a big gap between you and your opponent, but you know to recover this volley into the middle. Early round protocol, thinking he's going to maybe end his way up into top dog. Ninja holding Ivy. Some early pressure being put down with utility from both teams. In a one-on-one battle towards the inner side. The lovely flash to push Ninja's off the angle, but the counter smoke prevails. That's going to buy him 18 seconds. The man picking up a kill inside. That's the 1v1 duel I was speaking about earlier. That Spaz going down to the man.
Aggressive
And
beat,
the
though.
double AWP. You get those up. Man,
Chain's tough, man.
it becomes hard. You expend so much utility early and mid-round that you have nothing left for the late round.
And if you don't, you put yourself in a position like this where you're down a man, you don't even know what happened.
Here we go.
And you've got a minute left on the clock, you've got little to no util. Another man goes down.
Wipe up.
Not doing work here.
I know exactly where he is, but he's got so much protection from Slayer and Wipeout. Zox, last man standing, Wipeout. Puts him to bed. And that's 6-1. That's what happens when you can't defend against the AWPs. I'm feeling they should just play a bit slower, expend much more utility early round just to negate those AWPs, push them back towards more defensive spots and just slowly but surely take ground. And one, bank on the CTs making mistakes somewhere along the line, and two, just trust your late round execute, trust your plays, your entry fragger, and then your catch ups to win out those rounds. You got to start grounding at this point.
100%. And looks like they're going to just try to change the basic movement. You saw the jumping,
I
the
like
perfect
this
smoke
with the
early on. Get in behind enemy lines. It's making it really difficult to find him, but teammate spot is there, but suddenly the trades actually kind of go the way of WG and can't actually get the bomb down. A lot of pressure in the form of names, but Spaz doesn't look like he's going to get the bomb down. So I think job done here for White Rabbit Gaming. Can they take anything more away from the CTs?
They didn't see him go up the lower ramp, so yeah, he's got some room to breathe. He's got some option and opportunity to win this round. If he can just find the first, things are quite easy. He does find the first. Gets those 1v1 duels, that's what you're going to be working on. Step 2 comes about, and then step 3, does he get it? He's holding it. Is he holding it? I don't know, but I think he is. He's going to go down. You know him. He gets it. The man, sneaky.
No.
And he finishes off the kill there.
So rough for
Saves
Shneeks
the round,
there.
gets the kill. That was tough.
Beautiful
Valiant
smoke place by
efforts.
the CT though,
Yeah,
but it's so
valiant
unlucky. He played the clutch perfectly, just
Yeah.
down to the smoke spam. Not 100% sure which angle the CT could defuse from,
Yeah.
and ultimately it cost him the round. But beautiful clutch attempt there coming out of Schneeks, but unfortunately another round here on the side of Lionheart. 7-1 now, Tools.
Yeah, you find a lot of players that would rather go in with a knife than a Glock in situations like that, you know. It does like 14 damage, but good round nonetheless by Lionheart. I mean, they stole that round out of WRG's hands, I'd say.
Definitely.
It was a close clutch. You almost want to give it to him for his effort, but then again, that's how the game works too. It's sizzling alive. Ooh, man. Really misses those shots. Grants WRG an extra life.
Yeah, but a lot of position maintained there, or gathered by the side of WRG. Forces the AWP all the way back, forces them to start looking at new angles, start getting aggressive here towards ladder, which we know is a risk position. But WRG happy to just play it patiently, play it carefully and slowly, try and bait out this CTU tool. It's all spread out the map, bomb still in spawn. No immediate game plan just yet.
Indeed, you see two players are moving up the Ivy just to take control. Please do not drive peek the man. You won't miss these shots. At least there's a smoke there. At least not peeking this angle, but the peak slayer down by red. And the man trades out the second guy. That's the game when he splits, he comes down. You need to be able to smoke the left hand side, flash off that AWP, and just make him move, make him not hit an easy shot. Now Turtle spaz and sneaks it down to recover this round. 30 seconds on the clock. Score is 7-1.
Pre-fire, wipeout, putting pressure.
Yeah, and you can't afford to miss shots like that. I mean, especially if you're trying to claw your way back into a round, claw your way back into this best. Things aren't looking too good. But I guess they haven't won the half yet. I think after this round they will. As the pressure builds and more wipeouts from Spaz and the Divo. Putting the nail in the coffin of Sneaks. And that's 8 rounds on the board. They've won the half. Anything after this, just a pat on the back.
100%. But pressure starting to build on this T side.
Yeah.
Do have a full buy round. They're getting max loss bonus. They haven't managed to tie any consecutive rounds together. But WRG need to pull something out the hatch against this double AWP. We haven't seen them pull out the AWP just yet themselves. They haven't put themselves in a position economically. So fast outside of the ball. This is change space that we want to see, but instantly the ball comes through from Ivy. Molly's beautifully placed there. Stock standard stuff coming out to start the round and getting those sorts of plays. So defense again looking solid, putting pressure here with loads of mollies towards this electric area, and Jared struggling to find any sort of gap here on the train. You can see this not putting themselves at risk at all. Tools.
You see how they're controlling every lane with AWP, the right positions here, player on boost, and there's just too many angles, too many men to fight. Turtle goes down, that's 9 rounds on the board, and I like the idea behind WRG just trying to take lane control quite early, trying to catch the RV player unawares. But it only works if the RV player isn't aware of what you're trying to do. And, you know, it just only takes a certain amount of time before the T's can get to RV. So the man's aware of that and just posts down that second lane, is able to pick up that first kill. Flashes weren't exactly working or exactly effective there. But they need to reevaluate their plan, maybe take attack pause, and just maybe focus more on the end of bomb site. They keep getting the bomb down there. So just play around that, either fake that out or actually go towards the other side. Slayer picking up Sneaks in the middle there. I'm pretty sure he was the AK player. He was the man with the rifle. The man to do the job, and he's down. 3 players sneaking up, RV, wipeout. But I get a lovely surprise here.
Yeah, you could get overwhelmed, yeah. 3 T's looking up. Wipeout got a late peek, and he gets the first pressure now. Got to hold his ground, but a beautiful double step headshot through the teammate there. Lots of damage taken on the T side as well. 3v3 situation though. This has got to WRG. This is the chance, and Zio comes through with the flank. Catches the CTs completely out of position, unawares, and it's all up to Diver now on this late rotation, along with his teammate in the form of the man, but again, very low HP, keeping it cautious, keeping a distance, a safe social distance, I would say.
Yo, Zox, he's had a good round so far. Bomb isn't down, so there's still a little bit of work to do with the T still. CT players are close and ready to strike as the bomb goes down. 2v2, Divo picking up a kill there, Zox. Like I said, shooting quite nice today. The man, full HP. What can he do? One shot with an AWP, so let's not count him out just yet. Lovely flash to deter him a little. What is when he saved this? If you hold that angle? No, the player planted in front of default there. The man, he's going to reposition, go towards Z. It's a tough decision at this point. I think looking at the financial stakes, maybe he does save it. I'm not too sure yet. But looking at the scoreboard, I mean,
They got enough bank.
everybody. He can afford to lose this round.
Definitely, they've only got 4 rounds left in this half tool, so yeah, it still doesn't make sense to go for it. But they can full out buy now for every round to come. So in future situations, you can maybe get a bit more aggressive. But with that said, gets up beautiful round there from WRG again, winning. Was this kind of? I mean, this was kind of a save.
Yeah, it was kind of a save there. They only had one AK on the board, and he went down early, 4v5. They got to trade back, 4v4. Wipeout died, Ali, 3v3. You know, and it all trickled from there. Lovely shots coming out from WRG Zio. Good backstab there, creating some space behind enemy lines. Lionheart. If they get the reset, I'm afraid it's going to be over for this half for WRG. They have to win this round. Do they get an AWP? No, they do not. Seems like they haven't really, put a lot of focus and considerable effort trying to get that AWP no matter what. So I think they just feel comfortable with just 5 men trading and sticking together, either in their pods or as a group. But mollies are coming outside. Early round protocol just stops Circle from actually going out into the site. 2 players in main, 1 player towards inside. It's fairly neutral passive default coming from WRG.
Yeah, comes the burst though. 2 quick flashes, the fuel of Molly's butt, quick steps coming out while back goes down. First time that he's lost the defense, but it's still holds strong in the form of Slayer from this Ivy Orp, and he looks for another one, doesn't get it now. The side's under pressure, but goes drag, go the way of the CTs, all up to now to Sox, the man, the myth, the legend, the youngster, the youth.
The youth. Is he aware of that player in Little Ladder?
Oh, we didn't see him.
I felt, yeah, the man didn't see me either. I think right now, use the time, use the clock to find these 1-on-1 duels. I just hope the CTs trip up on their laces at some point in the round. The man sitting in Pop Dog, a player in Z in the form of ninjas. Zox used to play every nook and cranny. Can't be lazy about clearing angles. Look how tight this angle is. It's untradeable, and when you walk like that, you make it easier for the man. That's 10 rounds on the board. That's the reset I was afraid of.
That's exactly what I was going to discuss at the beginning of the round.
It forces them into a tough spot. Do they force now?
Yeah.
Yeah, you can see.
That's been the theme of the whole game. If you don't force now, I feel like it wasn't part of the game plan. You're not following the main game plan.
So it feels like they had enough money.
They had enough cash. They're able to buy, but it's not full pockets.
It's not full pockets.
You're not running out of spawn and you're feeling a bit tired afterwards because you're carrying so much. But
coins aren't falling out your pockets.
Yeah, not
so
at
it's
all.
okay. 10-2. Yeah, rough scoreline. Lionheart been dominating thus far. So let's see if they can continue with their performance, or will WRG take the next 3 rounds? And I think it's important for them to be able to give themselves a cushion moving into the opposite side. And as saying that, the man picks up the Spaz in the middle. He's having a rough game himself. And there's a player out in team middle. He's my sandwich. He's taking high ground over there, away of it, nice kill. There's he gets 2. He gets 2. Does he get 3? He does. He does, the man. He started it off. Can he finish it? I don't know. He's alone. There's 4 people. The trades were so instant and quick outside. It felt like they got close enough, and when they actually took contact, the trades were instant. Sneaks, he got into Sandwich quite early.
It was all Sneaks, man.
He got into Sandwich quite early there, and Sandwich, he went up the ladder, and he found some openings there. Granted, his teammates did create space for him to get there. Good teamwork, if you want to call it that at that point, but I think the manager's looking for some exits at the moment. Try just put a plug in the economy, don't let it get out of hand, surviving with 4 people. It's a nice thing to happen for you. Yeah, definitely to get this warp away. Surely. Money. Sure. He said the man.
A little fadeaway shot there. Gonna go for the free peak.
That was an audacious peak.
Definitely
got the dig.
But another round on the board here for WRG. They definitely needed that to stay in this game. Another 2 rounds and it's suddenly not such a bad half considering how badly it was started for them. But Lionheart's also no real pressure yet. First time the economy's felt kind of pressure this game, so they are still sitting pretty though, considering this is the second last round.
Yeah, again they can pretty much buy for the rest of the game then. So actually picking up the AWP. I actually don't know who the AWP of WRG is. It tends to be switching hands now and then. I think he had the spawn there just to deny Pop Dog take, but there's a ready player sitting by E. Zox continuously getting blind. He has no info as to who went Pop Dog, so you can't really take it, so you can see the terrorists aren't really dropping down yet. And let's smoke it off Ashley, so that should give them a rough idea if Pop Dog has been taken or not, the terrorists. And then just nice smoke in terms of the timing there. You can already see two players just chilling above upper B. So I like how he's positioned here, but he just has to react quickly and have that snappy kind of flash. It's about to happen right now. He gets nothing for his efforts. Spaz, high stance class, saves him. If they can move forward and take more ground, it could be lovely. It could just choke the CTs out. Slayer has to give the CT space. Yo, Rod, near their choke point, and that Molly just forces Slayer into his waiting arms, or Wipeout rather, the man able to stop the bleed a little. 2v4, Zio, the left hand side. Oh, the man, he's woke, he's awake. Had some spidey sense there. Time is ticking faster and faster, and they have a finish in the form of a lurk. Ah, this is hard. Might even finish them both. Will they let them save? Turtle, are you doing it to them? They have families, brother man. Divo. Good snappy aim. Doesn't really miss that much. Unless, in case that one time.
Yeah, good that he said gun though, because the economy is actually under pressure here.
Yeah,
Right now, if he didn't have that, he wouldn't be able to purchase. So
if we hit a tab there to have a look at the cash flow. Better idea. But it's the last round, doesn't really matter. They're gonna buy up. They got 2 AWPs up, Fanny up, and Divo. It's the worst rifle in my opinion. The Krieg's been nerfed, so where do you go? Where do you go? Zox, alright. I'm gonna go ahead and say he's the AWP player for this team. Stocks down protocol coming out from both teams, the T Smoke and Ian Sandwich. And then, I mean, the CT Smoke and Ian Sandwich and the T just flashing them off angles. They're gonna walk towards inside side. And this early smoke does delay it a bit, but they went through it the previous round, so maybe they go through it again.
it does look like they are planning to pop burst again, and the timing is perfect. It's all about the execution at this point. Only one player on the inside, and it is Ninja. He is playing at a distance, so not going to immediately feel the pressure, but he calls in the assistance, and players are moving down. Turtles gets the frag, and that's all she wrote here. 47 bomb shot Snake gets ahead of the mollies, gets a frag as well. Quick frag, but Oil is going to catch him, puts him under pressure. Sock's able to get that old frag, and now this allows Spaz and Mount on space to come in and react the rotations. Can he do it? He doesn't. They recover 3 now tools.
Yeah, Spaz really needed one there just to cement this round a bit further, but 3v3, there's a grenade left on Zio, there's no molly left for the game change. So they're gonna have to just roll dog this, pure aim. Zox pushes up first lane. He's got support behind him, so he can do this. 2v3. Oh, there's no smoke for the ball, so it's gonna be hard. Yeah, again, sneaks, Zio ending off the round.
Well recovered there, strong showing from WRG towards the end of the half there, tools. Bringing it back, they were almost out of this game. I was about to write them off, but they brought back into this in a strong way, and if you win the pistol round on the side of WRG, suddenly you're looking close to that score. You're on the CT side, things are looking on the up.
Yeah, and that it was off the back of Ninja failing those 2 rounds on the inner side there. Just one round whiffed quite badly, and then the second round playing in a not the best position, especially if you're anchoring inside. You can't really play in Summit. You need to be playing by white. All of you need proper vision, not all of oil. You need proper vision, and especially coming out the choke points, you let yourself at least one pull before you go down. But the second pistol round is coming about there. Kits in the smoke on Spaz, and the smoke flash and Ninja and Molly on the man. They're hitting the upper side. They're doing basically a replica of the same strat as the previous round there. From WRG, Lionheart are going to have their attempt at this. Turtle. And again, CTs, this is what you got to do. You can't really rush into the retake. Just wait for utility to go. Do some bit of pot shots there, spam a bit, and then come into the retake. You still have a smoke left on Spaz to use, so he's quite important in this one. He can't go down too early. Divo has to pivot between two. Does he swing? Gets destroyed by Zio. Lovely headshot there. And the man high ground, the clock not gonna work out. These GSPs are more powerful. Zox picking up a kill there. The smoke of the bomb, and I think this is over at this point. Unless some miracles come out of Wipeout. Look at burst. I mean, yeah, get out of here, buddy, man. Get up there, another way. Oh, Zox. He's hunting him down.
And that's the pistol round. There's it there. So
it's the long range with the USP that just, and you got to hit your shots. If you miss your shots, it's not going to work out for you. But just a bit of a tech issue here. They're going to restart the round. This is the previous round. That could be a massive spanner.
Yeah, he did disconnect before the round.
Kills.
Yeah.
The T player or the CT player?
The T player.
Oh,
Yeah, so basically once the bomb had planted, that's when the player dropped. That's when the player dropped. So exciting, my phone dropped to the floor. Sorry about that. But Yeah, it was the T player dropped as they got that execute. Cities is playing full retake, but they managed to, well, they're obviously going to manage to now restart the round. So big up to So Strong and having this little medipack patch on the game here.
Yeah.
Keep things fair, keep things even.
So they do restart that round.
They
right?
should restart that round as far as I understand it. Yeah.
It's rough because, I mean, it's gonna
Well, I mean,
it's gonna play out differently, and I do think it played a big factor having 4v5 there in the retake there. Pretty sure they could have done something a lot better with 5 players on the field.
Yeah,
but
well, you saw as soon as the first player fell, you could just see the floodgates open, and just
I saw
all those
something on the
angles. Just,
console, but I didn't really take notice. I didn't really take notice. Gosh, bro. You disconnected my pants.
oh, really? Obviously, just getting this this match fixed up, medipacked up. Gonna restart at the start of that round, the start of that pistol. So looking into it, I'm gonna try and have a look here, see what's happening for the rest of the games so far. See if we can get a little bit of a cheeky update. Doesn't look like any of the other games are finished just yet, so no absolute blowouts just yet.
Well, Villa did beat GTA 1, GTV 1-0. They'll be playing Energy Esports now. Omnius did take Inkosi out. So Inkosi, Omnius, and WG, would you say they're quite evenly matched up? I'd say so.
Based on
80K,
previous results, yeah, for sure.
yeah. 80K taking out Aspiration 1-0. Sinister 5 still need to play ROA. Lionhearts are
Scores.
playing WG currently. Good Gaming, Limitless, Edge, Symbiogy, and Goliath first Decisive Criminals. That'll be a second round.
That's finished already. 16-3 to Goliath Gaming, and 80K also finished off Aspiration 16-3.
Quite swift.
Yeah, Good Gaming and Limitless still going on, and then obviously Energy and South Clutch Kings still busy with their matches. Oh, it looks like Omnius beat Inkosi Esports 16-2.
What?
A much stronger showing. A much stronger showing from
Unbelievable.
Omnius.
What's that roster looking like, actually?
Same old, same old. Yeah, we've got Nexus, Heartbreak,
Hectic, eh?
UNY, Chappie, and Lately. Lately,
And
very active on the Twitter lately.
Let's go back to Inkossi's lineup. They changed lineups.
Again? Surely.
I'm just curious. How did they get wrecked that
Pretty
bad?
honest. No.
Fair enough, but the round is commencing. The T's reduced to an eco. Some Deagles bought up on a few players. Slayer, quite proficient with this gun, so
Looks like it was a
See if
forfeit,
you
so I
can make a
think
few bang bangs.
16-2 was the correct.
it wasn't correct. It was a 4-4.
It was just a forfeit, you know.
16-2 though, eh? I'm gonna go ahead and call that a wrecking. So even if you forfeit, it's a 16-0, so you still
Forfeit,
get
you
wrecked.
lose, you got wrecked. You didn't pitch.
Yeah. Nice and slow and steady by Lionheart. They're gonna bait out a few utility pieces from WRG, run down the clock a little. The man taking contact in the other side. Isn't DJS yet surviving with his life? Good timely smoke there from Sneaks. Diver also getting tagged down. I think this is a gamble. Like for me, you're already eco. You might as well walk through the smoke and see what you can get. Slayer getting taken out by Turks,
Ooh.
getting scouted in the toe.
Toes. It's the worst.
toe.
I hate to snap for that, dude.
Yeah, you can check under the trains. But you know, the older version of 1.6, you could actually crawl under the entire train. It's very weird, and that's how like a lot of good clutches happen. I mean, so many hiding spots for both teams. If you want to go into the sides, you can hide under the trains. The CTs, you can hide under the bomb. You could go up into heaven. Heaven was in the opposite side by all of what you see now. 1.6, that's where heaven was. Was a lot higher as well, so the height advantage was much crazier than what you see now from the current heaven spot. A lot of changes over time to this map called DE Train.
Yeah.
A lot of iterations.
Just like it just as much. Well,
Well, we're going to gun round Archer. Not too much. No AWP coming out from Lionheart. We've seen them just reduced to a galley there and just the smoke. So they're feeling the pinch of the economic crisis they're facing. Early round protocol, grenade and smoke into middle. And from the other side of the coin, Lionheart doing their early round protocol, smoking sandwich, smoking E, forcing these to use utility. The man very close to finding a headshot there, but getting tagged down, finding no damage onto Turts. IV taking pressure. Sneak's gonna reply with the smoke. That smoke just for me gives so much space to the T's, but of course he probably felt the T's a bit close up in that lane, so makes sense why he smokes so close. Almost a minute on the clock. As he does it from Lionheart. Not sure if much pressure they've actually put on inside to force 2 players from WG just to post it out. And Sneaks, he's got a firm ass first 2 AK players, so he's in a reposition into a whole smart decision coming out of that. But he's got a scout, so he's got more mobility than AWP, the double pop drop. Destroys Zox, then Turts, he's in a reposition, and I think they need to just stop the bleed a little before they take full control of the outside. Turts in a lovely position there. Or Sneaks needs to help out Zio. He does so, gets a double. Turts hoops up the 5-7, destroys my man in the middle, and then just as that a trade. 2v3. HP advantage on the other side though.
Oh, the timing. Diver managed to get no trade, but there we go. Zio trades it out. Now it's all up to Ninja. So he's made the call as well. He gets spotted out, so now it's all up to 1v1 Spaz. Gets the Famos, gets the upgraded rifle as well. So pulls it, steals it away there. Considering how the start of those trades went, it felt like Lionheart absolutely opened up that outside bomb site and started constricting it from all angles. But then WG reigning supreme there in the trade game and bringing another round again. I mean, we were speaking earlier as if this was a game that was a runaway game, but yeah, it's already back in the tools. 10 to 8 now, and you got to be happy for WG. You know the economy's under pressure. You know they have to save now. So pretty much before you know it, on the gun round, it's looking almost even Stevens.
Great WG, a much better performance than last week. And comeback seems to be a lot of pressure onto the outer side. Zox just has to stay quite composed. Oh! The AUG betrays him.
Teknan's back.
Teknan, Reknan.
It's back, boys.
Yeah, the man, he's going to be looking for more kills there. His teammate actually got it through the smoke. Wipe out with 2 crazy deagles. Sneaks comes up with the fragger zone, putting it down to a 3v2 at the very least. It was a 4v2, so he did quite well there. Now they need to find more. There's 3 players sprayed out, quite honestly. And he finds another one. The last 2 players are left with the Eagles, and utility is going to just make the lives that much tougher. Diver, he needs to just find this kill or slow down the defuse. Ninja, does he play the clock? No. Spaz destroys it. Takes him out of this round, out of this world. 9 rounds on the board. No kit. Oh my god. Okay. Alright. My chest goals. My chest. 9 rounds on the board. The comeback is real. The comeback is really real. Considering how the last 2 rounds went, shaky, the economy is not looking too good.
Yep.
If they lose this round or lose more numbers, but WG looking better than, like I said, last week. Lionheart, I can't help but think, just 2 rounds kind of kept WG in it. 2 important rounds kept WG in it, and goes towards that CT silent inner side early round protocol. I like this smoke. It slows down the approach from the terrorists to take upper B control, but
slow start.
For me it's okay. They gotta wait out that smoke. You don't want to overextend yourself and get caught out by CT, an MP9 or possibly around that gun. So it's gonna be fine. So 2 players holding inside in a 5-man attack. Even trades possibly. Spaz, lovely smoke down. That's going to force the CTs to push the first lane there. Spaz, that gun. It's a very slow firing rate, but he does do the job. Gets one. Zox is there to help him out. But they've lost control. The rotator lane, but high ground always wins. Zio sitting by coils, and that's the spot. That's the spot. For me, the man, I don't know how he's going to win this. It's going to come up from WG, coughing it up big time, but, looking how important this cup is, I don't think they'll want to.
Oh!
Okay.
Oh!
No, if you got that out, I would have nibbled on my hand. But there's a lot of time, still 35 seconds on the clock. They've taken out the AWP.
He sees him go.
Yeah, Zio's on low HP, so he can still win this. He can still manage to get the ball. Oh, man. Timing. Wait. They didn't hear each other. Oh! 2 ships in the night! Oh!
Zio gets it. crazy times, man.
Yeah, man,
Crazy times we're living in.
you don't often see that, right?
Yeah, that was cool though. Nice little timing there coming through, almost working out to his favor, but Zio ends up correcting his shot and lands it. I mean, 10-10, we're back here. Even Stevens, as we said moments ago, WRG have clawed and grinded their way back into this, and we've got a game on our hands here. 10-10, Lionheart need to change something up, adjusting up. See no money on the table for an or either side, so tight rounds here, Tools. Everything in the chest. Any team that manages to put 2 rounds together is going to take a lead here in this game.
I'd like to see a more thorough approach from Lionheart, just to play default a bit further into the round. They've won the top dog, and they've found some kills on the outer side. Divo and Slayer coming to the party, but Turtle, massive 2k there on top. Pick up kill with the AW, with the AK. Ninjask has to play with sneaks. I think a lot of repositioning needs to happen. Yeah, he can't really play at Ivy. They know he's lost. Seeing the Diver just being very clinical about his angles, playing it slow. I think this is the right choice to make. Go found your 2v1 game. Trade this guy out. Perhaps took so much damage there. Makes this clutch just that much harder for Ninjas. And he's giving away his position to Spaz, and Spaz will come from the 6. Good night, Sweet Prince. That's 11 rounds on the board, and that's the lead.
It's the lead, yeah.
And it's the CT side map, so Lionheart have to be sweating right now. They haven't qualified, right?
The reverse sweats, no.
And it's the best of 1, right?
Yeah, they are.
And yeah, it
feels
feels like
teams are stressing, yeah.
they haven't really enabled their players to come to the party. They're just going on for these all-in plays. The last round they went and exec on the inner side.
Their way,
The previous round they just hit the outer side of the burst and pop dog. They're not giving the star players a chance. And when they from the default, once again they hit the outer side. If they control this, that Molly's quite unfortunate, burning the man Archer dive. Oh man, that's lovely 2k there with that AK. I mean, he's doing a lot of good on the side. The Spaz coming in from the rotation on the inner side that he needs to stay alive just to give Turrets a chance to help him out. The plan in is a plan pop dog. High ground here, you can't really sit here for too long, but we'll just see how it plays out. Slayer, at least that smoke just gives Ninja some space to maneuver around.
I like this aggression from Turrets.
He has to. But they're aware! They see it! Slayer! Woke as ever. Down to Spaz. Left him in a tight spot here. And now he's the rotator. He was lost. They know he's the inside player. They know he took contact by obviously towards Z. So they're going to gamble and hit the inner side. And right now what they're doing perfectly is controlling the rotate spot. Controlling the Slayer.
As he falls down, the timing.
I've been there. I've been in those shoes. Now it's down to 1v1. The Spaz can win this. All will be forgiven. All be forgotten from that first half.
Ninja feels like Spaz has already walked past him. He's kind of just waiting for the CT to move. He hasn't spotted him yet. It's going to kill this angle, and surely he starts to stress. Spaz has creeped all the way up there. The timing is not going to work out.
There we go. 11-11.
And Lionheart secure themselves. I think it's the first round of the side.
Yeah, it is the first round of the half.
Yeah.
So they lost like 6 rounds in a row. That's heavy, man.
And you could see the terrorist timeout was coming out probably before they ended up winning that round. But Lionheart obviously wanting to discuss something here. Iron out a few things.
Yeah, they need to. The T-Star doesn't for me, it hasn't really shown a lot of signs, a lot of key indications that they understand how to manipulate the CT rotations and how to play to their numbers. They're just going for these all-out plays, all-out aggressive, brutal, grinding, like spanners, and basically banking on the first player going out of team main to hit that headshot. For me, the first player come out of team main doesn't land his shots, the round's over. It's happened once, that previous round. I mean, Davo was lucky to get out there and get a double kill there. He was very lucky. I mean, if I feel the CT is the early round protocol with double grenading or molly-nading, that doesn't really happen with an early flash. So, bit of a blind side from WRG, but good capitalization from Lionheart. And this is what you need to be doing. Cuts off rotation towards Pop Dog.
Zio!
Why? I was talking, Zio! Lovely headshot there.
Man, doesn't care, he's got a job to do. And he gets it done there.
Slayer.
That's going to put a bit of a break on his T side. And all you need is WRG to find just one more pick and suddenly just go around.
If they just stay tight and keep the trades in their favor, if they keep going 1 for 1 from this point, they should be able to clinch out this round. especially considering that they all bought armor. It gives them more of a chance, but they're just lacking they have no utility, no kit. So they have to just make sure these trades come in round.
Trading surfers, yeah. He's got it out. There's the trading you're talking about. Sneaks gets one. 3v4 now. The bodies are in the favor here of the CT side, but position heavily favors the CTs. They're starting to get in and amongst them now. The CTs are playing so defensive. They're just leaving all sorts of playing gets spotted, but gets taken out. Turns there. Oh, and another one from Zew.
He's going crazy. These Deagles, they're
Working.
working.
Diver.
Oh man, Diver is so hard. He gets the first one, execution style. But the
Disaster.
deco bar reigns supreme.
Disaster.
Yeah, it's a big disaster.
Both these teams have had such epic or bad, whichever way you want to look at it, eco rounds. Because just haven't been able to hold their own against them.
And it comes down to two things. One, they're not reading the round correctly, and two, it's a bit of carelessness and laziness. I mean, you can't really afford your player to go down team main without a trade there, without support flashes, without knowing there's a player about Pop Dog to try and make that trade or come down Pop Dog. It's a more individualistic style they're playing, but I guess they're not as coordinated as they would seem or would want to be. But Deco Bar comes in response from Lionheart. A few bits and pieces of utility. 2 players with armor, so for me, they're kind of banking on getting the bomb down this round. That's what they need, just to be able to get a better buy. I think they need to get an AWP and just fish out these straggling CTs moving across the lanes, but they are going to head towards the inner site. They have a lot of flashes to work with and a smoke, so they can keep Splaz blind while they move across towards the site. The rotator just came in now. Good smoke. I love how they went before the smoke actually and the flash landed. Gives them time to get into the site, but that molly. Oh! Zox, please! But Ninja does get a lovely D shot into Spaz. Zio comes to the party, rotates just in time. All the T players are here and all the CT players are here. Let's Barney. And the bomb's down. Oh! Okay, one more, we got this. For me, he wins that. He wins that duel. Game on.
He's in a good position then.
Game on.
Cover the gun as well. No, for sure. But was not the case, and Nodwin Gaming take on the rounds of 13 to 11, sailing into the lead. Only, I think, around round one in the last 10.
Just looking at the kill distribution, we can't really look at Ninjas because I think he timed out, so his score's been reset. But Wipeout on 17 for 17, Slayer 19, the man on 23, doing big work there for his squad. He needs a bit of help there from Diver, I'd say, one of the impact players from their team. And Zio on 17, 18 on Schneek, 17 on Turks, 12 on Spaz, and 17 on Tuzox. Spaz picked up a lot of assists, so he's doing his work, he's doing his part, he's doing his job. More of a support playing the A anchor and the B anchor, so it's very dicey. You're getting no kills, or you're getting all the kills in that sense. Still no AWPs in play. It just speaks to more how aggressive these teams like to play, how they really like to leave the game towards late, or leave it till late game to let those AWPs pick it off, especially in the inner side and the retakes there. Just get into turret towards the inner and upper side. Quite aggressive towards T main. Just forces the T's to spread out in the perimeters of the map. Like you can see 2 players in there, 2 players towards Ivy. Bomb still sitting in spawn. No real tells as to where they can end the round just yet. I like it. Take Ivy control of 2 players, send one back, leave one there, lurking, waiting for CTs to overextend. Nice pop dog take. So this is where it becomes dicey for the CTs. They've lost pop dog, they've lost team middle, and they've lost Ivy.
And the 2 inside as well.
And they got 2 inside. They've no info. They have to rely on their headshots, rely on good communications and CT positioning. Oh, Slayer wins out on that duel from Zero. And that's what I'm talking about. That's where the cookie crumbles. He needs to stay alive. That Slayer can't really be taken to such low HP. Wipeout. Diver comes to the party there, out of team middle. There's exactly where the enemy is, Zox. He gets one and gets out of there. Leaving Spaz to do some work there. 2v2. And I think it was a good decision. Oh, he pushes right through. Time! Oh, Wipeout. Quick on the trigger.
That puts Spaz in such a tough position now.
Spaz. Does he want to go for it?
Times are looking tough here on the economy side of things. Very, very low money besides for Zew, who might be able to purchase a gun if they choose to force, but
the plant could favor him if he just taps it and repositions a little bit. He needs to tap it soon. He can't really look for people. I think that's the tough part. He didn't bait the tease out. I think he might as well save it at this point, yeah. That's fine at first, but again, time is always a factor. At the end of the day, time always wins.
Beautiful play. Patience pays off there for start of Lionheart, just giving no space to Spaz to win that clutch. Not going to make that mistake again. And they pull around back. So 12 to 13 now. As we move into round 26 here out of 30. Things are heating up here in this match. White Rabbit Gaming on the CT side, but economy's under pressure, need of savior. So you could see Lionheart balance it out here again. Full AK purchase, running out of spawn with absolute confidence here as they've managed to come alive on the T side. It's been tough half so far, but they're trying to go back in it. First aggressive peaks coming out here, and this is what I like to see from these players. They're known for all those in the sides, and it's exactly what we're doing here. Just doing this attack, spacing and trading is critical. It's actually slow trading going on, none of them are dying. Finally one goes down, but Lionheart, dominant display there. They've had trouble with all of these eco rounds so far, but it's the first convincing one they've had, and rightly so yeah, at the end of the half.
Good decisive round from Lionheart.
Yeah.
Very aggressive, very straightforward, very objective as well, objectified. They knew they were heading straight outside of the flashbang, take contact with CT's mid-side. Diver's been doing that quite a lot, so he's quite used to that. Yeah, and then hit the shots, you're going to win at the end of the day. Just the decoy bar this time. This is what they lost to last time. I thought they could not do that. That'd be a shame.
I like this change of pace. To throw those neutral strike bait out, what the CTs have, but don't really commit to that outside beach spread out. Look for some information towards inside, but this allows Zia to get inside of team main here. This gives him a little bit of an opportunity to find him. He picks Slayer, he gets him. Slayer a little bit antsy there. Does spot another player. Whoa!
Doesn't get the AK.
Doesn't get the gun. He's going to run away though. Surely they get the AK.
I'd make a considerable effort for the AK.
100%.
I definitely want that AK.
I'm down for that AK.
Give it to Zox, he's got the armor, things change. But now they're
Oh,
Spaz!
two
He gets a double dunker! Straight up by
Dunker.
Zox, right time, right place. Oh man, all the rotators coming out of Z just getting destroyed into the meat grinder there. 1v1, Turks has the lead, goes to wipeout, AK, spray control. Lovely.
Wipeout corrects that aim quite nicely there. Puts Lionheart now in the lead for the first time of this half. For the side of Lionheart, WRG though did double save their tools. Just remember, this is their buy round. They do have that AWP. They do have the Orgs have come back. We've got a silence team 4 as well, so a lot of new weaponry here. Or dual we could expect as well.
Yeah, and interesting enough, because of the nerf of the Krieg, I think it just, in a sense, buffs the Org, just gives that extra edge. You see a lot of players are starting to buy the Org now. Just learn the spray control in the setting pretty. Early round protocol coming out of both teams there. Nice aggressive smoke by Spaz, just to slow down the default that much more. Top control established by Zox. Could have held on to that smoke a little, but Sneaks is going to be posting Ivy. This is not a good angle for me.
Yeah, they can definitely see you before you see them.
But he does well to, get that information, smoke it off, reposition, and that's the good reaction there. You lose RV in a sense, you want to take something else. Just team middle in this case.
I think at that angle you give yourself the best chance of hitting the guy jumping across, but not the safest angle if the guy's walking there with the peak.
No ways, yeah.
Definitely.
Agreed.
But yeah, that said, he's pushed back by almost U2 anyway, so not going to make a difference here.
Very stock standard attack by Ali. Smoke the left, you molly the right, and CTs have no choice but to forfeit that control, but Zero wins his duel there by the inner side. They're actually two-man that he pushed up her, Spaz, put some pressure lower, caught Diver unawares, but Sneaks has this angle towards Ivy with an all. A good distance angle, he's definitely get the kill and escape if he's poised. And if he does miss, he has teamies backing up and he can reposition. But it's a two-prong attack. It's a two-prong attack when they win on both sides. Slayer does manage to get a trade, does manage to go support his team in. Man is pushing the outer side, but Sneaks just puts a silver bullet in his face. And can't afford to be missing those shots there. 14-14 is the scoreline. Even Stevens, WRG, they fight back. Quite a grueling battle. Grind of a game. And it just feels like it's the team that makes the least mistakes just edges ahead round to round, so it just throws that little part of unpredictability into this matchup.
Yeah, 14-14 penultimate round here.
And he close 30s, so just a 24 on Divo. I mean, the man. No one's close that 30. Slayer.
Oh,
Tanks that a little.
yeah, got that little bit of a nade there, slowed him down quite a bit. Quite nicely.
Oh, boys. Spaz. WRG, I've opted quite frequently to play two players in the side quite early. I think they've been conditioned throughout this half. What the T's like this in a bomb side. It feels like they're getting a lot of bomb plants there, so I can see why.
Yeah,
Apex does come out. First lane, second lane, smoked out, good flash bang. They need to control first lane though. That's where the T's are headed. But they win both duels inside side, locked out the rotations as well. That's devastating so far, and this smoke just slows down the retake even further. And they're going to crossfire him and wipe out. They need to play together, don't really overextend. Slayer has high ground with an AWP, wins his duel, makes it even worse for WRG to get back into this. I don't even know. They have to pivot left, right, all the lanes are covered. Wipe out, unrelenting pressure. They have a lurk coming through Z, or back lanes, yeah, it is through Z. And Sneaks, he's going nowhere. He's stuck between a rock and a hard place. He's boxed in, he needs to find his way out of here, and he's going to throw the AWP away.
Yo!
I mean, it doesn't really matter. They already have one, so
Yeah.
and it's the last round, so yeah,
it's
that's
never
something you do early in the gun rounds. You do the AWP away then, not now.
We still did it.
You still did
Pulled it off.
pulled it off too.
The guy was still like, oh, I'm going to get the AWP, but didn't.
Yeah.
So,
I think it
win
was
small victories there, but the biggest, well, the loss over there is obviously the fact that they have now put themselves against the wall.
sticky buy, floppy buy,
Have to.
stringy
Last
buy,
round, bit of a choice.
a 5 at best.
But this puts Lionheart in such a good position, and I love the response. Just complete patience. They don't even throw bait any util outside. That said, obviously the util on the CT side is lacking. They've got absolutely nothing to throw the team.
So, but this is when you kind of give away that you are playing a slow default. So as you can see, the CTs are actually holding on to the utility. And not only that, they've taken control of the inner bomb side. They've pushed bottom lane and then boosted up. That's how they've got this far. They're gonna check it and get destroyed, and then just two work. And you can't really get that aggressive at 1 minute 15, in my opinion. Of course they're playing of course they're playing a slow default. Can't really gamble that. Zox is gonna push forward and try his hand at things.
There's no sweet timing here as they set up for the exec at the moment, but they are wary of it, tools. So I don't think he's going to have too much success there. He needs to get this game out. If he doesn't want to make anything happen, he gets it right. He needs to pull out now.
He needs to move on.
He does go for aggressively, spots all three players now. The information is out there. Turns manages to get out a shot, but nothing connects. Again, he needs to land something. There's no support as well, so now
Why was no one helping him?
3v2 situation. Nobody's helping. It's open field there, yeah, for the team. It's all up to Spaz here. Close range shotgun, yeah, is the call. Oh, they're just gonna start these angles. He gets takes the shot, gets the dick, but it's not enough. Lionheart steals it from WG, stole it from them at the start, so
It was so back and forth from the beginning to end. It felt like both whoever had the stronger CT side would win that game, and both T side pretty appalling from my perspective. It could have been a lot more elaborate, could have been a lot more thought out, but again, still early into the season, early into the cup, things could shake up. Commiserations to WRG, the Tekken L once again, and congratulations to Lionheart. They're definitely going to be looking to play a better version of Counter-Strike, more coordinated. But again, it's still early into the cup, so things could progress.
Early into the cup, a tight games already. So it makes you kind of think about what's coming to next. But for now, we are going to jump to a break, and we will see you guys shortly. Welcome back, guys, and we are into the next round here of the Inkosi Super Weekly Cup. Got ourselves Sinister 5 versus 80k. As we mentioned earlier, a new and revitalized 80k roster with additions of both Slowy and Daru coming through here. Obviously, debut in the cup here up against Sinister 5. Also, revitalized roster with a whole bunch of legends, as well as some retired players. So, yeah, tools.
Yeah,
What's
as you
that?
mentioned, the two new players coming into 80k, just bolstering up that lineup from the previous Slowy and Doris Slowy, a player that they really needed. They needed a strong AWP player, an impactful one that could just, you know, I think compete against you, the likes of ADM. It was very tough, you know, trying to compete in a situation like that and against a player like that without your own AWP. If not two AWPs, because none of the rest of them can actually just, you know, do their own thing. Blaze, Fady, Mistem, all capable and competent with that.
So just for now, just jump into Vito. Sorry to jump in there, tools. But I mean, pretty much standard stuff. 80k removing Vertigo, Sister 5 taking out Inferno, 80k banning Nukes, and 5 taking out Mirage. And Overpass, 80k taking out Train and leaving Decider, as does 2. This does
That's a toughie.
it's gonna be a grueling match here on Dust 2. I expect to see some interesting stuff coming out here. Wild plays from 80k for sure.
It's going to be very tough for Sinister 5, especially considering the players on 80k style. A lot of fast, puggy, moving players. Slowy likes to, he's very mobile with that AWP. Fady likes to look for those gaps behind any enemy lines. Dory is the newcomer team. I'd say the least experienced player on that lineup. So he's going to have to try find his way, his footing on this map and find himself a comfortable zone to maneuver himself around or play off his other players. But on Sinister 5 side, Elusive, Zero Chance, Freaky, Deviant, and Spoof. We've all know these players. They've been in the game for so long. Goals. They've been for days. Elusive, he's been overseas. Zero Chance as well, Deviant as well.
Yeah.
Freaky and Spoof, they've been around. They've played with top tier teams. Spoof has been there since 1.3.
There's a lot of players that have been
a lot of brains on
server.
him. Yeah, exactly. There's a lot of brains on him. So it's gonna be a lot of very structured from Sinister 5's perspective to try to control the aggression from both sides, CT and T, to be very honest. And I'm not too sure they'll be able to deal with the aggression, but only time will tell. And again, it's going to come down to the pistol round. It's super important, especially in these best of one matchups. That could be the difference between winning 4 rounds and winning 0, to be honest. You win the pistol round, you convert the next, and you're sitting 2-0 already. And if you're able to pick up both, you'll be sitting pretty, for sure. Just looking at the matchups, round 3, Energy Esports versus Omnius. The game we're casting right now, 80k versus Sinister 5. The next game will be Lionheart Limitless, and the last game in round 3, Age versus Goliath Gaming. So just a bit of prediction from there. I'm gonna go ahead and say Energy Esports should be the one clearing through there. This matchup, I'm gonna go ahead and talk about 80k going through for sure. And the last one will be Age Goliath. I'm gonna go for Goliath going through. But freeze time is about to expire. We are counting down the clock and getting into our first pistol round of this matchup. Sinister 5, a lot of utility brought up to them, so they're going to go for 5-man long breach plays. Their defender taking a few pot shots there, does some damage onto Spoof, but he's going to be forced to fall back. Good lovely defensive flash coming out of the support players from 80k. Blaze, he's going to stay close to the smoke one, and they're on a 5-man long. I like this approach from Sinister 5, get the trades there nice and even. Blaze, lovely flash and missed him, letting himself a headshot there. So much chaos unfolding at the moment, and it's even at the moment, it's stable, but the flank from Daru, there was a last of spanner in the works there, 2 lovely headshots there. Elusive, the 2 brothers coming to play, and they both pick up a kill of each 2v2, and they're going to get doubled back to the B side. This is good for them, but they're going to cut off.
Both city players are hot on the heels. They're definitely making this read. They're going to stop, have a look at middle, and they're going to be able to watch the speed cross. Both players on the T side to look to be covered with the pace. So CTs have split up now. Both players cross. Slowly all by himself. They're waiting for this rotation. He's going to look for the duel though. He's by himself for now. Takes the shot, gets it. Knows the other player is at the box as well. So players are now moving. Going to keep together here. All said and done. Daru picks up the last player. Beautiful flank there. Basic stuff coming out of 80k. They really love the fact that they, as soon as they lost control of the A, they pulled back, used the flashes and the pop. But what really mattered was that flank or that control of Cat. Indeed. They pushed Cat, got behind them long, did enough damage, read the B push, and ultimately clinical pistol round coming out of 80k.
And there was enough chaos that ensued in that A ramp area that actually allowed Dari that space to come through with
Yeah.
that flanking it
And
with the
Slow, yeah.
kills. And off the back of that, good decision making from Sinister 5 to be able to just read the game well and double back to the B side, at least get themselves a bomb plant. They'll be saving to bar the next round. Just a few bits and pieces of utility brought up, upgraded pistols, so it's okay for now. We're gonna try to get a bomb plant over, but Fade is sitting in such a prime spot here. So much damage with that grenade, and the Molotov slowed it. It's gonna slow them down even further. Slowly becomes the party with the kill of his own. With the M4, they're gonna just run into the meat grounder here. This should be easy pickings for ATK, and this should be an easy second round for them to supplement that. Fady puts a noggin into Elusive, and at least it's gonna give Sinister 5 a bar right now. The gun round, the juicy part of this matchup. Let's go, goals. Let's go. Let's get it.
Yeah.
What did they get? No orbs? Surely slowly gets an orb. Alright. He's respecting the economic game. Fair enough.
Keeping it relatively greedy if you look at the side of Sinister 5 AK-47s here. Brought up and loaded. Interesting to see if they just begin with this long take. Establish some sort of presence there from the start of this T-side campaign. Aggression coming out of Fady early on.
Crazy nade
there.
onto Elusive.
Yeah.
Asses. Heavy nade. 66 damage grenade. He almost caught that into his bread basket, to be honest. But
Yeah.
they have top control, so good for his efforts. Good damage.
But
For the
no
map
long
control
control.
again. That's fine. As long as they're able to manipulate the rotate, if they can fake mid to B and hit A, or fake A and hit mid to B. But if they run into that A three-man setup, as you can see, they'll one by Goose, one by the actual ramp, and one holding long. And no one can capitalize on the long play if he does support the players inside. So it's interesting to see. It's kind of an all-in defense play. As you can see, because of the utility, the B players rotating. Oh, the CT drop play doesn't come into effect just yet. Massive kills on 2B. Massive kills on B. Deviant at least able to get a trade, but Freaky kills his teammate?
Chelsea has had enough. He's going to just show him how it's done. Freaky gets another pick towards the side though, so he's able to get the bomb, puts himself in a... Sorry, it's Deviant, puts himself in a...
Oh!
Experience Deviant chat. Just takes both duels, surprises with the wipe. He didn't expect Lace to have covered that much ground. But turns out to be a close call despite how terribly the round started. But ATK, another one on the board, keeping down around for them. Start to build on that economy. Some 5. Bit of cushion to lean on, obviously with the last round bonus that is accumulating.
I like the idea of Sinister 5's attack that round. Just sort of fake the eggs, drop one into CT spawn, try get that mid to B split going. It was almost there. Just unfortunate Freaky TK'd his teammates and Deviant wasn't able to get that clutch. They were played by Blaze. Those 1-on-1 duels aren't easy at all. But I think they're gonna half buy here and buy the next round, which is okay. They got utility, and they should be looking to get a bomb plancher and a bit of economic damage onto ATK. They got 2 AWPs up, Fady and Slow, the men to wield those warps. It's not bad at all. Both proficient with it. Fady also a player that has been overseas. We got some experience there as well. Good flashes out along. Forces Blaze back. And he's going to pop off the team's flashbang. He's going to actually take the duel. They're not going to give him space to maneuver at all. They're going to just suffocate him a little. But his teammate along supporting him. But they do get the kill in bit. That's a free AK for Elusive. Dara wins the kill onto Spoof in middle. Takes 95 damage for his valiant effort there. So I don't think he wants any more contact. There we go. Smart decision. Swap out the AWP for the M4. One shot kill. It's Fady. Doesn't move up much long. Picks up the kill onto Elusive and finishes off the round for ATK. Putting 4 rounds on the board to the 0 of Sinister 5. I hope there's an answer coming very soon. There we go. AWP bought up for Sinister 5. I'm going to go to Freaky. How are their spawns looking here? Long shot perhaps? I think he's going for a long shot, just looking at the positioning. ATK just looking to build up that bank, string those rounds together. Try. Oh man, what flash is that, Blade? I just learned something new today, but Freaky picks up slowly along there. It's always going to favour the T's to get there before the CTs in that scenario, especially considering the flashes from the T's are also popping over the roof there. So I was the uphill battle for Slow to win that, but they're going to move along. Cat, the smoke is going to go away. Fady, he misses that timing. lost all that information. The players moving towards catch. The A players feel that much pressure. Sound cues have been given up from Sinister 5. Good deep long smoke just to reassure them that they can't take that section of the map, but they've lost top. And looking at the theory of dust too, if you lose long you take top, if you lose top you take long, so at least they have that going for them.
But with that said, they have managed to split the defenses here, so that importance has been a little bit because they're kind of dealing with a 2-2 split, and they are aware now that this player is watching middle, so they must have a feeling that the A is a bit weak and they are going to hit it down. You can see City Spawn jump is the play. Fady managed to get those shots. Daru's not spotting the ramp. He's going to just see the player jump onto the site soon. He's not seeing anything. And then not spotting on the ditch either. Oh, there we go. He sees the player. He gets out quickly, and that's going to be a breath of fresh air for all the teams that can safely get out the site tools.
Yeah, it's very hard to retake a site with 2 AWPs and limited utility. They have Molly, Flash, Nade on them. They're going to just trot up into long one player, moving up close, and the AWP posting. They're going to move it ever so slowly around. This Flash is going to give space for players on long to move through. Does pop it, blinds his teammates. They can't capitalize. Oh, Elusive gets taken out by taken out from Fady. They have the A side. This is Molly's a game changer, but this flank as well as 2. Oh, tappity tap! Doesn't manage to get the spray down, but the bomb's going to take further, and that's the round. He's going to have to get out of there. Will they allow it? No. No spoof.
Yo, and they both survive.
Solidifies his death. What? How do you survive from there? 100 HP maybe. Yeah. They're on 7 each. 7 each. 14 combined. Quick math. Quick math.
And another quick math is the first round on the board there. Plus 5. 4-1. That makes 5 rounds. As ruled to round number 6. Quick math.
And you can see how important that round is financially speaking. 80k reduced to a deagle on Slurry. Not a gun he'd really want. Definitely want AWP if I'm asking for.
Oh, long fight.
I mean, doesn't win the school. It's hard. There's so much going on. TK? I don't know what to say anymore. Slurry picks up another kill there, so it's a 4v3 in favor of ATK. Health advantage, gun advantage. They're getting pummeled down with more bullets. They're trying to fight their way back, but Blaze puts his foot further down onto their throats. Elusive down to 16 HP, Deviant and 62. How do they recover a round like this? A lot of time on the clock to recover, but man, there's just so much. Mistim's got the good information, a good jiggle peek. He won't die, but he'll get sufficient information that they are crossing towards Cat, like so. Defensive flashbang, he's gonna move off that, but does that secure the beam? Yeah, the A play's not moving at all. I felt that would have triggered them to double push long or fall back to the A side, but no decision has been made such. In fact, that mid to be smoke there through is the one that actually triggers that long push, as you can see on the radar. They're going to move ever so slowly onto Cat. Mistim is aware that they aren't going mid to be, so the call should be they're actually finishing into that A side. There's a molly on Deviant, so this is winnable. It is doable. It's not impossible goals. It's not impossible.
You need to find a duel early on there and isolate one at that, but slowly 8K are starting to just change their way and perhaps.
Oh, timing. That's the worst. That's rough.
It's unfortunate, but
that's rough.
Well played from 80k there. Very smart, not taking a lot of jewels there, just keeping it slow and steady. Ultimately peeked together out of top there. Deviant with slightly off timing there, just protecting the bomb plant. Elusive obviously very low, so called in some assistance from his teammate there, but turns around as the CTs come in for the wrap and puts another round on the board. Jeff for 80k and a full buy gives him AK-47s as well.
Best case for Sinister 5 there was them getting the bomb down. I think that just keeps the economy going just a little to be able to contend for these rounds. 5-1 on the board. That was because for me there's a potential reset if they didn't get the bomb down there. As you can see, they're already lacking a few bits and pieces of utility in the form of Elusive and Zero Chance and Spoof. Only 2 players doing with full utility. Quick cat take coming out of Deviant. Are they going to stop? Quick to take cat control, but that was a hard frag to lose. Careless frag to lose. Oh, Blaze, does he? He's flanking them. Deviant kills Fady, but you always gotta check your 6, gents. Always gotta check your 6. 2v3 once again.
And he's
always fighting from behind, slowly picking up a headshot there to freaky leaving Spoof. Last man standing, last man alive to do anything for the team. But what were you saying there?
No, I was just about to say, I mean, you've seen in the previous rounds that battle towards long has been very, very passive. So like like they haven't retaken it long, but you can see the CTs have been wanting to get aggressive. They've been playing inside the doors. They've been playing those fast rotations.
Yeah.
They pushed short as well early on in the half as well. So you could see that flank was eventually going to come in the minute that they were down a man, and it kind of forced that T setup to tighten up. Boom, flank comes in, pays dividends.
Indeed. And for me, if you, in
Good
that
timing.
kind of situation, they were very quick to take cat control. They did very well doing that and just forcing the CTs to counter utility, then slow them down. But they didn't move or transition quick enough into the next step, which was just clearing out middle, the close corners, the close door angles, the headshot angles, just to put more pressure into the CTs. Oh, it was the free kill force.
Oh,
What?
spoof!
He took too much damage there, in my opinion.
Did. But he doesn't get it. I would have gone on for that on that round for days.
Classic
What?
2005.
He's
spoof
still
clash.
got it. He's still got it.
Yeah, just to give you a little background there, I played with Spoof back in 2012 or 2011 at a 1.6 line. I mean, he was the IGL back then.
Yes, the last
He's
time
been- he's been here.
I played with him was on a team with Elusive, his brother. First time we played with him.
Oh yeah.
Well, in CSGO at least. Along with Hakim and Kani, believe it or not. And we went to one of the lands. Yeah, this is when Sonic decided to pop off and Energy
Do
dominated.
dirty things.
It was 2014,
2014.
right before Bravado went to DreamHack Winter, I believe. But yeah, back into this game though. These are the
They can walk out long. Oh, that's up a
be
B.
aggression now.
When who's holding it?
This is what I was
It's-
talking about. Scrap
Okay.
CS.
This is alright. Okay, Spoof needs to be able to just slow down any upper B take in terms of them going down the stairwell. He's got free information into middle. He's showing the rotations, so you can call an audible. If they just fake out that A long and immediately go back to B and just be aware of this B lurker, Spoof might get caught unawares. I'm pretty sure the upper B player's posting him.
Should be.
It's just you can't really see it. Oh, timing! So many times.
Oh, I didn't
Oh!
spot him. Oh, but
Did you see it?
Fady spotted
He's
him.
seen him. He's seen it.
Fady spotted him.
But then timing again.
Let's him
Oh,
to the side though,
he
but he
disappeared.
scored it. He scored it. They stick into A.
I've never seen a round like this goals.
This is insane. One player knows, one player
B
doesn't.
anchor is in B tunnels in the A anchor. What? Explain this.
Still, there's no movement from either player. They're reading each other's bluffs here.
I'm bemused. Oh, Spoof has been found out, and for me, that flank over there, this smoke doesn't really work out. Smithton and Slowly coming to the party with 2 kills of their own. It's just a matter of time. The rest of them get taken out. Very dicey there, very dicey there. I mean, it could have gone very, very, very bad for ATK.
Yeah, well-
and it's if Fady didn't really turn around at that specific moment, that Spoof crossed it up.
He would have sold that fake. He would have sold it for $1 million. They would have pulled some sort of rotation off of B. There was just no movement at all. I'm pretty sure that Sinister must be stumped. They must have thought they had a great positional advantage. As soon as Spoof went down, he probably told hit 8 now, and there was 4 players waiting for them. Definitely a shocker. 100% they're going to go back to that round and realize what happened. And it's one of those things. It's kind of struck, baby. But now, spreading out, changing the dynamic just a little bit, avoiding that mid control. You off the back of the round. The nade has been doing damage, and it's going to do damage again.
I'm not sure if that. It's like as soon as the Xbox smoke lands, the grenade comes. That's an automated response from the CT team because that's when the T's won across cat. So they're not really reading that well. They need to beat that nade or just wait it out, or another nade coming into low beyond to elusive. No bullets have been shot, but so much damage has been done. Utility is key in these matchups at times. The difference between winning and losing a round at times. Slowly, good angle on cat there. Sort of a, I want to say a one and done shot with escapability. Good monitor force him off the angles, for both players off the angles in fact, but good response from ATK just to slow the default down a little that much further. This is going to be a B split, looking at the radar now, looking at 2 players moving up a B Fady. Sitting with Miston there, the 2 B holders, and it's going to be very hard for the T's to get through this choke point without even trades. I mean, Miston, he gets 1 here and doesn't get traded, it's going to be hard, but Fady's moved out the B side, so they need to find the gap of opportunity, a window to attack this B side. Good flashbang coming out. Oh, Miston gets all 3 in a spray down Fady. Give him a support flash there, then move back in. That's an ace! Asu! That's an ace for Miston. Well played by him, good composure, good spray control. And that's 8 rounds on the board. And it was predictable in the sense that they smoked the door before the flash came out. So Mr. saw that smoke coming out, and he kind of knew they are going towards B. He just has to stay sort of poised and really focused and precise about where he's placing those bullets. Good angle you're sitting on as well. That angle does negate a lot of the flashbangs that get thrown out the B tunnel. Again, back onto a big bite. Two pistols for Ace for Sinister 5. Good long fake. Straight into mid to be Fady. He kind of is away for this. He has to be good for 2 just to give Mr. a chance, but Slow's already there, just shooting them right on the Achilles heel. He gets nothing for his effort. Missed him. Good smoking's up a B. He should be alright here. His teammates already rotating in the fluffs. Elusive once again. Oh, he's spoof! Throwing a spanner into the works, but he's between just too many opponents, too many man there. Big plays have to come out of Elusive in a spot like
3v1.
It's kind of an exposed angle here.
He's famous for winning these.
Oh, he read it well. He needed more HP.
Yeah.
He had 50 more HP. It's debatable. His Blaze was in 100, now 53. Slowy sitting by door if he doesn't really trade it out. But it's all forgotten. They got the round. Doesn't really matter. 9 runs on the board. 80k. Cruising ahead. 7 kills on Tadaru, 9 on Mr. 11 on Slowy, 10 on Blaze, 9 on Fady. So they're quite balanced over there, quite well spread out in Sinister 5. Some of these players need to be picking up some frags yet to just keep themselves in it. At least their economic game isn't out of reach just yet, but they've lost a lot. Oh, Fady definitely would have wanted that shot.
It must
Missing a few easy shots here towards middle. In fact, it's the third one I've seen.
This nade is going to be really painful.
Money nade. Money nade. Oh, it's smoke. Daru, high ground. Lovely spot here. Just think it's played it out or not.
Oh, wow.
Gets a crazy double spray down on 1 in the dome, in fact, freaky. And Elusive comes to the party, kills of their own, but he's just too far. Elusive got to kill him to middle. That bomb is so far. I like the idea, dropping towards low ground, repositioning. Last scene was middle. Predictability speaks to him going towards Cat, so there's the option to go towards CT. Has a time frame, has an expiration date, but Fady's watching it.
His round's starting to build up towards 10 to 1 now, and yet Austin 5 able to get into a side with any real confidence and actually hold it down. And this double AWP setup just makes all these long, lengthy angles so threatening.
Yeah, you can even see they keep continuously picking up the first kill with. They're doing a lot of damage with the utility at first, and then the AWP's getting into play. So it's always like a 5v3, and then the trade starts ensuing from Sinister 5. So they're not doing themselves any favor in that regard, taking a lot of nade. But once again, so much nade damage. Lovely angle there from Fady to pick up the first kill, the opening kill of the round. It's kind of what you want to do with these AWPs. Get in the faces, keep those tight angles, hard angles to the gates. Dust 2. It's a map that complements those AWPs, especially when you got 2 of them. One at A, one at B. This forces you to expend so much more util early round towards mid round. Fady, another kill down to Cat into spoof. And like I said, 5v3, and that's when the trades start to begin. Slowly getting destroyed by Elusive there. That just gives up the A bomb site. So for me, it comes down to the post plant. Deviant as well. He, for me, is the key player, and also depending where the bomb plant actually is. Oh, nice deep long plant there. It's going to force the player from long to make a play. Deviant's going to go middle first, pick up a kill, and then probably bounce back to long. Are they aware of it? No, Deviant's aware of the lurker. He does his job, and now he's aware of the play at long. Good game set for him, but it comes down to the core on the side. He did enough to slow them down. Elusive and Freaky have to come to the party. Elusive, nice aggressive play there, but gets traded up by Blaze and Long. They didn't know about him, but they knew about him goals.
Yeah, you know, once they see on the site that he's not there, they have spotted him. And now he's going to tie under pressure now. Freaky just gets wrecked with Blaze, able to recover that AWP as well. But 11 to 1 now, and really, really close round. One of the first rounds that she looked kind of close.
Yeah.
But again, Sin 5 just running into a wall here. 80k putting on a class here on the CT side of Dust 2. We said this could look scary for them if they get on a roll, if they start hitting the shots. And you can just see, look at all the scores on the side of 80k, just really neck and neck. From 9 to 13 is your highest and lowest. So team effort here in this dominating start here on those two.
Getting a job done and in quite an impressive fashion as well. The utility usage seems to be on point. Majority of early rounds, there's another nade coming in, but now they avoid it. They avoid it.
In, yeah.
Finally, but that's because they're going towards long. See them bunching up. Maybe a late long burst, but the CTs putting themselves. Oh man!
Oh.
As I say, they're doing well. We're not taking util damage, but.
And that killer comes through.
You didn't even get a chance to
got
play.
the number here, tools. They got their number.
Yeah, every part of the map, but these flashes are quite nice. It's keeping Daru at bay, but he's gonna repeat. A flash should come at any point for him to repeat properly towards long. Daru getting destroyed and slow. He does get a kill, but does he fall back if he misses this? After he misses this, does he? Good flash coming from his teammate. Oh, getting destroyed. It's not a favorable angle, to be honest, for an AWP. You kind of have to hit that headshot. But Fady comes in from middle with that AWP. Supports them a little, makes the round a lot more viable for the retake. 2v3, Blaze taking contact with Spoof. Fady finishes them off. Down to DV. He needed to win that kill a lot, much more cleanly. Fady doing big work with that AWP. He hasn't really been seen or sort of known as an AWP player in the past. So
he's got the mechanics there.
Yeah, he's expanding his horizon.
Yeah, definitely. Broadening that horizon.
But the off for me is just super easy to use. You just practice with it a little, and you don't miss, and then you sit in the right spots, and then you watch demos.
Sounds like the list is just getting
So, it's not easy.
More difficult.
It's
not
not
difficult
easy.
at all. But you need to perfectly pull off the next 500 steps. Otherwise, you fail miserably.
Fair enough.
But what is the reply here? I think change pace and we'll put early pressure on B. Maybe just, I don't know, get rid of this util that ATK seem to maintain, seem to hold on to the late parts of the round. It does look like they have spread out and they're going to group up towards that B. But it looks like ATK have cemented their position.
I just felt like Mr. is sitting in the right spot for this kind of strategy, right? He's sitting on the right hand side of upper B. So the lurk smoke should come out, even support smoke coming out of Fady. So they're going to go through it. Fady's going to get taken first contact. That was well played. It was unplanned, planned setup. Oh, dear Lord. That's unfortunate. The bomb being collected by Freakies, and it's going to get it done at any point now. What is the slow? Yeah, they're going to aggress him as the bomb plant goes down, perhaps. Yep, gets taken out. 13-1 on the board. I was just saying that the setup works quite perfectly in a sense. As Fady's playing by door, and the T's are stuck behind upper B smoke. So as soon as they push that upper B smoke, the first thing they see is Fady, but little did they know, they got a young Mistem sitting in the bottom left, picking up all the kills,
Yep, playing
picking up
perfectly
on R3.
Yep.
He's looking pretty brutal, isn't it? Oh, at least some fight back coming out of Zero Chance. There are 2 tags in early round. Just helps the rest of the team out that much more, especially considering they have galleys. Good pressure up a bit, bit of resistance, just to let them know somebody's home. It just does look like they're waiting for ATK just to misstep a little, over-aggress once or twice, make one bad decision. All 5 of them are grouped up towards T-spawn long area, so I'm assuming they want to just retake long doors and 5-man up long, late round or mid round. It doesn't seem like the CTs are ready to react with an upper B push or mid aggression. They've picked up middle at least. That at the very God, that was a good shot by Blaze, but Deviant even better shot. But I was just trying to say there that long control and top control, which makes the lives of the T's that much harder. But they're all pushing towards long with haste, with the quickness. Slowly picking up the straggler there on the A side, so he's getting surrounded, such low HP, taken down eventually. So you need 3 goals. What say you?
This is the best position they've been in this entire T half, so it's all about whether or not they can just maintain this long control. It's going to come down to this duel and Zero Chance nets the frags.
You got that tag early and you finished it off, so well done to him.
Now, CD's are starting to push in, gets another frag with Zero Chance. Breathing life into Sinister 5's half here. So they look to double their rounds. Missed him. Going to start getting aggressive. Not enough in the tank for him. 13-2 ATK. despite losing
Steamrolled
that
that
last round,
half,
a very convincing
really.
half. I mean, there's not much more to say about that. Tools 13-2. You feel comfortable at any point, I think, on any map.
Agreed. I just felt like they were in control the entire game from the point. You look at it earlier on,
Yeah.
we'll get the utility usage
Yeah.
was perfect. I mean, Sinister 5 was sitting at 50 HP before they could do anything. Sitting at a 5v3 before could do anything. And it was due to the economy. Fady picking up that ult, slowly picking up that ult, doing a lot of damage. And Sinister 5 didn't really have a reply till towards the end of the game where they just bunched up and just made the trades work in their favor without losing any numbers. When you get the trades going quite early with losing no numbers, it's okay. It's okay. But second pistol on the board, I think Sinister 5 need to win this to stand an inkling of a chance. 3 players taking long control, 2 players sitting towards B side. Good flash in the middle. Freaky caught in the middle of nowhere. That just leaves the B player isolated, alone. He needs to go huge, he needs to go big. He's actually forced to push the double doors, doesn't it? And he kills, and that's the B side gone. Done. 5v3. Worst possible scenario in this pistol round goals.
Yeah, and as on the B side and does 2 tools, we'll know how difficult that is to retake. Especially if you don't have a wealth of util to just get in there and get in there fast. And even then, it is risky business. So, a tough job ahead of Sin 5, and you can see ATK are just looking for those frags, looking for those individual duels, making it really difficult to.
I mean, I don't think they even have a flashback to retake this. They have to rely on their shots and the crossfire there. A too strong Elusive picks up a kill. Deviant does another. Missed him there just to ease that rule. Picks up a double for himself. A tribal. Big kills from him. The retake almost looked possible. But once again, it feels like they're not giving themselves enough chances mid to late round.
We have ourselves a restart.
There's just too many mistakes. Why? Did miss them
The
time
TS
out?
issue.
Maybe Freaky timed out? But you can't restart because of a TS issue. You restart because you haven't lost a player by the time.
Okay, maybe they're
players
just pausing the
disconnect.
round right here then.
Surely.
We shall see. All will be revealed, my friend.
I mean, heck, that'll work out for Sinister 5, right?
Yeah,
Round
I'd
2.
like a re at the pistol.
I definitely like a re. Wasn't
No,
ready.
I think it's just, as you can see, the game is starting now, so it's definitely not a re, just a pause. Just a technical pause there, as you assumed. You were correct, sir. No willy-nilly restarts here.
Good tag.
Oh!
Good kill! This is how you start a round off. This is how you start the comeback Elusive. Even picking up a self-kill there and long. Good teamwork there from Sinister 5. Free AK upgrade 2. Fady is going to just push. Pedal to the middle here. He needs to find a kill. He needs to even it out just a little. Bobbing back, clearing out all his angles. Little jiggle peaks. It's going to get slowed down. What do they do now? What's the decision? How do they recover? Oh, and they're getting flanked. I think they have room to breathe. There's more and more mounts from them. Elusive picking up another kill there. Traded up at Dara with the headshot and Mac 10. Good money. Even upgrades. Zero chance. Finishing off the work we started off earlier with that skirt. And it's down to Daru. I mean, if they can upgrade it, etc., that'll be pretty good. Sinister 5 win this round. All the players pick up AKs, etc. Could work out for them now. Oh, okay. Daru showing us a bit of magic. See how this works out. It's got 30 seconds on the clock, so it could work out if Sinister 5 keep pushing the envelope here.
Yeah, but the players are sitting together and they are moving closer to the side. They're going to get boosted. Gets the first. Oh, does this spell trouble, Tools?
It does spell trouble because he just gave away where the second player is. And he's going to go looking for him. And he's going to find these 1v1 duels. Get some time on the clock here. 10 seconds. I felt he should have out of that corner. And now he's stuck between a rock and a hard place. 2 players to work with. The time against them. Oh, it gets harder and harder. And that's 3 AKs for Sinister 5 and a round win.
Yep, they stole it from them.
Zero chance doesn't get the other AK up.
The comeback has begun, Tools. Grind all the way back to the top.
CT side of the map.
That's what you're going to be telling your teammates now. Exactly. Sin 5, for sure. Guys, you've got a strong CT side. But Tech 9, ooh, I'm keen to see these guns in action. I've missed them, man.
What did they do with the Tech 9? Did they increase the fire rate?
Yeah. Well, increase the accuracy while firing. So yes, while you're firing, it's more accurate.
Big fan.
Yeah.
Big fan. They've just like buffed a few players and nerfed a few players here. Mitsubishi split is about to ensue here. Well, the first smoke failed. But they're going to recover with 2 more smokes, upper smoke and lower smoke, to make sure they can't be seen from CT spawn. Good Molotovs to slow them down, and now they just boxed in there. They're going to wait it out and then ensue afterwards. Spoof has an idea that they are there. He's going to spam through it, not letting any shots. While Zero Chance has been really tagged down to such low HP, the B side is going to fall. The recovery is coming in 3v3. It's not too bad at the moment.
They've got 2 gun stores.
Yeah, and they got 2 flashes to work with.
Picked up lots, yeah.
I'm gonna slow it down with those 2 flashes, maybe. Blaze.
This is the timing. They need to push now while this player's still rotating through tunnels, but they're obviously not aware of that situation. Blaze is going outside, so now the breach comes in. He's not able to hold anything. Now the players in that tunnels area, the CT start to swarm. They don't spot the last, but they do, and Sinners 5 hold on. They
very weird that 2 players
come
up a B though. Very weird that 2 players up a B.
Yeah, the lurker kind of rotated back. I think once they lost another player, they just decided, well, we're just going to come back with the site. And also the door player overpeaked as well. Elusive managed to pick him off as they were taking
coming from high ground. Yeah, I feel, it was down to how they played the post plant there, but Sinister 5 just played it a lot better, more coordinated. Elusive picking up some good kills there. He's sitting at 12 kills, as well as Deviant, 8 on Freaky and Spoof and Zero Chance. So they're balancing out quite nicely, but when you look at the scoreboard, that's what really matters. They used to take it round by round, chip away at the scoreline, build that economy, keep forcing them into ecos, and I think that will be the first step towards this comeback, perhaps? I don't know. CT, deep CT smoke? Oh, a land smoke all across, and the smoke on top of Boost Box gives them so much space to move along the side, cuts all support from long off, and forces the CT player to take contact, move into the right back. So, oh, these pistols are doing so much work. 2v3, these AKs need to come into fruition. Yet Deviant got all the experience, he knows how to play these situations, he knows how to reel it back into play. Nice and patient, waiting for that overextension. They have no armor, wait for them to come to you, I guess.
Deviant doing absolute work, the ends off with the Trey K. Crazy, as one would say.
The tribal Trey K, the triple. It's still hard to stay positive for Sinister 5 at a point like this. It's so hard
to climb.
You're kind of holding your breath every round.
Round by round by round, and
at least Elusive's got an AWP now. There's no AWP on 80k, so if he can replicate the damage Fady was doing to them, picking them off before they can even execute them to a side, before they can even gain map control, things good. Look, less dial, less damage for them. Long take is about to Dara picks up Deviant there, and they just immediately fall back, which is the right decision. Elusive taking out a careless Blaze. Fault after that. It's kind of obvious.
Spoof able to get out.
Yeah. But I guess he didn't hear the AWP, so he kind of wanted to take that. And you kind of conditioned from the past with a Krieg, you would definitely go for a duel like that, right?
For sure.
So psychologically, it hasn't set in yet. Oh, the crouch peak, the prawn peak, Freaky has to be ready as ever. He has to get 2 kills here. If he doesn't, the round's done. It's done.
Yeah,
he doesn't want to push through it.
Got B.
He had a flash to push through it. I would have made a play there. You kind of have to make a play there. You can't, in my eyes, you're the only way you get back into that round. Yeah. You've lost B completely. You have a flashbang with you. You either want to spam and get lucky there, or put a flashbang and get lucky there. But not doing anything is sort of worst case scenario in my opinion. It's a 4v2. I guess they can go ahead and save it and play for overtime.
Yeah, that's exactly what they're going to have to do. No choice now. 80k well on their way for booking their spot in the semi-finals, I believe.
In the semi-finals, indeed. You're correct. You're right. Green tech.
Thank you.
Look.
That's why they pay us the big dollar.
Match point, ladies and gentlemen. 80k have struck the ball, and they've come to play. They've had a good innings so far, both CT and T, I'd say. We haven't seen much
your back's
of them
really
from the
against
team.
your back's really against the wall now. 15 rounds, you cannot make another mistake. It's not even about winning the game anymore. It's about staying in it to take it to overtime. So, Sin 5, deep breaths here, big buy, small weapons. What can they do?
Oh, they're already up. Cats and Dora picks up both kills. There was no information from the B players
So
crossing.
straight down middle. That's so frustrating.
That's a rough way to go. That is a rough way to go, if anything. Dara, unclear as to where the last 8 players. I think that's why he's ever so cautious. This Smolly's just gonna make Spurs life a living hell. Pursued by flames and bullets to the face by Blaze. Zero chance does his best lower B. At least gets the lurker, but there's 4 more. Freaky is still there. He's gonna lurk. He's gonna move along. I think. No, he's CT. Spoof. Zero chance himself is gonna move along, but all the sound cues are there. Easy kill for Mistum, and now it's just down to 1 man Freaky. And right now, that's GG. 16-5 for 80k. Brilliantly played by them.
Yeah.
And a wonderful
Absolutely.
CT half, and I think that's what carried them throughout this. Didn't have much of a showing on the Altaria side, but commiserations to Sinister 5 goals. What are your closing thoughts of that game?
I think dominant performance. I think good showing from ATK with the new roster, with the new players that are playing, look very promising. I mean, Sinister 5 are by no means any joke of a team. So to put on a clinic like that on a map that you would expect to favour kind of the underdogs, or at least give some sort of or Sinister 5 would have some sort of depth on. But ultimately, ATK just look polished. I think I'm ready to see them in the semi-finals
as well. Well, guys, stay with us. We'll be moving into the semi-final. It will be played against Goliath Gaming and Lionheart. These 2 teams have matched up before, so it's going to be interesting. Do Lionheart bounce back, or do Goliath move into the grand final? But only time will tell. So stay with us to know more and to find out more. Peace.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are coming at you live out of Johannesburg during lockdown. This is the Inkosi Super Cup, Week 3. We are in the semi-finals. This is where it gets down and dirty. This is where your top teams have progressed through. And so far in both of the brackets, we do see Energy Esports taking on ATK Arena in the one semi-final, and in the final that we are covering now, it is of course Goliath Gaming versus Lionheart Esports. I'm really looking forward to this game. I know Lionheart will be looking to push through and grab their first final, but Goliath Gaming obviously week 1 and week 2 champions, so looking to defend their title yet again, back to back to back.
Indeed, and Lionheart definitely look to improve their performance from the last matchup versus Goliath Gaming, and just to add to the pressure they need to qualify for the league, from the Mzansi League, and the only way they can do it is beating Goliath Gaming here, and if they don't, there is a playoff spot, third place decider if they do not manage that. So they're in for a long evening here, and very excited to see what the map will actually be. Looking at these two teams, I know last time they were a big favour of playing Inferno. Both teams are well versed in Inferno. Lionheart actually took GG to the brim on Inferno last time. This is the best of one, in fact. So again, it's going to come down to those important key rounds, your pistols and then your clutches, especially your ecos. You got to convert your ecos. If you aren't able to convert your ecos, you're not doing yourself any favor at all.
So we are going to have a look at the veto here, and does seem that Lion Esports taking out Vertigo, Nuke and Train. Goliath Gaming have chosen to remove Inferno, strangely enough, Mirage, and then Overpass, and they've elected for the Decider to be on Dust 2. No, I don't think that's right, because we're on...
Decider is Dust 2.
Sorry, the Decider is Nuke. The Decider is Nuke. But yeah, I mean, another deep team map, very team orientated based, just like Train. We saw Lionheart have an absolute tight game. They couldn't get closer against WG, and yeah.
Yeah, and looking at the vetoes there, it was quite interesting to see Goliath Gaming banning Mirage, but they do understand they have the better map pool. When you have a better map pool, you don't want to play on an even footing. You kind of want to just out veto them like Goliath have done right now. I think they are more proficient at Nuke, but Lionheart, we haven't really seen them play this at all, so they could have a few spanners, a few aces up their sleeve. I'm interested to see the AWP duel outside Slayer versus Adam to see how that goes, and down to which team controls the rotations more from the CT's perspective. They aren't able to read the game quite well, lose track of where the T's could be, especially after they've done line smokes outside and ramp. It's tough.
Yeah, so here is the actual veto. So Goliath Gaming not actually taking out Mirage was Train, Dust 2 and Inferno. Makes a lot more sense. Lionheart banning Overpass. And then obviously Vertigo, Mirage to choose Nuke. So yeah, I mean that's how we got here. Tools, you would pick it up that Goliath Gaming might be a little bit favoured here on the Nuke side. But again, you know, you're going to need your individuals to best of one, anything can happen. And on Nuke, especially on the T side, you need your individuals to step up, but to move and support each other as a unit. Otherwise, you'll just get torn apart by a decent CT defense.
Indeed. Who's starting where? I think they haven't commenced with the knife round just yet, so that's undecided as to who's playing on which side. But this is a map that favors the CT side. So if you aren't really coordinated, aren't well rehearsed in terms of your early round protocols and your mid round rotations, you're going to get punished quite badly, especially if you're already behind in the economic sense. And again, I've emphasized on pretty much every map of course how important the fiscal ramifications are in a game like this, especially for the CT sides, considering you do need to have that AWP controlling outside, and if you don't, you need to have the right setups to complement the rotations, especially if you're putting a guy in deep garage. The other 4 players need to be very well aware that he's only holding 1 point. He could jump over silo, you could jump onto mouth, you can get around there. Line smokes outside and negates the player playing garage. So they kind of want to get that AWP up as fast as possible from the CT perspective. And from the T perspective, for me, I want to see a lot of outside smokes. I want to see them be able to just move the CTs around a lot, and then maybe attack ramp quite a few times, put a pressure on ramp. It's quite a nice sort of set piece and sequence. Line smokes outside. After that, you either push back and you take ramp, or you put all your players outside and you keep a guy holding those line smokes and just sort of brawl your way through the lower side. Make sure you're mollying out certain zones and smoking out certain zones and getting the trades in your favor, staying nice and tight down there. From the key perspective, it could go well. But that's enough for talking about strategy. I don't think I can really speak to as to how they're actually going to play this game.
Yeah, but that's the gist of it. I mean, those are your basic.
Those are your basics.
Yeah.
I forgot about the upper side. Upper side's pretty hard to attack. It's all about timing, to find the right time to burst into the upper side. You really got to rely on your defaults to actually bait out the CTs to actually maximum leave 2 in the upper side. If you go in there with 3 CTs, you're going to get destroyed. It's just too many angles, too many height advantage. It's gonna be a meat grinder if you go there with 3 players. And looking at the lineups of the 2 squads, they're quite familiar. We have spoken about Lionheart, with the Man, Divo, Slayer, Wipeout, and Ninjask. We casted them earlier. They had a rough showing on train, even though they did take it. It was too narrow, in my opinion, for the players that they have in this team. There's much more firepower on here than they had on WRG, so that's why I assumed, and more I wouldn't say experience, but more well thought out players in that sense. So I think they should have taken that more cleanly. But we do move into Nuke versus Goliath Gaming. They can't afford any mistakes. They can't afford easy slip ups. They can't give away easy frags because they will get punished and capitalized on. But here is the knife round, the all important stabby stab. Kind of dictates who's playing where, CTs or Ts. In my opinion, you definitely want to win the knife round to play on the CT side. But GG, they have lost it, so they'll. So Lionheart, do they pick? Do they pick CTs? Surely they pick CTs. I mean, there's this old philosophy and myth where you would actually, a lot of players say they want to start T side to set the pace of the game, to have their say, to have a couple of rounds on their back before they move into the CT sides. And then the other school of thought is the one I play the easiest side, nets up all those rounds, then go play the harder side. So 2 schools of thoughts, very different, both work. It's just part of your game plan and how you implement it.
I'll swap in.
Yeah. What if it's star swapping, right? Knife wasn't live. Haha, the knife wasn't. They have to re-knife. That blows my brain. They're not happy. I wouldn't be happy. You and knife round, we have to re-knife. Surely not.
I think they'll restart it. That was the legit one.
This is the legit one coming up right now. But I guess they'll just type kill. Some sportsmanship coming out of Goliath.
Yeah, they did lose it, so it is what it is. See, they're trying to restart your. There we go, swapping the teams. There we go. Now, you should be able to just start now.
We didn't really speak about Goliath's lineup. We're not quite familiar. We've seen them playing 2 finals. So this ADM, Daru, Massacre, Zip Zip, Mango, and then the last player,
So that's all.
Massacre.
You said, I think you
Did
said
I say Massacre twice?
I think so.
Surely not. Alright.
So nice you ended it twice.
Yeah, star players in both teams. You would obviously look at Slayer and the Man and Divo on the Lionheart side, and then Goliath Gaming. You'd be looking at ADM mostly, and you'd be looking at Massacre and Adoro, I think. And then just your pillars and your posts in form of Zip Zip and Mango. But the pistol on is commencing 2 smokes. This is a door burst. I like this play. Get numbers down there while you fake upper outside actually. Draws a lot of attention to the upper side and then gives space for the players to move outside. P250 stock standard on ADM, just destroying that one-shot headshot with the range. Oh, he gets another. He's doing it again, goals.
Yeah, it's dirty. He's dirty with that P250 range close. Doesn't care. He just takes those confidence peaks and gets the job done. So 2 quick frags. The third one goes to that Mango as well. Another one downstairs as well. And Goliath Gaming are picking apart Lionheart here.
Flawless pistol round coming out of Goliath Gaming. 1-0 on the board on the T side. Good start for them, and it's what you kind of want in the best of 1. Get that pistol under the belt, and assuming they convert the second round, you should be able to convert the second round. A potential force-up coming out of Lionheart, leaving us in suspense, making some critical decisions then. Spawn. 3 Mac 10s and an AK, 1 ump. I like this spot, quite diverse, quite spread out. You let the Mac 10s just take up all the space in the AK trades behind them. Full force coming out of Lionheart, they're respecting it. forfeiting the second round. Decent read. They got all 4 players stacked outside, one from far. Wish they had a flash on them just to make this a lot more effective. But they got the numbers outside. If they can just use it in their favor, bait and switch coming out of all 5, they'll disorientate Goliath Gaming for sure. But if they allow them to sneak all 4 to the lower side, could be a bit dangerous. When do they pounce? That's the question that should be asked right now.
Oh, good adjustment there from Massacre. Looked a bit untidy there for a second, but Goliath Gaming managed to recoup a couple of frags. And if you get in for the final player in the man, he gets a frag though. Deals with Massacre, he was low HP though. 2 remaining players, of course. Should be giving away the day on that lower bomb side. Oh, top bomb side.
Zips is able to recover the AK. The man recovers the Mac 10, no armor, so decides to stick with the D. Good smoke. He's gonna have to be patient, wait it out. Actually, I don't think he... Does he go through it? Oh, he goes through it! Destroys Zip 1v1, both players with the Mac 10, but Mango, good positioning, closes out the round 2-0. Valiant effort by Lionheart. Good read him to stack in the outside side. Good trades back and forth to keep it in contention. To keep it in their, I wouldn't say in their favor, but winnable at the very least.
Oh, definitely. And the man to makes the chance even better. That confidence player through the smoke. Decides to catch them off by surprise, otherwise he's not going to be able to catch them off at all. Puts a bit of pressure on the economy of Goliath Gaming. Look at all the players. Pretty much everybody broke, fully invested into this round.
And even this buy doesn't really favor Lionheart. Looking at the utility, they got barely nothing. Slayer buying head armor, forfeiting a smoke or a nade potentially. Good damage done into Wipeout. Oh, gets destroyed by Dory. Finishes off the job he started. Slayer just forced to halt his position due to that Molotov.
Yeah. Spoke about the lack of util and now down.
Some manual smokes. Some manuals. That's, yeah. Good Molotov. I would like to see the response at this point from Lionheart. They need to pick a point of aggression to go around the lobby like they have done right now. Squeaky door push. Mango takes some heavy fire damage, but able to survive with his life. He doesn't really want to over-aggress. He knows who one player is, and he's done the process of elimination. One player here, where are the other 3? And that's what the train of thought is going through Goliath's mind right now. Most of the players taking their time. Oh! Divo does lovely to get a double, puts them back to a 3v3, gives them a chance, 45 seconds on the clock. Slayer, the man, and Ninjas. CT-sided map, they need to give their boys some rope. Just to hang on that much further. Ninjas from the lower side, Slayer taking damage. But they're all heading lower.
Oh, he hears the winner break and Massacre's too quick for him. That was such a pivotal position in this defense, and now Slayer needs to deal with the threat that is Massacre. He's going to go for the pump block, but that is Massacre covering it, so...
Doesn't check his 6 there. The man left in a 1v3. There's the HP to do it. Finds the first, but Massacre, right time, right place to trade out. Get his 3rd kill of the round. 3-0. Lionheart forced back into an eco. That last round was very hard for Lionheart because they went... I get the idea they need to make an aggressive play due to having limited to no utility, but the player pushing red just had no support. They needed a player, at least at Garage, to take that duel on towards Silo or towards Secret, but the angle where Dara was peeking just didn't allow for that, so it was just a 1-on-1, and the AK should always win in those situations. But same old default coming out of Goliath. Lionheart, upgraded pistols. And they're just deleting everyone left, right, and center. Pivot, burn, headshot. Has to pull out the Glock to finish off the job he started. He has so much space and room and like luxury to work with. That just gives all the information to the rest of the team, the other 4 players, as to where these last 2 players are. Dora isn't going to the hunt. The bomb has been planted downstairs, and for me, this is the round. The man needs to do well to save that AK. He's doing so as we speak in T-spawn. Do they hunt him? I think that's the next question. You hunt him. It's a very hard spot to dig someone out of in T-spawn. All these off angles, deep angles. They have enough flashbangs to work with. Adora already scouting out the possibilities of the man's
I don't think
location.
it's necessary to hunt just yet. You don't want to just give away too many guns, you know. But
Yeah, it's a tough one. It's too early to tell.
yeah,
Glad's gaming economy should be sitting pretty after a run like this.
indeed it is.
And that
Securing
AK
itself.
and Molotov.
2 rounds of cushion, as they call it.
2 rounds of cushion.
Cash cushion. Cushion of cash. Fall back on
Yeah.
in times of need. Stressful
It's
times.
not bad falling back into a cushion of cash.
Not bad at all. Not bad at all. But 4-0, quick jump to 4 rounds. But now we see the AWP coming out on the side of Lionheart, and in response we have a Mac 10 on the side of Goliath Gaming, indicating they're going to maybe up the pace a little bit on one direction or one element of the hit, but nothing just yet. Right off the bat, at least.
Wipeout. Enough pressure to spook Lionheart as to them hitting the upper side, but this just gave
quick.
a lot of space for Massacre to hit that lower side just to take map control. I don't even know all this sure off he's there, but the ramp burst does come through. The man does have a teammate for support, but I love the patience from Goliath. Didn't really overextend, waited for the man to just reach out for a peek, get the information, get punished. Ninja's the lower side player. For me it's hard because they've lost ramp and they've lost secret, so it just makes Ninja's life just that a bit more harder than it should be right now. They need to find an opening, they need to find an evening out. Make it a 4v4.
And every second, because of the lack of map control here for the CTs, every second that they wait, just more and more uncertainty, more and more, you know, question marks as to where these teams are going, and they're going absolutely nowhere, waiting for a pick, and that's it. AEM finds the first frag, and that's going to force Slayer to just have a look into that. But he does spot a player, but gets taken out by Massacre.
Ready
He's
to
been
strike.
working his way through the flank the entire time, and now they're going to take Heaven, and there's just no CTs to be found. Goliath Gaming have put themselves in the middle of the line out defense.
Yeah,
Played it out beautifully.
we got thrown for a loop there. I think after losing that first player, none of the responses were adequate enough. At least he's able to recover the AWP and escape into dodge. Doing some honest work here and just saving the AWP, picking off some straggling Goliath players. So keep the economy a bit more healthy. They should be able to buy the next round. Lionheart's max round bonus. Oh, they lost that kill. Oh,
Timing.
Mango. Just being very clinical.
They are going to come and have a look towards his spawn. They do flash him off, so Dara does.
Smooth movement.
The movement.
Dara is known for his agile plays and swift movement, getting himself out of precarious situations and getting himself into favorable ones, just like we saw. 6 kills onto Adam, 4 kills onto Adara, 6 onto Mango, 1 onto Zip, and 7 onto Massacre. Doing well at the moment. Lionheart struggling to get onto the board score-wise and frag-wise. Scout onto the man. I think he's gonna need to or try tag as many as possible to let the pistols finish off that job. Oh, box Molotov, good play for them, but ADM holds -1, sprays him down to his demise. Wipeout gets 2 crazy kills, headshot in the spam to the smoke. Massacre's there to stop the bleed. Adaru as well, they're all coming to the party. And I love how they reacted super quickly to make sure the AKs have not been collected. Mango once again taking out the inside aggressive player. Wipeout left alone. Yeah, I don't know. Where does he go from this point?
Guns blazing through the smoke.
No, guns blazing.
But again, expected on a eco
Yeah.
round like that. Not much invested at all. Couple of D's.
Got dicey.
Got some round loss bonus here on the board. So should be able to get quite a big buy going on the CT side here. Try to put a stop to this terrorist side of Goliath Gaming, which is getting off to quite the start, tools.
A strong start, 6 rounds unanswered from Goliath on the T side, which is the weakest side in my opinion and statistically speaking. But I feel this is one of the only rounds Lionhearts are actually able to get a full buy, full utility in AWP up and Slayer. So perhaps this is where they stop the bleed, perhaps this is where they slowly put up some sort of resistance to this Goliath train. Diver, quick to react. quick on the trigger. But this is an outside pinch. They know exactly where he's going to get traded. Heaven's about to be Molotov right now. They're locked down to the upper side with the man disadvantage. Slayer can't really get into this game, can he? Not able to get his favorable gun at the right time, being flanked by Adam. I foresaw that coming, just too eager to get into that site there. Almost felt they kind of needed a save. But I'm sure they were pretty stressed out about the scoreboard, stressed out about being patient, getting back into this. They haven't won the half just yet, Goliath, so I felt he could have been more patient about this. For me, once it gets to like round 7, 8, you kind of need to make those desperate retakes, those desperate plays to get back into a certain round or the game in itself like they're doing right now. 2 rifles saved, that should net them about the next round, max round, loss bonus. So, a lot to work for Lionheart, but Goliath Gaming sitting pretty, 7th round on the board actually, so this is where they need to take a tack pause, set each other down, give themselves one of those Coach Carter speeches and then move forward.
Yeah, it feels like they're struggling to get any sort of advantage at the beginning of the round. They're always losing a man, or they also haven't had many buy rounds either.
Yeah, exactly. It just feels like they're getting outplayed, and the only way to get yourself out of certain situations from a CT perspective is perfect utility usage. You just block out a whole choke point, a whole part of the map with a smoke or a Molotov. So, it's an upper rush. They've already busted through. Door, there's a player coming through. Mounted the 5-7. Lovely double pistol. 5-7. Reigning Supreme Mango. There to recover. Slays in such low HP. Eventually Massacre finishes them off and he's just down to ninjas. He's got the rifle. The one gun that could save them and help them through a situation like this. Half HP. Massacre drops down to the lower side. Smart decision to make. The path of least resistance, as they would say. Still get a Molotov and a flashbang with them, but so does Ninjas. Kind of needs to make a big play here. They both hurt each other. Massacre knows he's in the vent. Ninjas has no idea where Massacre could potentially be. It feels like if he opens this door, he needs to tap into his manners and closes it. But Massacre, like a shark smelling the blood in the water. Oh, you're gonna knife him. You're gonna do it.
Oh, you
dirty. Like I said, it just feels like they're getting outplayed at every point in this game.
Yep. Nice adjustment there from Massacre. Bit of salt in the wound there at this point. 8-0, get knifed.
Pretty cheeky, man. Again, this just gives them another 3.5. Just give them so much cash. So much dosh.
Pulled that economy.
Yeah. If anything, I feel I don't really know what the money they're sitting on, but I feel most of their players are sitting above $10,000. So much cash. Early round protocol, near the door, smoke the choke point, flash, put a bit of resistance. The CT sort of respond with some Molotovs and utility from themselves. All 5 T players, interesting enough, sitting in the lobby area. Usually you'd have one holding outside, but this does lean into the fact that a burst is about to ensue. Upper breach, perfect utility usage. Wipeout takes out the first, good positioning by him. Contention happening at ramp, 2-prong attack. Very confusing for me. Adoro finds the player through the smoke criminal, gets the bomb, goes down 2v1. This is winnable, just depending on where these next 2 players are. Can't really see in the minimap. At least seems to be he's above Adoru. He's got a lot of time to work with, so I understand why he's trying to look for an opening, look for a gap. It's kind of obvious if he just runs down and plants the lower side here. The CTs have no inkling as to where he is, so he's gonna just play the clock into his favor. Find an unaware CT just like that. Oh, and does he tap him to death? No. Slayer finally coming to the party, finally pulling a stream to the first round there.
But Adaro manages to remove both weapons and still puts the economy of the CT side into question. Yeah, they cannot buy completely. So Goliath Gaming, you can see, have large wealth built behind them after winning 8 successive rounds. So obviously not really short in weaponry. They do have that weakened UMP, so Davo gonna have to put together with his aim, which he's known for, so it shouldn't be too much of an issue. But
if they can take the next 6 rounds, I think they're back in this.
It's tough rush.
It's too fast, it's too robust. Catches Lionheart unawares, but Ripart comes back with kills of his own. 3 in fact. due to a gap in the smoke and mouth, and the man is right hot on their heels, right there to strike when need be.
Yeah, that's a fast, aggressive ramp push, I believe it was. So,
And Zip seems to be aware of it. Maybe a sound cue. They're gonna break down the vent. There's a 2v2, so it could work out for them. They're gonna double push squeaky door. That's the reaction. Clear the upper side. I guess they should know when this door opens.
and it's a double sneaky down the vents as well.
To find a headshot and trade it out.
Both teams
Teamwork.
playing together, and I love that both teams play together like that, and it was
Yeah.
like just a solid 2v2 the whole round. But Ninja able to win it there at the end, picking off Zip. So Lionheart get another round on the board, put a bit more pressure onto the economy. Organized Gaming putting their buys for future rounds here into question. Still drop quite a bit on Massacre, over 12k, but after this, the bank will start to run dry if they cannot put another round on the board. But again, for the CTs, you know, despite winning those 2 rounds, both left to the last man, to the last clutch, to the last moment, to the last minute. Again, slightly weakened weaponry. You saw them take advantage of rushing top there. Will they be able to find that gap again? That said, the top rush was quite dealt with quite swiftly.
Same usual util you've seen Mango do round and round again gets implemented. There's a purpose for it. Lion smokes outside as well, Wipeout. He's been hitting heavy in this half, so he's going to be looking to do a bit more. They're going to play it nice and slow. They're going to play in front of the smokes perhaps. They're right close to the mouth. They're going to burst into Wipeout. They're caught unawares, and I think that's the upper side. Taken? No, Davo still got control of Silo, picks up the first kill, destroyed by Massacre in the face. The man again up on his heels, he's got the run and gun sewing machine gun, but he's on 13 HP. He definitely wished they had a better rifle at that point.
Yeah. Oh, and that's the slightly deeper mouth smoke. Definitely going to be a bit more difficult to just pop through there. Ninja has made his way above heaven. They can slowly eliminate some sort of angles here, but the entry or the points of entry are very limited, and now they're going to support. Ninja needs to take a peek. He does manage to get another player. He's aware where one of them is, but he needs to run, save this gun. And again, that's what the talking point of the CT side has been, is the economy struggles. And that's another nail in the coffin there for Lionheart, as ADM removes that AWP, removes that position to save it. Look at the cash tools, absolutely nothing despite winning 2 consecutive rounds.
Yeah.
Really no cushion of cash to work with, so to speak.
Yeah, and even those 2 consecutive rounds that were winning, right? They just lost too many people.
Both came down to the wire, one last player to refuse, yeah.
So from that perspective, you know, when you look at the future rounds to come, if they could just subsidize that a little, they can scratch themselves at least 5 rounds, give themselves a cushion, as we spoke, moving into the T half. It leaves them some room for error. Wipeout. He's hearing all of this. He's calling it out. Just line smokes, not line smokes outside. Eco smokes outside. Wipeout. They know where he is. Taken down by Daro. Not letting him dance just yet. They've actually forfeited lobby control. I understand the logic behind this. You want to use your rifles in those long range angles, basically outside, wrap around heaven and formulate a plan of attack there. Other side. Window. Expose Massacre. Picking up a kill there. Zip. Lovely headshot there. To Ninjas. Diver. Adam was just too quick on the trigger there. The man just wants to get a shotgun kill and get out of here. Get up that cash dollar. No one's died, so you can't really pick up an AK from Goliath, so you might as well use it or lose it at this point. And in fact, he loses a 10-2 Goliath Gaming to Lionhearts 2. Seems like a lot of the games have costed. It's always been one way on one side, especially on the CT side. It's always felt like it's been one way at that point, or at the very least. Goliath, mammothically 10 rounds on the terrorist side, and Lionheart yet to have a solid, consistent answer to this.
We need an answer now to the solid solution. Oh, that spam through the hut there.
Almost got him. tickles him down to 74 HP, and Adam's already downstairs. He's already by secret.
It's scary. As soon as they start activating on the other side of the map,
They're gonna go ram. Then just good off angle. This is a one and done spot. You get one kill and you get out of there. Not a one done, but a spot with escapability. So he's gonna get one kill potentially and get out of there, depending on the angle.
Oh!
He's exposed themselves to Dinks, Adaru. This is where you really want that AK to favor you. And they've lost so much control. They've lost secret control, they've lost ramp control, and I like this. You put the players in low HP in an OP spot. Catch off all the lurkers. Because they're going to want to retake ramp, so they're going to put pressure on the upper side or outside, and the CT is going to need to look for info, and when they do, he's going to capitalize and punish them. And then just, I think he's doing that right now.
yeah, needs to kill that ramp room. Manuel gets a frag and trades quick and fast, and Wipeout is out of there. Slayer gets another one in the onto Zip. Massacre gets one of his own. Will this flank spot come into play as we discussed? Doesn't seem to be the case just yet.
Then just was the downstairs player, so I'm interested to see where he rotated to. Diver. You must have a feeling there's someone towards lobby. There we go. Then just he's gonna have himself a few kills here potentially, maybe one. Very hard to check this spot considering the
10
time gets
seconds
the first. Oh man, teamwork. You're gonna have to cover the planter. High ground always works. Diver, right time, right place. They did plant behind Silas and Massacre. 1v3 on his hands, getting tagged down. Taken by 3 different angles. Needs to find these headshots. Finds the first and Diver answers back and wins them a 3rd round.
That was great play. Nice fallback from Lionheart there.
Yeah, played very deep
Mm.
and that sort of forced Goliath's hand. And I think that trade in lobby. So the man went for a kill, lost it, and Wipeout
Wipeout
was instantly
trade.
there
Yeah.
for the retrade. So as soon as you got that trade, he was out without an answer. Startled Goliath a little bit, and the numbers started falling from there and forced him to go towards ramp where I think they didn't want to end up. That wasn't their idea, what they had in mind. Especially leaving a door up there with such low HP. Two rounds left of this half. Once again, Lionheart's economy they have a worse about than they had last round. ADM picking up a kill, then Wipeout traded up a diver at the very least. Something they need to keep into consideration. Doesn't really favor the CTs though, it just spreads them more thin, right?
Yep.
Man, I feel like he's had this gun more than a rifle this whole half.
Doing work with it though.
Yeah, honest work. Not much, but it's honest work. Good amount of self to force the man back or forward. Does opt to proceed into the secret room there. Needs to be good for one, but Zip too aware, too wise to it. This flashbang isn't really going to do much, to be honest. Just going to let them know there was a player in mouth. Last scene, and then just has some decisions to make here. Does he go through this door or does he sit right next to it? The door's gonna open the opposite way. Divo picking up a kill there by Vent on Massacre, leaving it to a 3v3, evening out the numbers. Divo, impact player. That's what they needed for him earlier on, but better late than never. That's Doru. It was so quick. Slayer these days to keep it even, keep him to a 2v2. Does he hear where they are? Does he hear where they're going? Upper side, he's on sitting on hut. Planted top. It was a big ruse. It was a big ruse goals.
Doro sold the ruse there for $1 million at least. And we know that there's not a lot of cash on the side of Lionheart just so they did buy it, hook, line, and sinker, but they got a little bit of util yet to retake, but playing it defensively. Oh, Doro gets pre-fired there from Diver, leaving it all up to Zip now.
So he's trying to use the element of
Oh,
surprise
it's going right back.
He's pretty intense now, eh? He's getting a bit hectic.
Yeah, this is the Diver we know and love.
11 kills sitting on Diver, almost breaking even on the KD ratio.
Almost want to say Goliath Gaming looking a bit sloppier towards the end of their T campaign. Definitely not looking as polished or as refined, and
Especially that
set on
2v2
task.
clutch.
Yeah, yeah.
perhaps giving hope to take it away, but finally an AWP onto Slayer. Proper utility on most of the players. Mango stock standard, door take, or door sequence the man. I like how they use these guns in close quarter combat situations. Good gap there for ADM to pick up a shaky leg if need be. When the smoke fades, he's going to have a lovely surprise waiting for him on the left side. Oh! He reacts quick enough. That gun has betrayed the man too many times at this point. They're going to fake ramp perhaps. They know one player still standing. They know Ninjas with the anchor, the ramp anchor. They proceed nonetheless, make even trades and get out of dodge.
Kobe ends it.
Oh, it's a rough way to go, mate. It's a rough way to go. But 11-4, Goliath Gaming take the lead on the T half on their T campaign. Lionheart need to answer back. They need to win the pistol.
It's important.
And they need to convert it after that.
Yeah.
And win the next gun round perhaps. But they only got 5 chances to work with, 5 opportunities. 18 kills onto Massacre. Big work done by him. We did speak about him.
5
His
MVP
impact
stars.
coming into this game. Adaru with 13 kills. So is Mango. So again, even kill spread. And it's more along the lines with the more balanced teams like with ATK and GG. You'll see their kill spread is always very even. And it just comes down to every player doing their part at the right time, at the right place, committing to their role. But ramp progression 5-7 onto ADM. He has armor. Did someone drop it for him? I'm confused.
Someone dropped 5-7 now.
Massacre. He's not missing.
Oh!
He's not missing at all.
The scoreboard.
Exploding all 3 watermelons outside. Daru hitting with the 4th, and it's down to Slayer. Goes to 5-7. If he can get a note. If he can get a note.
Yeah, quick headshots. They're just catching the Lionheart attack, or the offense just not really aware. Perfect timing. Gets through quick, swift headshots, and pretty much ends around there right in his tracks.
So did someone drop him a 5-7?
Someone dropped the brand player 5-7, the rest can play at range, yeah.
It's an interesting
That's the
decision.
thought, yeah. I used to do that a lot. Someone used to drop me P250. I used to get armor myself and then play just somewhere close contact like P250. If they rush you, get an ace.
If they rush you, get an ace.
Plan anyway, and then you get shot in the face and everyone's upset because you lost the armor and the gun.
Yeah, oh man, he tried to surf, he tried to pass the Robs, but taking them all down, Massacre, get him, boy! Spring over there to support the Ninjas. Last man standing. It was just glass. Just normal. Right now they need the star players at Lionheart just to step up a little and just create some openings for the rest of them to come to the party. They need a lead from the front at the moment.
Running out of room at the moment to work with.
And time.
They
And
are
time.
fully investing into this round. The full AK purchase. Quite a bit of util to work with as well. But a greed here on the side of Goliath Gaming, not taking into that back pocket at all.
Yeah, and looking at you look at the scoreboard, they can afford to do this. So even if they lose this round, they can buy the next. They've got MP7s, they're kind of gonna kill, maybe get 2 kills with that MP7. That's money in your back pocket. But full AKs onto Lionheart. Let's just see what they can do. Let's just see how they go about this very important gun round. Maybe delayed smokes outside. I from the last nuke that I saw Goliath play, it seems like Lionheart, I've watched it, that early red molly does sort of make it harder for the land smokes to land, so maybe they're going to go for the late outside smokes, or just contact play it all the way to secret. There's a scout, so I don't think that's going to work without ringing some alarm bells, giving some warnings and information at the end of the day. These smokes aren't deep enough.
Oh,
Good flashbang! Man!
Worked
Suck
up
it
perfectly.
up
Looked
in
like they were doing the
reverse.
same thing there.
They decided to go with Magnus Smokes, and 2 players have dropped and 2 players are sitting in lobby. And Ramp needs to succeed for Lionheart. They need to be able to get through that choke point. I guess they're just taking their time, 30 seconds on the clock, maybe find a lazy CT. Alright, remaining disciplined was one of their setups. Content. Massacre finding himself 2 kills there in mouth, and that's 3k for him. Get up the site. Mango's actually dropped down the vent. It's leading Ninja, the last player alive from that site, and the Kobe blows him into smithereens. That's 14 rounds on the board this campaign for Lionheart. destroyed goals.
Puts a lot of
They're not-
pressure.
They're not finding any room, any space. The trades aren't going their way. The mid-round decisions aren't complementing
It's a
the
full
overall
force here,
goal. It's a full force. Yeah, they want to get no way.
No money left on Slayer. 800,
full
400. This is a full force. This is they're all invested. Is this going to be a top rush or a ramp rush? It's definitely something that's changing up the pace here. Have good idea about the future of the pace. It looks like they are getting inside the side. They managed to pick up the first player, pick up an AK as well. Oh, but the trades are coming in now. The support comes in, and I kind of had a feeling that's how the rush. As long as the molly was there, that's kind of what happens if you don't have a molly to put it out. You kind of enter inside a low HP, and it's kind of an uphill battle.
Two things one thing actually went right for them. Massacre was actually outside with using utility, mollying, nading, etc., which gave them space and mouth to actually operating it through squeaky door.
He was there in time.
But he was then time due to the utility usage from the players anchoring that A side, so complementing each other very well. Communication and coordination and protocols do shift now and then, and it always works out for the better. 15 rounds on the board, Wipeout cares for nobody. Slayer destroying Zip then ramp, beating them up, beating the smoke ninjas, getting his own kill there, and Daru pushing hard possibly. Man, these shots are landing, but it is a 2v3 still. Lionheart still in the lead in this round in terms of the manpower, giving Diver all the space to just walk through upper.
Yeah,
And that gives
all these
the man
space.
space to plant the bomb, yeah. I think they should still go for it considering what round it is, considering how much cash they still have in the bank. Just do what Miles did the other day. Wait until the very end of the actual retake when they start leaving the site and capitalize. Man, go picking up the first kill, then the retake, leaving onto a 2v2. This is still pretty tough. You've got a lot of utility to work with. Perfect Molotov. Perfect Molotov! It's Sizzle Ninjas alive! Goals! Can this happen? Can this happen?
They kept
Oh
them
my
like
God!
that. Is their time? They're on the bomb, and I
They
think
got a
that's
kill.
all
It's
she wrote.
GG.
It's GG. Beautiful
What a
retake there.
retake.
Pin perfect util, and that surprised me even. Light Gaming
I was getting ready for the next round.
convincing fashion, 16-4 on Nuke. Just kind of ran away with it on the T side there. I don't feel like Lionheart gave himself enough of a chance to kind of build the CT side going. You could see they were kind of on the road to recovery there, but again, just no room to work with, and ultimately it just Light Gaming felt like they were in it.
Yeah, it just
Driving
felt,
seat the whole time.
yeah, it's for me, Lionheart didn't really have a footing in this map. They were outplayed, outgunned, and out-aimed majority of the time. And the few rounds that did have a chance was because of Diver. He did his best. He made a very valiant effort. You can see why he's a star player of Lionheart, but that's not enough. They need other players to come to the party. And at the end of the day, they need a proper, solid, sound game plan on that T side. It didn't really feel like they had one, especially in that first gun round. You saw they kind of lingered around waiting for aggression, and when there was no aggression they walked outside ever so slowly. The Pufflas came out to destroy their impact player, the star player Diver there, and for me that was a round over from that point. But they got it to a 3v2, and they still lost that situation. So you could see how hard or how deep they had to dig, and how well refined Goliath were throughout the entire matchup. So commiserations to Lionheart, and congratulations to GG making yet another grand final goals.
Yeah. And for now, that is the next game we're going to be getting into, is the grand final, scheduled to start at 10 o'clock, guys. Don't go anywhere. Go get... It's still waiting. Just got news in my ear from the production team that we are still waiting for the final finalists to be decided, but we are waiting for that match to finish. But it's going to be a good one. Cannot wait. You guys, don't go anywhere. Stay tuned, and we will be back shortly with your grand final to see who will be our Inkosi Week 3 champions. See you soon.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It is time for your grand final, ATK versus Goliath Gaming. We have seen this matchup before. The last matchup was 2-1 to Goliath Gaming, but let's have a look at ATK's new lineup. They've rearranged 2 players. We've seen Daru and Slowey come into the squad. They've bolstered it up. They've got a proper AWP now, consistent one. With heavy frag potential, there's something they've really missed and I think they've needed. But looking at the previous score on Mirage, ATK destroyed Energy Esports 16-6. So this is going to be a best of 3. It's different to the usual best of 1 you have been seeing. Goals?
Yep, and I mean, both teams looking pretty dominant, both finishing off their semi-final opponents by quite a strong finish, 16-6, 16-4 respectively. So
Yep.
again, we lined up for a great match. ATK obviously changing up their lineup considerably. They didn't compete in week 2. They have changed up their lineup quite a bit now in terms of adding Slowey and Daru. But yeah, I mean, I'm looking forward to a good match.
I'm also looking forward to a good match. Considering what map pool they're going to go with, I think that's going to be quite important in this matchup as well. Just to see if they're able to throw spanners, and obviously with 2 new players coming to the squad, that's going to shorten ATK's map pool just that much more compared to Goliath Gaming. So if they can happily find themselves in something like a Mirage, an Inferno, or Dust 2, all 3 maps, that would favour them. But in terms of Goliath Gaming, it's going to come down to the vetoes. If they can win the vetoes, that'll put them in a good footing in the series.
Yeah, agreed. But obviously, with those changes that we discussed, it's obviously going to make the depth of ATK's map pool. Don't necessarily think it would change it or make it bad necessarily, but definitely put it to question. I mean, are those players comfortable with the maps that you're comfortable on? You don't know these things. It's the first official kind of matches. I think first matches at all, really. With these guys. So.
And have they had enough time to actually prepare as a solid map pool, a foundation? Best ones are easy, right? You can just get through those, but the bans are here, so just have a look at them. ATK banning Vertigo, rightly so. Goliath Gaming banning Dust 2. Too much variability there. It generally favours the underdog there. ATK picked Inferno, a map Goliath is strong as an ATK, as R2. Goliath Gaming picked Nuke, a map that they previously won. They felt very comfortable and pretty much led the entire game from ahead against Lionheart there, banning Overpass, Goliath Gaming, and the decider is Mirage, something ATK did win against Energy Esports 16-6, so if they can get to that third, it could be quite a tough game for Goliath Gaming. ATK looking to, finally they haven't qualified yet for this cup, right? But this obviously automatically births them to the league, making the grand final. So
yeah, so even if they win, they qualify, and if they come second, they qualify because Goliath can't qualify. So
okay, so congratulations to them for actually qualifying. But there's much more at stake. There's pride at stake. Is the want to dethrone Goliath Gaming from a triple back-to-back final. ATK looking to pick up the first win of the year, right?
Yeah, for sure, and. Obviously, Goliath Gaming not going to let that go willy-nilly. Definitely going to put up a fight for that. Keep their tournament wins clean. But if there was a team that's going to do it, that's whoever's going to be joining them in the grand finals, which is now ATK. So, players are joining the server. Should be getting off to a start pretty shortly. So, looking forward to this matchup.
Yeah, and we're just considering how rest of the teams are looking. You can kind of gauge what's kind of going to transpire throughout the year with these 2 teams. You kind of automatically place them to be first and second. Majority of all the events going throughout the year. None of the other teams below them can match up to this extent. The only team was above the 5. And they're kind of no more looking at the 2 players going over from above the 5 to ATK, so that's kind of buffs them up, but at the same time nullifies and kind of destroys that entire roster. And the rest of the teams below them, they can barely pick up maps against them in a series, in the best of 3 series. So they got a lot of work to do to catch up to these 2 teams in terms of just the structure, the coordination, because they are fairly new compared to these 2 teams, these 2 rosters. Both of these rosters went over to Dubai to attempt to qualify for the major. Both got thrown spanners, so they're both back home. And at the moment, they're both trying to fight for the crown, the best team in South Africa. And for me, it started a while ago, and it's still continuing to this moment, till this day, till this specific matchup goals.
Yep,
And that's kind of the theme, you know. If you look at all the teams or any of the any of the rosters, you know, if it's not a personal move on your own on your own accord, you know, the team has to move and kind of make some sort of play overseas. And obviously, before you kind of get any opportunity for that to get directly invited or whatever, you need to be stamping your dominance on the local scene. We saw
Yeah.
the first original roster that went, you know, abroad in Bravado Gaming. That was always their goal. It was their goal when, even before both you and I were in and out of the teams. It's always been about, you know, the top 5 players or players making sure that they establish dominance on the local scene so that they are able to not only, I mean, you know, get the support or just, you know, be the guys that are representing us or the next representation. And now with that whole movement of that team eventually filtering through to Cloud9, you know, we have, I mean, through ATK, funny enough, we now have the next in line, the guys that need to now cement their position as so it's quite cool that we've had that turnover period or that turnover phase for South African CS, where we've got guys already going international, and now this allows for the newcomers and the next best and brightest talent to kind of take their shot at that opportunity and have the teams and organizations to get behind them. But first they've got to get the results, they've got to get that win on the server tools.
Agreed. And you know, looking at both of these rosters, both teams have capable players. Both teams have star players. Both teams have players who've been overseas. Funny enough, so they got all the experience. So this should be a cracker matchup. We should see some brilliant individual plays, brilliant team plays, good coordination from both, and some powerful warp shots. I'm interested to see how the matchup is actually going to go between ADM and Slowy on that AWP. Mirage is the last map, and that's where I think Slowy has had most of his best performances, right? And for ADM, you can't really, Inferno's not really that map you kind of rely on that AWP to sort of get you those openings and win you those important rounds. You kind of rely on that AWP just to, you know, hold angles, hold deep, lengthy angles in terms of your terrorists. You're holding up mid, your CTs, like so ever so short. You get at the time frame where you molly down middle, nade down middle, you can only hold middle for so long, and then you're forced to retreat to hold a more passive angle, and then a more passive angle, so it's hard for them to get into it. So it's the CTs relying on their spawns to get those openings is a must, and for the Ts, it's relying on those CT mistakes to capitalize with the open. Again, banana control is going to be a very contentious point in this game. Both teams love to focus on it. We've seen Goliath in the past continuously dominate banana, and waiting to see how ATK will respond to that. A lot of teams opt to actually negate banana completely, just forget about it, just throw one molly and, you know, give it up and then retake it late in late round. Some players are against it, some players are with that sort of train of thought, but only time will tell.
Yeah, and we are getting news that this game is getting ready to start. It should be going live in about a minute or two. So, yeah, Tools, quick predictions. What do you think? It's going to go the full distance?
I think it's going to go the full distance to 3 maps. I do think Goliath will take it narrowly towards the end, 2-1. But again, 2 new players in ATK. We've yet to see what they can actually offer. We didn't really get to see much of them versus Energy of anything at all due to his cost in the previous game. So it's going to be an enlightening experience for everybody. For sure.
For sure, and definitely looking forward to it. I think ATK have definitely brought the fight to Goliath Gaming by picking Inferno.
Yeah, it's one of those maps where every team knows how to play. So picking Inferno, it just signifies and sort of points towards the team not having a proper rounded map pool. You go to Inferno because you know how to play it, and the rest of your team's comfortable on playing it, disregarding what the enemy's sort of stature or standards within their map pool. If they're capable of playing more of Inferno as a part of their map pool, or they're actually good in it, what are the results and stats on it. I mean, you kind of negate that when you are shortened with the map pool. But we are going to see the knife round coming about to see who's going to pick the CT side or the terrorist side. It has less of an importance, this knife round, due to it being a best of 3.
Yep, Goliath do take the knife round there, so we should we should expect them to start on the CT side. They do, in fact, choose to take the CT side. No surprises there, but match is going live. Ladies and gentlemen, we are on the way. This is Map 1 Grand Final, Week 3 of the Inkosi Super Cup. Obviously, build up, leading up to that monthly qualifier, which will cement 2 teams into the Mzansi Super League. So, here we go.
Crystal round. Let's see what they have to offer. What utility do they go for? What strategy are they going to implement?
Quite a bit of util there
Yeah.
on the T side.
Yeah, 4 flashes, 2 smokes. I like it. No P250. Just a smoke and a kit on Zip Zip. Good information there from Mango, jumping across apps just to spot it out. Quick mid take here. Zip Zip's going to take contact at any moment now. Oh, Fady picks off a Mango at the end of apps. They jiggle peeking, and that's the kill. Just to unsettle Goliath that much more. Put a bit of pressure on them to try find a bustle frag. Get it back to a 4v4. They have full banana control, at least, and 3 players sitting in the side. You can see Mango. I mean, Massacre getting gooshed down into 6 HP. He has to retreat. Smart decision by ATK. They're going to just slow it down that much more. Push Adara back to that B side. Forces Massacre to rotate back. A few sound cues. Goliath aren't going to over-rotate just yet.
ATK are changing their direction multiple times, and this has actually worked out very, very well for them to put them in such a good position to win this round. Very difficult positions to hold here. Zip has to worry about so many angles here. ADM obviously needs that support. If he's to hold from the side shade, Zip joins in there, and both players are going to be playing sneaky beaky. They are putting pressure there on the sides, and first, that is the bomber. ADM taking quite a...
Oh!
He gets another frag though.
His teammates, where's his teammates? They're so far away. How's he still alive? His teammates, oh, Tekken gets another one.
What? ADM holds it down, leaves Adaro in a tough position, but
He needs to get this kill before the bomb goes down after a 2v1. And it's just
perfectly
too
played there
much.
from ATK.
Yeah, they got pretty interesting. I mean, Adam surviving for that long inside without being traded. I mean,
Getting multiple
the
shots,
rotator teammates Massacre died before we actually get into play there. Adara was a bit too far away to support Adam that much further, and a good execute coming at ATK. That's so much utility to work with. They played that round perfectly. They did what they needed to do.
I really liked how they played that after they got the first frag. Just calm, cool, collected. Switch 1, switch 2, back, bulk up. Good exec, plan from the start, and win the round.
Agreed. Scott by out of ADM. Trying to pick off any lazy T players. Jiggling a ramp there. A lot of utility brought up in Goliath in terms of smokes and the force buy. That's what kind of you want to do. You want to out-util the T's. For every smoke they throw, you can't smoke with 1. 2 AKs, 3 MAC-10s on ATK. They have a superior weapon buy. No Kriegs in play, it's been nerfed. So nobody wants that thing. It's got a slower fire rate, so it's just not as important and impactful enough. Good flashbang to find information in Banana. Decent nade perhaps?
There's a bit of damage.
Only gets out scot-free. Beautiful play there, good pop flash. They actually put 2, 1 for the bait, and the second one came in and he capitalized on that. 4v5. They're going to play a double CT setup here, just to make sure if they do end up going to B, they can get 1 kill and play a proper retake. And they're taking so much chip damage already. They lost 1 player, Blaze sitting in 51. Most of them gather towards the B side. The exec is coming about right now. Entry fraggers are moving in towards the side there. Beautiful prediction on the boost there. Oh, Massacre still needs to kill into the low HP Blaze. Still a 5v2, they still can win this. The AK's on full HP. So if the trades don't go in favor of Goliath, if the positioning is just too superior from ATK, it's hard to clear someone out family without, you know, a Molotov. But both T players are sitting in bananas. Oh, Zip Zip does get a kill, but the banana player is taken out. 1 leg of the retake has been destroyed, and they can't find these 2 players. And they're sitting in banana. The person with the smoke, oh, no, it's a fake. He holds it, but there's still 1 more. 2v1, Zip Zip, such low HP. Boru in favor to win this, and that's the second round. Goes down to the nail, goes down to the wire. 2-0 ATK.
Yeah, clinical stuff there, managing just keeping it calm and cool and collected there in the banana area, and ultimately double peak together, wide step as well, and they end up just not being able to hold down the sides or protect the diffusers. So beautiful stock stand stuff coming out of ATK there, and put another one on the board, and that was, you know, don't kid yourself. Goliath did invest in that round. So
for me, it just sucked that the only player with a smoke was Mango and a flash, and sitting at bottom T ramp there, so they couldn't really smoke off sort of the left hand side to complete the retake properly. I mean, if you different days, hero takes 2 CT spawn, he smokes out those 2 plays, it makes their lives a lot harder. But full eco for Goliath Gaming. ATK looking to convert their third.
Yeah, and we've seen this move from them before. They don't like to just feed too much away on these sorts of rounds. Just group up together. If the side hits the side, they commit and fight to the death. But if not, just group up, chat about the next round.
I like this boost.
And here comes the information play. They're just going to be going in here just to have a look at what's happening on the sides. And there, the stack should come out, and that's 2 quick kills. They should quickly run around, and now
That's the AK and the Max 10. They get the third. That's a 5v2 at the moment. That's Slowy and Fady left. 2 prominent players. Fady times out. Oh man, it gets worse. It gets worse for ATK. They're gonna get a free kill onto Fady. Oh, he comes back just in time. Lord behold.
and that's a beautiful smoke as well. But there's all going through. They're all going to that side, but Fady is there to hold it down. 2v1 here. Oh, and Adara gets it. He picks up that AK-47, and Fady, despite coming back and pulling off some beautiful heroics there, not enough to hold the round, and that stack worked out perfectly. It looked like an information that play there. I think Miston probably called the site was clean a little bit too early, baiting or prompting his team to come there, and ultimately they ended up going back anyway.
And for me, it's that second player that overcommitted the most. I'm not too sure what the full play was. You could see that no information or control towards the middle of the A apps. Most of the players were sitting around middle and upper B. So it did look like an all-in play, but if they were going to do an all-in play, surely you molly Dark, you molly Family, you molly both CT and Coffin. So
Yeah,
and they were pretty much in between what they wanted to do there, which just gave Goliath time to just capitalize, pick up those 2 guns, rampage, get the third player trying to escape, and ultimately take that round. It was the clean, they had no armor. They'll be kicking themselves after that, but ATK, they do opt to save and buy the next round. Just upgraded pistols here. They've lost banana control. At the same time, they've gained mid control. They've gained brackets control. Slowly sitting in the smoke, just waiting for Sound Cube to swing off.
Oh!
And he does it, picks off, zips up, sitting in the smoke. And that just makes these 2 players alive just that much harder on the A side. They need to anchor down. Good defensive smoke put down by ADM over there. The players rotating in should be able to help out. Adaro almost getting caught up by players sitting close to library. And he's going to sneak through library and try potentially catch him out. It is still a 4v4. So the round is kind of still up in the air. Looking at the positioning here. Just 2 players sitting in the sides here. Fady picking off ADM. Mango able to stay alive. Evan so strong as usual. Then Daru. Good movement to dig him in the face. He had body armor, so that worked in his favor. No aim punch for him. Down to a 2v3, and they're about to get eco. 2v2. Adaro still sitting in low HP. Adaro has the AK and armor. Preston sitting in sight. For me, it's the Pit Massacre's kill here. If you're able to kill the player in Pit, that's a good reset here. This one's wide. Oh, Massacre. Able to pick Mr. Off, and it's down to a 1v1. Still time. Sliss Kirtan wins it beautifully against Daru. What a round coming out of Massacre here.
Yeah,
he has been highlighted as a star player from the previous cast and saving them once more. Zip getting caught out unawares there, and they're going to definitely look to negate that. And that puts so much pressure onto the economy of Goliath Gaming there.
Yeah, but again, just both rounds, both of these save rounds just going so well for the team that's saving and so disadvantaged. So, I mean, both teams just looking a bit sloppy at the start again of this map, both almost losing out on those anti-ecos. I mean, that round came down to the wire. 2 HP on Massacre shouldn't be going to that, with all things considered.
Exactly. Bit of back and forth. Score is 2-2, so even Stevens at the moment. None of them willing to forfeit the third round. And it's not like they're forcing back and forth, right? It's the teams that they kind of assume they're going to lose a round. They buy a few bits and pieces of utility to get the bomb down, and all of a sudden they get 2 kills in their favor, and it just snowballs from there against them. So they're going to have to just both teams tighten up to just put on a better display. But at the moment, full buy, AWP onto ADM. Not too much kit on Zip Zip there, but that's okay for now. Just lacking a flashbang and a grenade, but you got the 2 important pieces, which is the smoke and the Molotov. Yeah, they're gonna get out of there immediately. Yesterday we saw them getting punished. So that was C9, ADM, very wise to slow shenanigans, very aggressive, always trying to push the envelope.
holds the angle, and that's where ADM is one of.
Look at this gap now, left and CT spawn, baby.
Not gonna take it. I would have gone.
Oh, I would have gone
I
too.
saw that.
Listen,
When you
man.
see the other side like that, dude, you gotta go.
But there's a player rotating to library. If he misses the timing and these guys slipping through CT spawn, looking where the bomb is, this is perfectly set up for a CT spawn or a B split if they do end up getting a kill. But they're going to just fake middle and fall off, end up going towards that B side. They have 2 players still sitting on B.
Yeah,
Just
no
a
movement
Molotov
yet.
and a smoke. 50 seconds and they still have a Molotov in the smoke. They have to kind of burst it. If they have no flashes to work with as well. So it has to be a drive peak or something like that, which is, I think, the case. Oh, and that smoke comes out at the perfect time. And Adoro still has a Molotov. He's playing anti-flash in case of a flashbang, but there is none. Oh, they use the smoke to fake a
Oh, it's a
flashbang!
fakey.
Brilliant!
Able to get that molly down. It's a little bit of pressure here, but gets forced out. He's going to be forced to peek. Does he peek? He does. Gets another kill though. Instantly the trade comes out. Family position has been spotted. Bomb needs to go down. Time is ticking. It goes down. And this allows Zip to patiently walk up towards Banana. And once he moves towards that wire, there's no teammates to really support him closely. He needs to win that duel. Take that fight and win the duel. So now, first player gets knocked out. Zip picks him off. Now it's all up to Mr. Sneaking inside this area. Got a lot of work to do. He gets one. Spots the other. One, he comes down. Does quite a bit of damage. Not able to do enough. Some good...
Discipline, retake.
Yep, good retake discipline coming through there.
And almost, you can't really critique Adoro in that sense. They were just playing backstage there to go for that third kill. It was a 5v3? A 5v3 at that point, and he went in for that third play and made it a 4v2. And I think that's a win in my books. If you can get information as to where one player is, slow down the bomb plant, and get a kill, I think that's
And
that's
add
good
pressure,
enough.
yeah.
And add pressure, yeah. It is allowed Zip so much more space and room to actually flank compared to that pistol round where Mango was coming from Banana. There wasn't much pressure, so it gave the players time.
Yeah, so I mean, even to kind of expand on that point, it's like there at the end, is if he doesn't get the kill, it kind of forces a player to look back Banana. It doesn't give Zip the space. You know, it's a different round. So yeah, I think a pivotal push there coming through from Adara and cementing some nice kills there. They got caught off guard.
Indeed.
Recovered nicely.
Oh, that was hard. Gets 2 kills though, and free information at that too. So a gun recovered for 2 lives. Hashtag worth unless that happens. It gets taken down on the rotate, but Adaru's there to trade. I love how they left B and knew exactly what was going on within the round there. Ooh, that was a hard kill for ADM, but picks it up nonetheless. Daru, they left alive. As if he if he gets Daru, then it's on because ADM's sitting on low HP. But that's the 4th round for Goliath Gaming. They survive with 3, which is in my books a tick, a win. They win the round. They survive with 3. The economy is not looking too bad, but 80k they definitely would have wanted a bomb plant there. Let's just see if they're able to get full utility, full weaponry, and what they would like. In my books, an AWP on Slurry. Like, you gotta give the guy an AWP.
Yeah, it's definitely. Again, I mean, now you're sitting with, you know, arguably some of the best AWPers playing against each other in these 2 top teams, so definitely want to see that AWP come out on Slowly. I'm pretty sure it's probably
He's gonna move up
someone's-
there and get a free kill.
He
I love
gets
that.
the shot there. This is going to force the pressure up. This is where he loves. This is where he thrives. He gets 3, and
Keep feeding the monster, the beast that is ADM. Potentially a 4th, no, Slowly quicker on the trigger.
can get the hook there.
Oh, but he's Molotov.
Get out of there, boy!
Gets the AWP due to low HP. 4v2. It's not impossible due to the split from GG to A to B, but we do see the rotations coming in at the moment.
And the info
that
getting
bulk
Banana.
smoke. They can throw a flash over, which is about to happen, and he jumps out bulk. That could catch him in a wave. I like this. It's the gamble it had to make, but it doesn't work out, Mango. Why is it
Close,
to win?
though. They must be aware of this player's position, have an idea of where those pop flashes come from, they throw them themselves, so a lot of respect being given here.
Yeah, no, exactly where Blaze is. Good flashbang, but he still predicts the spray down. Not a good flashbang, actually. I take that back. He's gonna play them like a fiddle, but these 2 in pit. Strong
Oh, that
there.
was a strange jump, but I hope he comes through.
Zip Zip can't give his life away. 19 seconds on the board here. Blaze has
Nah,
to,
he's
yeah,
limit.
he's forced to, and the rotator's already there, so he's definitely lost this round. Nice round though, killing Mango.
Zip
Just doing more damage to the economy. Zip did well staying in, but staying alive.
makes himself big, yeah. Hard to find. Hard to kill, hard to open up the round. But I mean, you said it wasn't. It was it was definitely possible to take it, and they pushed it again down to the wire. Came down to the last player. So good job there from 8K. Not able to quite cross the line. Pushes them onto a little bit of a weaker buy. Full Beagles.
Yeah, some bits and pieces of utility. I like this buy. Very conservative. Deco buys have been very potent with him. We've seen him win an eco like this. So it just comes down to, okay, what to say. Glove making mistakes, but Eddie and picking up the first kill there. And just slow in middle with an AVP. Beautiful nade onto Miston as well, and Banana. He's sitting by logs. So he's pushing the envelope. He's pushing the limits. It's a little bit just going beautiful flashbang. He definitely gets a double.
Missed him.
I was about to
Destroys
say,
them.
it comes out of mistakes from Goliath, and that's exactly what they needed. Zip gets a free kill here through the smoke. It's possible, but now 4v3 retake.
Guns in pocket.
Oh, this Molotov. That doesn't really land. This kill backstage was important. And now, I think a call for the save. I definitely call for the save at this point in time. That was audacious on Mr. 4v3 retake. Considering the two players with the Eagles, one has no armor, one has and Doris and low HP, it is doable. There's a Molotov and Eddie him. If he puts that in, there's no one in family actually. So at least they clear it out. No! They don't clear it out because someone just jumped there. This retake is possible. They have two smokes left, but Daru.
His own confidence, of course, been given. Yeah. Gets the job done.
Gets all the players killed. Blunder and banana area from
Yep.
Massacre and Daru there.
Over aggressing too much. They smelt blood in the water there towards the sandbags area, and Mister just absolutely punishes them, and ultimately not able to get any value out of that banana take, especially against that save round. I question the call there, question the understanding of what's happening in the economy. Obviously, perhaps didn't expect the save.
For me, they definitely had to expect the save there, but it just comes down to how they took banana there. They did well to actually capture the whole choke point, but they didn't need to move down that actual choke point. You know, you can sort of passively take banana. They've done it in the past. You take banana. You just wait for the T's to regress there. Whereas they went down the choke point, the footsteps were there, the call for a flashbang, missed some steps, got two lovely dig shots, open up that B side. But this is a force back from Goliath. He's looking at the economic stage here. I think it was a force back. He's going to be aggressive. Yeah, I like this play. This is when you kind of want to be aggressive, when you know it's a gun round. And, you know, it kind of is the play because you're sitting with no real weaponry utility. So you need to take those risks, but that was unnecessary. Individual plays coming out of Massacre, and Zip Zip gets taken out, and immediately just counterproductive to what they sort of started with. But 1v3, Doris, I think he's looking to just save this, moving into the next round. You see Massacre, which is very eager to pick up that AK and boiler, which just costed him his life.
Yep. And that's what you got to expect, especially when Slowy's on the opposing team. He's going to come look for you, he's going to come find you, he's going to come fetch you.
I think I gave him an AVP.
Yep.
Did he buy it though? I think he bought it. He's gonna maybe.
And they broke.
Broke, but we're on a boat. Slowly.
Yeah, Dara needs to save this
Some
rifle.
impact.
He will be able to. Maybe they can try and make it work next round, but 80k tightening things up here. 4 rounds already on their T side, and starting to work a bit of a problem for Nodwin Gaming, especially with the economy considered.
Tuck balls coming out of 80k. I think they're just trying to reassess the situation. Let's just figure out what kind of buy Goliath potentially could put out and what strategy they could implement against that. Very rare you see attack balls come out around that you just won, but I feel it's the safer option. It's the more clear and more logical option. If you don't have an idea of what the CT's economy state is, you kind of want to take attack pause and just reassess. And
No, definitely.
use this utility count, press tab, look how many died each round, and just try go through the motions of how many people saved X round and
Yeah,
figure it
make
out.
a better
Especially-
guess. Make a better guess. Give your leader a better
Yeah.
call to make. and ultimately everybody just gets on board with the strat, makes things smoother, makes things easier.
I feel it's what a lot of the lower teams just don't take into account.
I mean, we haven't seen one pause yet, and now we're seeing the first pause in the first 9 rounds of the first map.
That speaks to my comment even more. So we definitely look to beat that smoke middle. I like this boost here on the left hand side of middle. They're gonna go a bit forward.
This is risky
They're
business.
looking for something. Oh, but now they know. Now they know. Get out, get out, get out. Slowy. Lucky to be alive. Grateful to be alive. Still a 5v5. 21 seconds on the clock. And now they're going to go back to B. They've realized the AK is at A. So potentially they want to go put pressure at B. Force the AKs to rotate and go back to the A side. But we don't know just yet. For me, they should probably just make a gamble here. Goliath Gaming, just stack the B side like they're doing right now, actually. They need to get deep into the site. There's no point to over-rotating it on. Actually being in the site to hold it due to utility uses that's about to come out. So this player needs to move into site. They're going to opt for a boost though. They're going to move very slowly, and I'm very sure they're going to clear boost.
Yep. Peaked out. 2 days had already crossed. It was a little bit too late. Too little, too late. ADM gonna try to be sneaky, but he gets spammed with smoke. And if you heard him, oh, but he gets the shot off. 30 seconds.
Ooh, Slowy and Blaze were low, so if he got out, it was possible. Prawn tweak there. You know, like I was saying, it's no good leaning or stacking towards the B side if no one's going to actually play within it. They try to contest when the T's were running in with the flashbang. Unfortunately, it went behind, missed him, and he was able to take out the actual AK player going through the smoke with the pistol. So nice attempt by Goliath game, but 80k was it to it, and picking up another round, 5-5.
Evans, Stevens, some would say. Goliath Gaming got slightly weakened weapon here. You can see they favored that util, so they want to make this banana control work. Blaze single-handedly bringing that to a halt with that molly. Oof, was it a spam shot through the wall?
That was the grenade.
Grenade.
Patient play by both teams, yeah.
I love how ATK are just negate, just completely leaving that banana and kind of winning it from that perspective. They've been pretty victorious, I'd say, in that area of the map. Another mountain of damage done onto ADM as well. So these chip sets of damage that ATK are doing again, even further down to Adara as well.
No, and we did see it again. Sinister 5. The useful usage was pretty perfect. Molly into put just to move Mango out, but he's still got a smoke. I think he's going to reposition back to ditch. Fady most definitely heard that tick of damage onto Mango. ADM just clearing out long. Little they don't know, they're actually walking onto short. They're right then and there. They're going to isolate the player in pit inside. I mean, Mango getting taken up. Such a pivotal moment. Slowly taking out Zip Zip in the spot of rotation, and it seems like ATK are playing this run quite perfectly. They're playing nice and slow and methodical. They don't give away any sound cues till they're right up upon the enemy.
Yeah, no, that's like a slow, fast, slow burst push kind of approach. I'm enjoying it.
I just felt like Mango needed vision towards short there, either a jump stop or something. You can't really let them get that close to pounce upon your A anchor and your rotator, in my opinion. 5.
Nah, for sure. Weak part of the triangle there for sure.
Yeah.
Probably going to need to shift that setup up. I think they've been playing it every single round, so they're definitely either going to have to just double duty pit or...
Yeah, and you can see what they try to do there. That Molly was to try bait out Mango's actual smoke that he normally throws. So Mango held on to it, and him holding on to it just gave them vision to walk up that short lane. And when by the time he got back, there was a few seconds where he could have got info, but then he obviously chose not to. But then it's too late, right? You already have a 5v3 on that A site, and the trades didn't really go in their favor at all. There were actually no trades, in fact. So just 6 rounds on the board. ATK mounting up quite a nice T-half, a methodical, well thought out, logical T-half. One AWP onto ADM. He's now looked to have some impact in this. He's soloing B perhaps? I'm not too sure. Indeed he is. Oh man, the fake flash got him. Someone has to... Oh man, I'll explain that a bit later, but he got caught by the fake flash. You normally throw one flash to bait out the peek or the shot, and then the fake flash to actually peek on, and he peeked on the fake flash, which blinded him. He
Call it
looked at
fraud
it
flash.
actually. Oh dear. Oh no.
And that allows for the stack to kind of inevitably take place because you kind of just skate away from the AWP and don't expect him to rotate that quickly. So A does seem to be the position that the T's want to hit. And they've negated that banana control. Not really sure what to do, but the time is ticking. The util though, quite a bit to work with. So if they do manage to pull all the way back, they will have enough to execute.
They have
Here
enough
it comes.
utility to execute on the side. If Adam can get one kill and then the play for the retake, it's possible. But it comes down to that one kill and European utility usage. Oh, he does get that one kill. If he gets the second, it's definitely over. But staying alive with 3 is the most important thing they can do right now. 80k, there's someone standing in 3! Oh man, we saw Watson do this last night with the 3k. Oh, you already
He
was!
Gets shredded out. Fairly quick on ADM though. Gets
On
the pick.
15 HP. Lovely work there.
Mango.
Slowly, last man alive. 1v3. He's sitting his first orange. Gets destroyed by the fruit of
Was
Mango.
that too greedy from the player tree? Missed him.
He either needed to exercise a lot of. So he was in the middle once again. You either need to exercise maximum trigger discipline and wait for that second player to actually come about. But he got spooked due to the player backstage just jiggle peeking back and forth. So he felt compelled to shoot, and as that happened, it opened the gates for Guard Game to actually steal this round away from them. Well done
For
to them.
nothing as well.
Yeah.
For free.
Yeah, pretty much. Double AWP into GG, 80k. Definitely felt hard done by that round, so they're going to look to bounce back and try take back the lead once more. It is the CT side at Naps or Goliath, still sitting in hot water.
Yeah, for sure. And you can see Live Gaming have decided to not put too much focus on that banana control, as they have been every single round prior to this. But they've been able to at least. Pop flash coming through to clear it off. You can see the amount of util that's being used to take this. I would be interested to see if they decide to retake it. It does look like they're going to do that, tools.
I like the idea. They're changing up how they actually sort of roll around in that banana, that beast. Like their previous rounds, they were aggressive. This round, they're passive with the top wall take. But how position, the lovely shot there. Almost felt Mr. was too close to the breach point there at that point. But there's also again. I was about to say if Dora repeats, he's dead because there's an AWP there. He does repeat without using neutral, and that leaves Massive on the side for long. Good defensive smoke, but he needs to stay alive. Just a couple of more seconds for the rotate to come in, and while that's happening, the bomb hasn't moved anywhere. The definitive play isn't really there. You have to deal with these two players just lurking close to Banana. That's a wise choice to actually not. Slowly picks him off, trying to retreat back to Coffins. Just leaves one man defending the site. They're going to pull the bomb back to that B site as they've noticed it's open. The B anchor is dead. Massacre. ADM waiting for sound cues to capitalize on. Mango still hasn't left that A site. Still hasn't left bulk because there's no information.
Well, they
just
put that body down.
gets tagged, gets killed in fact. And ADM puts it back to a 3v3. There's no smoke for CT and Zip Zip. It's taken up by Doro. Mango is coming in hot and heavy. He's got the utility to work with.
Yeah, but a quick
Destroyed.
aggressive peek there from Fady, well timed. Picks off the support player in Mango.
See that fancy going on. Adam
Oh shit!
Blaze
Woo!
takes him up. Not 7 rounds on the board for ATK. Goliath Gaming once again struggling. No utility left for this round, I think. I mean, they're going to have a wishy-washy buy. They're going to have the rifles, but the utility is the most important part, especially considering if the banana players want to take banana or if they'll forfeit it. Interested to see where they're going to place that AWP, even maybe towards the B side. Just to make sure they don't use too much. And because they don't have much, so the rifles, they have double AVP. So this is okay. Adara sacrificing utility and getting weaponry. Adam, desperate place towards apps, mollied out to his retreat. Decent setup at B. How it works is Dora's going to take the first shot there, but half 4 and Massacre's going to come in with the support. Crazy grenade. further damage onto ADM. Felt that grenade could have been placed better to defer the damage onto ADM. Zips playing on the ducky with an arm. Oh, lovely kill there from ADM. On the beauty there, and the lovely flash. All that betrays Zip once more. Down to a 4v4. 2 players in A, 2 players in B. The rotation is coming in from that B side. And all 4 players just linger around middle, waiting for sound cues, waiting for a decision or a definitive call to be made.
Let you hear that pop flash, you know that CTs are clearing out areas that are going to smoke off. Where was that actually? Off into?
That was towards apps, that smoke.
Okay,
But
oh
you
yeah,
see,
yeah,
is
yeah,
the
okay, that
AWPA
was.
holding... Oh, so the AWPA was actually holding that long lane, but it's a rifle. Oh, Mango reads the smoke, puts it down at the right time, at the right place there. Trades are happening inside, 3 players, hot and heavy on the side. Fady with the lovely 2K there, ADM last one left on the side there, he needs to land one more shot, one more kill to give his teammate opportunity. He does get one. Adoru is ready there for the smoke and motor, just makes his life harder, there's no gap to exploit either. 1 HP on Fady.
Yeah,
Living in a
loads of
thread.
work.
One player sitting in big actually. Or if he spams in. He's trying his best to spam him. He's just not getting it.
No, and he picks the time to peek, and Fady does loads of work there. Picks them apart.
Yeah, Fady coming out of both there was big. He knew how Mango liked to play in pit, so he waited a bit for Mango to take contact onto side. He peeked bolt. He made a perfect trade onto Mango on that bike. It seems like ATK has GG's number in terms of this half. 8 rounds on the board, so they have won the half. In fact, last round of the half, GG gonna have to force by AK and Spawn. Just drop their winning lead. So we get more than an AVP. The scout best him. Crazy shot.
Recovered though.
And it's hard because one, you have an AWP and you're posting and you're like, sick, I got this angle, anyone peeks this angle, they die. But with the scout, you have that movement speed, right? So you can almost do a drive-by headshot, which I think Adam did do. I call it drive-by start to step. You use max velocity, as you stop, you take a shot. And that velocity sort of carries you through. Gives you that slight advantage ADM capitalized on. But it's a 4v5 at the moment. The weaponry is still superior for ATK, as well as the utility.
Yeah, minute left on the clock. Wealth of utility. They can just see they're playing this entire half with a very defensive and almost wary posture, and it's worked out beautifully for them so far.
I felt this play has been done before, so Adoro at least gets out the flashbang. Does half blind that player, forces them back, but the call should be made and Adoro should retreat back at any moment now. 3 players on this A side. They've been struggling here quite a bit. Oh, right time, right place. Fady destroys ADM and Zip. The brace is short. That's sort of the right reaction in my opinion. Fady gets another kill onto Zip. Doing so much work here. He's sitting at 18 frags, 19 frags at the moment. 1v3, Massacre has no kit, so time is of the essence.
And ATK take the half, 9-6 there. Started off a bit slow, but the general approach to the whole T side ended up being pretty much exactly what counted Live Gaming. I mean, you can definitely see they've done some work on them. Felt like a lot of plays were, a lot of set plays were designed specifically to isolate and kind of pull out reaction and rotations from Live Gaming, and ultimately dominated the T half their tools.
Indeed, it felt like ATK were making the right decisions in mid-round. That's where they were winning most of their battles. Very slow, very methodical, and it comes down to a game of patience where they exercised the majority of it in comparison to Goliath Gaming. So 9-6 is the half. ATK are in the lead on the CT side. Double flash kit brought up into Mistum. A lot of util on Goliath Gaming actually. Full kit onto Adam, double flash molly into Mango. This looks like an elaborate play, elaborate strat, and designed from a team. So let's just see if it works or not, actually. 4 players at A, 1 player at B, or 2 players at B, both sitting at family, in fact. 1 boosted on family, and 1 playing second orange. Oh, Mango picking up a lazy blaze and Ash there. Fady's gonna let the push down and try get a trade, but he gets goosed to his death. And I think it's gonna fall apart, but they're still gonna go back B after getting 2 kills at A.
I think you can give it some time at least. Fancy. Oh, they're netting the boost.
Still so much time on the clock, so they're not really gonna go back to B. Waiting for more aggression coming out of the CTs, and they're kind of making a gamble at the moment. If they go A, we lose. If they go B, we have a chance to win this. So a full exec does come out. Perfect Molotov. Actually, not perfect because he's sitting above here. The spot is limiting, so I think that's why it's bad. It's limiting in that fact. You can't. You need a rifle there. You need a automatic gun in that
clutch
position.
down. Yeah. Anchor mode.
Yeah, because once you miss that first shot, you stuck in a crouched position on high ground where everybody can see you, and you're the first thing they see to shoot. So, yeah, I thought it was good until I saw that.
Yeah, it's all up to Mr. now. 1v4 if he wants to put this pistol on the raid for his team, but Live Gaming get a double peek, gonna take the fight to him. That's 7 for them. Take the pistol round. Can they convert? As we saw a sloppy start in terms of eco rounds at the beginning of the half, so let's see if Live Gaming specifically in this instance have neatened up in that regard.
No, it is going to be full eco for ATK, 4 Mac 10s on Goliath Gaming and 1 Galleon, and they know very well that there's a full eco round coming out of ATK. 1 player missed him, just trying to look for some pot shots, some dinklage. Banana. And it's nothing for his efforts. Let's see how important this round is to Goliath Gaming. No room for error. All 5 players at that A side. Missed him left B, put a bit of pressure on and rotated off, so I think that was the idea behind that. Bit of resistance at B, go towards A. See how it plays out for the boys. But for me, the fact that they have 4 Mac 10s, they kind of just need to send 1 into a site and just fish out information. The usual way.
That's the way I remember it being. It was always like if you get into this like Mexican standoff position where nothing's really happened at this point, like you got to just commit one guy.
Send in a Mac 10 just to scout it out.
Yeah, and they're leaving this round very late, and at the moment they are scouting towards Banana. There we go. There goes the wing. They are going to look, see if it's stacked. This should call the rotation. It's more than enough time, and a lot of respect given by Goliath Gaming here, and ultimately they do the right thing. They posture themselves to set up for this B site. Bombs in on the way. They're going to just kind of cut off the rotations at a distance.
And I like how they... No, I don't want to say that because they're playing in isolation, but it's a Mac 10. I'm going to into it anyway. I like how GG up sort of position in this map. 2 guys at bottom mid and 1 guy far apps just to make sure they can't sort of push forward. And the Mac 10 is flanking from CT spawn. They want to get them eeks. You're going to get them eeks. Mango picking up his first eek. 2 more ways.
Is that an eco kill?
Yeah, it's an eco kill.
Whoa. Kobe.
Oh, the money! All the money.
Yeah. Some confidence too, Mango. Getting a little bit of a kick in your step there. Multiple frags, lots of bucks in the bank. Drops some naked 47.
Yeah. Looking at the kill distribution, yeah.
Oh, this looks greedy, Tools. This looks greedy. Keeping all the Mac 10s and a galley, not one single AK. But it is against a weakened Famas and M4 by.
In future, I wouldn't say in future, but normally you would do that when you have the round advantage, when you're playing from in front. When you're playing from behind, you kind of buy everything you kind of need to win that specific round because it's that much more important. But a full banana take, maybe a B burst will come out, looking at the posture on the map. But they have full B control, perhaps a B burst is about to come into play. Counter util to be 1 player sitting at coffins, 1 player sitting first orange. 1 flash could destroy both these players, so that's why often you see people playing anti-flash at coffins. We're gonna smoke just yet. The burst comes through. Flash didn't really hit Mango. Full vision. I mean Blaze. Full vision. Still taking these fights. The player first orange is down and the site has been taken. The lurk has been killed from behind. Slow with a quick flank onto Daru. Oh. IBM.
That was so
He needed to win
aggressive.
Oh, there's a flashbang. If he's gonna flash possibly for Zip Zip,
Molly gonna come through.
he's gonna sit in the smoke. I like this play. He'll bump into the smoke and he gets a free frag. 2v1 Blaze. First ADM and Massacre. Both players are sitting on low HP, no kits, so this is a bit too hard.
I'm sticking.
Get out of the boy. Get out of the boy. Oh!
Blaze puts them both to bed.
I mean, that's worst case scenario. I think they got the best of that situation with Blaze getting 2 kills, surviving, even picking up an M4.
No, for sure.
So I think they maybe still go. I mean, have a look at their financial stage. Maybe they can go for a buy. Otherwise, they forfeit the lead, and I don't think that's what they want to do. It comes down to the IGL actually, just to make that decision. Do we forfeit the lead for a stronger buy in the next round? There we go. They have made that decision. They do understand that they need proper utility and proper weaponry to mount up a formidable defense versus Goliath Gaming. So they've just opted to just have a few upgraded pistols.
Yeah,
Far behind them.
aggression.
Oh, they attempted mid-aggression, but
Yeah,
the
they
grenades
cancelled
got the better of them. Oh, Daru gets taken further down to 42 HP. Don't really have much to work with ATK. Good grenade from Mango, just to make sure no one's sitting in boiler Fady. He's got an armor, so this could work out for him. And as that happened, Daru jumped out to set up for mid-take. That's a free gun, it's a free kill, it's a 4v5, man advantage, and Daru, as I say that, gives it up. Where are the 2 rifles? One rifle's at B in the form of Blaze, and one's at A. So where do Goliath opt to? Oh, Matt Gamble from ATK. Oh no, Massacre sitting in a lovely lurk spot there. Picks up the player, pushing to the smoke. That wasn't the play for me. It's free information, but at the same time, it's a gamble because you've lost information because of your own top banana smoke, right? But they're going back to B. They're going back to where the stack is. 3v3 onto this B side. They've even got a player boosted up. They got 1 smoke only, so Blaze has to be taken out. Blaze is the control advantage. And the boost works. Almost gets a 2k. Yeah, it does so. Daru left alive in a 1v3. Blunder.
Yeah.
Blunder.
He is running out of time here. They are just gonna pressure him. Nope, he doesn't. They thought he wasn't gonna commit to it.
Jiggled out information. Well played by
instant
ATK.
reaction from ATK there. Beautiful stuff. Good gamble. Goliath Gaming walk right into it. Looked like they wanted to look for a bit of information on the other side of the map, and just suddenly there was some sort of call, some sort of change where they just committed to it. And brilliant work from Blaze there. It feels like for the first time where you not getting kills actually just cements your position in the round. Like you just baited them in there the whole time. Eventually when they make that trade, or don't even actually make that trade, ultimately commit to the site because the time's too little too late. And
It's felt like they didn't have enough information to go towards A due to Mango dying in apps, and they didn't really opt to retake apps, so they probably felt Fady's flanking them. I just sort of all into that B site and didn't really check their angles, ran the wrong pathing, and ultimately lost the round.
ADM spots to play sandbags, gonna call in for some util. There comes the nades, the mollies. They are putting pressure, but there comes the smoke.
But base that enough, but that should be easily a call for them, knowing that there's actually 3 players defending this A start. So much utility, so much counter utility at that mid control. As you can see, the brackets established from Goliath Gaming already. Rotation should be coming out at any moment now. As you can see, a player sprinting from A to B.
Yeah.
And that's enough pressure in middle, right? Now they can actually go back to B and either execute or do a full burst. If they execute, actually they can't really execute. ATK still have a molly and a flash left, a player on boost, so it will be pretty hard. So I think the best decision here is to go for a burst into that B side, considering Blaze is sitting in the middle of nowhere with an AWP to net that first frag. So a flash is pretty important Can't really jiggle without it. And he's sitting in an off angle. And that molly's perfectly timed. Just want to fall back. And the rotation to be there just in time. He's going to sit in dark. Player on boost. Player on boost has been there quite a few times. So I do think they're going to go for a slow exec and definitely clean this out. A further molly to slow down the retake. The fourth player is rotating over to the B side. 20 seconds left. The mountain's getting steeper and steeper for ATK. Potentially Blazer spotted out. Gets a kill there. The boost player gets pre-aimed by Zip Zip. Slow, he's going to push the smoke. Potentially. Off the flash. Did they hear him?
They should have heard him.
I don't think that there was so much chaos there. They're hearing him reload there. He's going to kill him. But it's a crossfire. That's the problem. That was the problem there, Slowy. 1v3.
And the smoke's not done yet. Fady, so perhaps need to give Fady a little bit more time to work with them, but I think that's very fresh and blue. Now, doing a lot of damage through that smoke, but taking quite a bit as well. And Goliath Gaming just like that, steal around back from ADK. And again, you said that they had used that spot boost, and even though Blaze gets the frag at the back of the site, the boost does nothing, and they get 2 quick trade frags, and Goliath Gaming put a 10th on the board. Even Steven's here again, 10 to 10 as we move into round 21 here. The first half, first map of the week, third week of the.
Agreed. It's weird because in a position like that, right, he's on boost, and it's not necessarily that he played on boost 3 rounds in a row or 3 consecutive rounds that they won. It's the fact that different people have. So they haven't really communicated, hey, I've played on boost twice in a row, maybe you shouldn't play there for the 3rd time. Or change up their setup, or play double CT where they won't expect the boost. But it was pretty obvious for me that there was a player on boost, so that pre-aim came just in time and puts the scores to 10-10. Bit of a stop there to the game, or tech issue they're trying to resolve. Looking at the kill feature, Zip Zip sitting on 9. ADM just doing the Lord's work, sitting on 26 kills, but scoreboard's gone. Don't have that Macross memory.
Yep.
So 10-10 is the scoreline. So again, it is a pretty close game. You can see why these two teams are head to head. You can still see why these two teams were the ones to go over to Dubai, because they are the best in the country at the moment. And I think with the addition of Slow and Doru, it's sort of supplemented them a bit more. We can see Slowy making a few plays here and there. You can see he still needs a few more weeks just to sort of gradually fit him in. Do some work. You know, put him in the right spots, put him in the right roles, and just sort of integrate him into ATK's protocols. Slowy has played for Goliath in the past, so he does know a few things about them, but a lot has changed since then. And that AWP, we haven't seen much of it come out of Slowy, I'd say.
Yeah,
but the one time he pulled out, you got to kill on, you got to frag onto a Dara at CT spawn there off the trade. So
another time
it did come into play. It was impactful. But
sure, and I think that's at the end of the day, you're gonna need to get into that comfortable zone. Slowy's used to, you know, being an absolute performer on the team where it's like, you know, it's all in or nothing.
Yeah.
He's gonna have to, like we spoke about the work that they're gonna need to do, the depth that they're gonna need to get into from a tactical perspective as a team. But for you as an individual, before you're willing to go for those plays or even to know your limits, you know, it's a different dynamic completely. He's in a different team lines with players that, like you say, have played internationally, have played with some of the best in the country in the past. So at the end of the day, that's a different way for them to look at Slowy, and obviously for Slowy to look at them. And there's just an example, obviously Daru, just a bit less experienced, a bit younger of a player, but easier to craft and kind of put him and mold him into place. But with that said, I mean, I think 2 great additions, and you can see here that it's going to be an intense season of CSGO. Not even just between these 2 teams, but all the other teams as well. It's looking to be a good competitive year.
Yeah, last year was a good competitive year.
Definitely one of the best. I think the best we've had in terms of, you know, the top echelons or tiers of CS. I don't think we've had that many teams ever win different lands or different events or different tournaments.
And the history, right? In general, right? I haven't been there since day one, but I've been there close to day one, and I can definitely say there hasn't been so much inconsistency with first places, and in general.
Yeah, for the longest time, it was always a dispute between one, if that, 2 dogs. But I mean, yeah, we are.
This is the gun round. Blaze already taking some chip damage with some grenades. ATK are going to move up. Goliath are going to move up into the middle. I was about to say that's a free kill for Slowy. They're going to wrap around immediately. They're going to run into the rotator. In fact, run into Slowy's AWP. If they do choose to go through the choke point, decide to retreat to a halt and pause a little bit and reassess their decisions and reassess the situation. That's the first step. We need to re-establish banana control. At the same time, the CTs are reclaiming mid control, so
Oh, big nades.
man, he's just getting naded. And all that damage is from HUs, really.
But look at the rotations it's pulling already.
This could work, just looking at how they're rotating back to the A side. They're leaving one player there in form of Massacre. He has one smoke left. So I'm assuming he's going to throw a lurk smoke there. And he's going to hit that A side. As to how, that's unsure. But Miston has eyes trained onto middle. You know how important it's been. He's been doing a lot of work here for ATK. They're going to move straight through short. They've got down top, and there are 3 guys moving through the choke point. Fady destroys ADM there. Coming through apps, Miston stuck on the side here. Destroyed by Daru! Still have to worry about Fady.
Fady's speaking about 70% loss, but he got that first frag. Could see it glitch a little bit. I should have noticed it from his end, but sweet take. Without getting on in position here. Fady's putting a lot of pressure on him. Massacre not able to get it. At least he does though. But sights has already been taken and there wasn't enough cover provided. Mango clutches. It gets 2 kills quickly. The AWP comes out and the pistol comes out and slowly catches him off guard. He just double jumps. Not too sure what happened there, but it's getting down to the wire, man. What a game. It's coming down to the wire every single time, and that puts ATK in the lead 11 to 10 now. Pauses are coming through again. Some more technical difficulties. It seems like our friends over there in Cape Town are having some trouble, both Massacre and Fady experiencing some packet loss there.
Yeah, that clutch was pretty close. I saw what Maga tried to do there. He tried to just take a different point of contact and a point of elevation. They're trying to jump on that bike, give himself a better fight. He was in low HP, so it was one of the only plays I'd say he not only play could have made. It's one of the options he chose to go with there. That does net 80k, 11 rounds on the board. But again, came down to a 1v1, so the economy isn't looking too shabby for 80k off the back of that win. Goliath Gaming, on the other hand, they got the bomb down. They're going to force up into it. Understand that the pressure is on them at the moment, and break the economy. You catch up with 2 free rounds, right?
Yep. Does look like we are getting ready to go here.
Yeah, just looking at the kill feature, ADM sitting on 26 kills, so he's pretty much doing the most for their team. He's just, getting those kills here and there, the multi-kills, important kills.
Those all frags, yeah.
Those all frags as well. So he just needs the rest of them just to catch up and, take that torch and move along with it. Take that baton and move forward. Finish what he has started. Standard banana control coming out from both teams. This is the contest, the battle of banana. Happening most of the times. He gets caught unawares. Adara was too quick. Adara was just too quick for him. All that smoothment gives away the AWP. Danger man. Still recoverable though. Considering Goliath. Okay, well I don't know anymore. Mango taking out Fady. Fady has done that before. He has pushed apps off a regress when the man had disadvantage. So he kind of did want to capitalize that and get that 4v4 back in it. But now they're stuck in a situation where ATK has to make a gamble, and if it pays off, that's the gamble ATK have to make. Miston individually going for a pick. I felt Miston had to be more passive, and the 2 B players had to be aggressive on B. That was, for me, the only option they could have done about it. It's important. It's not realistic to think Miston gets a 5k there, because that's what it was, 5v1 in that side.
Yeah.
So you had to turtle a little bit and let the 2 B players push it up. I mean, Daru had a sewing machine gun. Surely that's something you want to be aggressive with. Now saving it going to the next round, you kind of want to give it to the next player.
And there's no money tools.
Yeah. But it's good that they're saving these 2 guns to give them a chance. But
no, agreed. But I'm saying hypothetically, if you take a step back, though, you would, especially when the first frag gets lost, you kind of want to. If so, basically, what I'm kind of think you're saying is, instead of Fady potentially pushing there earlier, if you have a submachine gun, you get push banana and get some more info there. And then obviously, I mean, Fady had a submachine gun as well, probably why he pushed.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, just not enough info gathered, not enough positional support there coming in through for ATK, and again neck in neck 11-11.
And there's more risk trying to take apps and regressing apps than just trying to reclaim not even deep banana, just top banana, because they had flashes to work with. So it's in that situation, yes, 4v5. Okay, where do we find the man advantage back? Is it Banana? Is it Apps? Apps pretty risky. There's no one there to help with the trade. Surely it's Banana with the pop flash. Even if they're not there, you can rotate a player back off and bolster that A side just to make it a bit stronger. But it is a full save coming out of 80k. Considering 3 people with Uz and 2 people saved the previous round.
Yeah, it's the same, yeah.
Now we have the A stack, we have the mid stack here. So mid control comes out of Goliath Gaming. It could get dangerous and dicey. Oh, the flash wasn't good enough. An 80 wrist of a young boy.
Little click drag from the left to the right.
Oh, Dory.
Couple of taps, good night.
It's a dangerous place, buddy.
It is, but it's
If
where
you
he
get a
needs to
kill
play
and
with
get
this,
out.
this type
If you
of
can
gun.
get 2 kills and get out, that's gravy. That's gravy.
So have a look. Oh, he gets the
First one.
expecting the trade.
Even if he falls back, I think it's okay. Nah.
Yeah, he's there across the angle, but are expecting it. Side Goliath Gaming, and unfortunately, it's a very tall order. You got to get into those close quarter combats with that gun, otherwise you got no real chance. Yeah, you can land a good headshot from a distance there with that gun, but it's incredibly difficult to kind of follow through and convert that kill most of the time anyway, well, in my experience. Pretty bad though.
Goliath finally about to take the lead. First ATK. It has been a grueling battle. It's been very back and forth, round for round, tit for toe. Fine. I think ATK maybe have money to buy next round, and Goliath Gaming. Was that 2 rounds in a row that they won?
Yeah. First time in a while. It's been back and forth.
Yeah, they
First
haven't been
one I
able to
remember.
string rounds together, which is why the economic state was in shabby. So finally, stringing 2 rounds together should actually allow you to buy on that 4th one if you do lose that 3rd. So they got that going for them. Blaze able to save his armor, utility, rifle, and has a kit in him. So again, like I mentioned before, it gives them a chance in this round, but it's going to come down to how they use those bits and pieces of utility. They're going to go for the force spy, slowy. Oh no. It's a shame. You kind of want the AWP on the CT side, just to be able to get those entry kills. Slowy, in past times has been able to get, just to ease the pressure on the rest of the defense.
Yeah, out of control.
Oh, they're going to do 2 rounds of banana control, 2 phases of banana control. The first molly baits out their kit, and then you re-molly banana and you retake it back. That's if they allow them to get close enough. Very sketchy that the bomb is that close towards contact. There's that pot of 3 wrecks that pot of 2, that's the bomb gone, and that's the round gone, I'm afraid. Good flash coming on to Fady, but no kill. Didn't really wide swing there. Slowy was there to support them in case they did swing out Boiler. But I like the readjustment. I like how they take high ground here. This is one of the rare spots a lot of teams don't use. It negates the Molotov. They know where he is now, so, and they've heard the smoke from Fady. They're holding middle strong. They're going to make that call, and for me, that sort of signals them heading towards that B side. If you're going to hold middle strong and you're going to keep resisting, that just makes sure, that just sort of signifies that there's only 2 players on this B
Yeah,
side.
no,
You have to
100%.
hold it strong. But there is a 3rd player rotating over.
It's
He's
a
going to be the
beautiful
just in time.
reaction from ATK
Yeah.
as well. They held the ground in the middle.
They're
They
reading each
fallen
other
back.
quite nicely. They're reading each other quite nicely.
They are. That's, yeah. That's pretty much it. And it looks like ATK are making the better read here. For sure, they've got 2 players on their B bomb side. We really know the burst is coming through. One goes down, 2 goes down. It's an absolute massacre. Pop burst was the name of the game. It's all up to Mango now. But the bomb is in the hands of Doro. He's sitting at orange, just sitting pretty, waiting for that support to come through.
12 seconds left on the clock.
Not enough time yet.
Definitely
They'll
not
make a
enough time.
move.
You almost
They're
want to
getting out.
save
They're
here.
going to try to save, but they're getting
Getting killed off
pinched
the
as well. This could be a disaster. If Fady peeks after time, this could absolutely decimate Goliath Gaming and the economy. Does hear them both coming down towards Banana. They are hiding safe. Goliath Gaming fell apart there. And it all came down to that push and pull mechanic you were speaking about there, Fady, and I'm not sure who it was there on the roof, but they just held it down perfectly. He stood their ground, committed with the util battle, and ultimately it forced Goliath Gaming's hand, and just not quick enough. Ultimately, Goliath Gaming, if they had reacted, they had a small window where they bought some time, but just not fast enough, and they stacked the side.
And just to supplement that, there was no CT smoke which forced Massacre to peek CT before he cleared sight, before he could actually run the usual pathing. So they just made their lives a bit harder.
Also, talk about knowing, reading each other, whatever, for the first time. ATK never played on the boost, never played CT, so all the players were already rotated in the side. So again, I mean, double up there on your point, I guess.
12-12, neck and neck. These two teams, none of them willing to give up the towel. None of them willing to give up the lead. It's tooth and nail at this point. What an apps regress? No, it's a regress into Ducky.
Ooh.
Little love. There!
Oh.
Snowy! His shenanigans pay off for 2 kills. Loses his life, all his efforts, but just leaves an isolated player in sight. They're going to smoke off mid-side there just to isolate people to be able to take that duel, but Fady with the
Gets him from
crazy
balcony.
tap through that
Yeah.
small... What do you call that? I don't know. I mean, that needs to be called something.
Little balustrade thing.
Balustrade thing, what are we going to call it that? It was just between the truck and the thingy, the
Oh,
wall there. So to pick
that's
that
not a
up.
bad. That's not a balustrade thing.
Oh, Dory wiser to Massacre's plays. Destroys him in spawn. Now it's just down to Mango. And they kind of needed a bomb plant in this round. They didn't get a bomb plant last round. They didn't get a bomb plant this round. So yeah, next round is going to be pretty dicey for them. If they decide to force it up, that could spell the end of this map if they force it out next round. And if they do force it up next round, they kind of got to win. Because if they lose that next round, it goes straight to 14-12. And I'm afraid it's a lot to ask. It has been done before, but just looking how things have transpired throughout this half specifically, Goliath just you're coughing up a few kills here and there, and aren't really aware of these specific small regresses.
Yeah,
that,
I think
that,
HK.
that kill from Slowy, that should have been watched, right? That smoke is in there. We know, by that little. What do you call that?
Yeah, just
crates that you can just jump up and get a kill there. The
crush.
player in Boiler couldn't do anything because that smoke.
He was
actually
busy
negates
sitting
it.
up, and he couldn't even help them. He was
Yeah.
too busy worried about getting spammed through the smoke there. So just disruption after disruption.
Yeah, but good game sense of slow to capitalize on that. Good instincts too. Now they do decide to not really force into this. Oh, slowly doesn't get caught off. It's Fady, in fact, this time. Adora not playing any games. Second time in a row, he's just been relentless with his approach into apps, out Boiler. Now they have mid control, right? Now they can actually play with the rotations, but they don't have much utility to do that.
Yeah.
Oh, that's information. The flash is not coming in the peak.
Oh, but they get blind from their support flash. Even trade though, the pressure's being put on the side. How can Fady deal with it? Well is the answer. Gotta go for the wide peak, gets punished though, but slowly chimes in with another frag. 3v1 now. It's all on Adaro. Fast rotations are coming in. Needs to make a play off the smoke here if he has any chance. Oh, that's it. Wide peaks.
Too many, man.
And a small window there to get a double headshot. In the best case scenario, but at the end of the day, ATK swarming around the bomb site here, putting a 14th on the board. This is their map pick, and they're showing why.
2 rounds in the lead. That bomb plant was so crucial, it was so important for them to actually net up a buy this round. 80k, firmly in the lead by 2 rounds.
Yeah.
I mean, they're reading mid rounds quite nicely. I'd have to say that. The individuals are playing the right way, especially the rotators. I mean, if you get the rotators doing the right job, if you get the rotators reading the game well, it's going to go well for you. Missed him, does an audacious peek down middle without any support really, and that's the second player almost getting taken down, the form of Slowy, and that's almost, I'd say, A control, and the flashbang pushes them further back into the A side. Fady doing lovely work there onto Ash, into Mango, he's been winning that dual clutch quite a lot recently. Fady's still in pit. Down to a 2v3. Rotations are coming in, but they're about to be locked up with smokes. Post plant should commence at any moment now. So I like the pace that Goliath went at in that specific moment, and it was based off the capitalization off the peak down middle from Miston.
I was gonna say it was more of a reaction there, yeah.
Yeah. And yeah, again, do you really throw in that kind of play? Especially at this moment
I
in
like
the
it.
game.
I mean, look, you've been making really good reads. It's not like they've been struggling at all.
Especially considering how well Fade's playing on the sites. I don't mind drawing them in or playing it as is.
Yeah.
But I like the change up because you put the pressure up already onto Goliath Gaming and ultimately go peek down middle. If he gets that kill, I'm telling you now, it gets into the mentality and that round pans out very, very differently.
I just feel even if Mistim gets that kill, right, he gets traded, and the support player will feel compelled to actually support Mistim there. And you know what I mean? The dominoes effect from there. So I do get both perspective, and at the end of the day, every day that round changes.
I think, but based on how well they've been playing, I don't think it was necessary.
Yeah.
I don't think you needed to do that. I just think that the expectation of that coming out when you are under pressure is not that much. That's where it could be left unguarded or punished.
And the round before that, I spoke to how, you know, brilliantly ATK have been playing the mid round, so throwing in a spanner like that, trying to potentially close the game a bit too early. But let's just see how this round unfolds. Banana control. I mean, it's been contested back and forth, but no one really has established it. Kind of a Mexican standoff at this point. I like the double boiler setup.
Surely they know that they're both close.
Yeah, he was trying to sort of... Oh, I like this, but there's a player on the right-hand side in the cubby! Does he go for both kills? He does!
Nice,
He gets
oh my God.
Insane! But there we go, slow, he's there to trade from behind, but there's no one inside. If they get the smoke down into Moto...
Oh, he takes the...
Hectic. That's all I can say, hectic. All the back of Adara's aggression. And he was doing time and time again. I felt like in that situation, maybe they commit further, maybe they commit longer towards that setup and boiler. Because as soon as I left boiler, Adara had the right timing to capitalize on both. Perfect flashbang to actually push off the support player who's helping the guy in the duck. Both got deleted by crazy plays.
Beautiful pop flash middle though.
Yeah, that pop flash was the one. Was the winner. And now
Was it just a one or was it a double?
It was a single
Just one.
flashbang.
The,
Yeah.
the boiler flash.
Over the roof. So it was like, okay, the guy under. Wait, was it?
No, the guy from the you can throw it from.
The guy threw the flash over the wall.
Yeah,
It blinded the player next to Ducky. Didn't necessarily blind the player and Ducky.
It did. Got him.
Did it?
Because he wasn't reacting for quite a while.
Alright,
I
then.
think he was forced into that corner, whether he was fully blind or not. I think his teammates said, "I'm out. Can't really help you, bro. You're on your own." And he was like, well, I'm tucked in the corner." But as Zadara tried to get aggressive because he heard both those nades, I think that's where it all started.
Because the double netted across towards.
Yeah. That's where it all started kind of unraveling. All the information was gathered there at that point. I just don't think they were aware that Zadara was so close and heard that, picked it up.
It'd be like that sometimes, girls. It'd be like that.
It'd be like that. It's a hard knock life.
14-14 scoreline. No banana control established by either team. Looks like they want to just head up straight middle. And there's two players on this A side. Perhaps a straight burst into short. It really is. But the third player is there at the right time. The Molotov does come down. It's going to slow down this play. Oh, they catch him. What utility now of this hand start. There's still a play inside. And there's still a play in goal. How does this work out? The player pushes into bulk. Daru. I think there's a movement trying to hold him out there. But now it's a 5v2. These two players feel compelled to actually go for this. They don't want to fight for match point. They don't want that at all.
But money is again in the dumps. So at this point,
The logical, smart choice?
save.
There we go.
What goals do? Not that.
Guys, I'm going in, flash me.
yeah, that's my save, dude.
At least it's two AKs. They got a bit of utility left on them, so I can still fight for OT. I think.
I
Yeah,
think-
can still fight for OT. And
Judging
considering
on-
they won 2 rounds before that. No, they won 2 rounds before that. They lost 2 rounds before that. And the door is on the hunt. That was important. Oh, Zip actually trades Blaze out, and he's on the trail of Daru, or Blaze, Daru. Oh no! The money's in shambles. That was important.
Yeah, and you could just see the Goliath Gaming economy is really, really strong. They've won the last few rounds. There's only 1 round left, so the call gets made, hunt them down, and puts, as you
look at
say,
that.
pots and pans in the hands of
30.
ATK.
30
Yeah,
onto
ADM's
ADM.
playing out of his mind, and Fady's actually not far behind him. I think these two players significantly outperforming that of the teammates, but obviously team game and they only got there because of the brilliant flashes and support coming through, of course. But 30 is up, and it's a tag. No, it looked like. Oh, he peeks again, and ADM takes his head off.
Classic slow repeats.
You see,
It's
that's
punished.
Yep.
It's tough. But again, he has a scout versus an AK. I can see why he felt compelled, like he wanted to take it. That's the flash we spoke about earlier. But missed him just sitting in apps.
Again, very aggressive setup, complementary to the guns that they've got.
Oh, Mango wins the fight into Mister.
Oh, and look how quick that pace is. They just immediately get into the side. Massacre, of course, pressured in Banana, gets one, but gives away an AK. Fady able to pick up an AK of his own. Now it's on 2v3. Bomb is down. So, and it's currently. Oh, this makes it difficult now.
There's still a flash into, a kid onto play, so it could work out. There's a smoke. I think that's smoke. No, where does that go? The smoke of pit. Oh, hard run and 80 32 kills.
And that's a wrap.
That's a wrap. GG, Nodwin Gaming take the first map versus 80k. Very tight map, in fact. It went down to the wire, as close as it actually can get. 80k, they had some moments of brilliance there, but so did GG. I felt like when they changed their approach mid-round, when they changed their approach to actually attack early round from mid-round.
Yeah, I feel like it's snowballed from that point.
That sort of didn't play into their favor, didn't play into the game style. Fady's the type of player that capitalizes on enemies' mistakes, right? So let him do that. Let him.
And
do
he was
what
doing
he's
that
best.
the whole
Exactly.
game.
And it's very, you sort of put more on his shoulders when you put him in a 4v5 situation. And in the turn of ADM, he was too aware for any shenanigans. The push down middle, the apps pushes, etc.
He was collecting
the banana
skulls.
push. He was collecting skulls, and especially in eco rounds, he picked up a majority of all those EEX goals. But
Yep. Agreed. But I mean, that's it for map one. That was the pick of 80k. So now we are heading over to Nuke. This is the map pick of Nodwin Gaming. Guys, don't go anywhere. This is your grand finals. This is your week 3. And we'll be back soon. Don't go anywhere.
stay put.
Welcome back.
Kika.
Welcome back, guys. We are here on map 2. This is Glide Gaming's pick. This is Nuke. We saw them kind of display earlier. Well, look from the score lines at least that this is definitely their playing ground. And this is where ATK find themselves mounting their comeback. Home ground of Nuke.
Indeed, and we saw previously Glide Gaming playing Lionheart on Nuke, and it didn't look too pretty for Lionheart. Glide Gaming looked too clean, too clinical, and just a better team on that map. But this is a different opposition. This is a different beast. This is ATK. Do they mount this comeback? Do they take it to third, or will Goliath put the pin in it right now, right here? Only time will tell, ladies and gentlemen. Only time will tell.
Yep, and if you look at it, the third map is looking like quite a strong pick for ATK based on the results that we've seen. So I don't think Goliath Gaming will want to let it go there. We've seen them close to Contest Mirage before against a very similar lineup. So I think closing it now would be ideal for your current champs. But
ATK, they need a W under their belt. They need to get a... I mean, it's too early to ask for it since, you know, the 2 additions probably only joined this week. So, I mean, you kind of riding on the honeymoon phase at that point. We saw Slowy just going pretty wild in certain situations. They're finding little cracks, finding gaps to make himself some lovely kills just to
you
put
can
his
see
team
he's
some
got
miles
some
ahead.
he's got some knowledge of the team though. You could see that
Yeah.
he was picking some nice gaps.
Yeah. And also just Fade, if he can carry on with his performance, just lead by example, lead from the front and pick up those kills and just allow Miston to do his job and clean up towards the end. I mean, that's their strength really. They open up with Fading, they close out with Miston. You know, you're in between players, get frags here and there. If you can get Slowy to now and then get a multi-kill, they could be back into this series. On the side of Goliath, Adam's looking very strong at the moment. He's hitting majority of his shots. He's calling quite well. I'd say from time to time there's a few blunders, but that could come down to coordination. And end of the day, it's a team game. Everyone has to be their own captain and in a squad like this. So both teams going head to head on Nuke. Very interesting map. Very CT sided. So who's getting the CT side here? We saw Goliath start on the CT side, so perhaps they start on the T side.
Knife round.
Did the knife round for this though?
I imagine so.
Ooh, yeah. Okay. Okay. Lovely car park.
Quite
Well designed.
designed. Not a packed shopping centre, which is what we like to see during times like these. People are essential services only.
Essential services.
I
That car
saw-
park was empty.
In the previous camera angle, there was a beautiful board and scientific diagram there, and if you actually looked at the graph, those people had beaten the curve.
They completely dissected that curve. They got it down to the T. They found the cure. They got all the antibodies.
You're gonna nuke the coronavirus. That's the answer.
You can't beat it, you blow it up. Just a few players jumping into the server. All
Readying
about
up
to
now.
ready up. And we saw Massacre had a big performance the previous game on Nuke, right? He went pretty huge. He had a lot of frags and he made a lot of correct plays. Inferno didn't really go his way. He wasn't having a good time there. So he's now looked up to step up his performance. And so on the other hand, so will Blaze. He obviously, you know, I'd say get himself into the game. You don't see him making a lot of highlight frags, important frags here and there, but it's not impactful enough for them to get him through a half, win the half or the series in general, or the map. So he kind of needs to step up a little in his point of view. He is one of the most experienced players on the server as well, and on the squad of ATKs. They brought in 2 new players, so he's got to actually lead by example as well from that point of view.
Yep. Knife round.
Daru, yeah, we can't really ask much of him. We haven't seen much of him in terms of his career, so we don't know what his ceiling is, what his cap is. So for me, he's sort of the X factor player in this matchup, as well as Mango. You'd say for Goliath, he's the X factor player in that regard.
Yeah, I would say the comparisons. Yeah, pretty good. I mean,
Do they stab you?
young. Yeah, this is a stabby stab. Obviously, we have discussed the tactics at length. I believe tools run us through them. There's 2: the Wall of China.
The Wall of China and the Zulu Bullhorn. Which one did they pick?
This looks like a little bit of a mix and match between the 2.
Look how there is rotating around.
Ring around the rosies. A sudden change of pace here,
Oh man.
but
this is
goes one way.
knife round. They don't even give the players time to celebrate their knife win. Just immediately just straight into the matchup, straight into warm up, waiting for the
Beautiful.
players to get
Final.
ready.
Go live, says the admin. Almighty powerful admin.
Yeah,
Live
and
we shall go.
Again, credit to So Strong for providing a platform for the players to jam on us. It's been very clean, very efficient, very
The
effective.
servers are good too.
Yeah, smooth servers as well. Fady did complain about 70 loss, but I'm
Cape
pretty sure
Town
that's
internet.
down to routing and on his end. Yeah, Durban, dude. It's rough.
He's Durban.
Yeah, I was in Durban, Fady. And Mistum and Blaze. 3 of those players are actually from Durban. Represent 031.
031 to the head.
031.
Shut up. But
Back into serious business here. The second map is starting.
do see a little bit of U-turn on slow here. And it does look to be a flush ramp push. Fetty running out with his knife first, but the 5-7 stack was the plan. But players quickly deal with that threat, and they're going to swiftly take this downstairs bomb site. Both players have dropped. Calls should be made. All the players should be rotating downstairs. Massacre gets around the back, but missed him. He's holding it, but Zip spots him
So
out.
where?
Doro trying to get a couple shots through the smoke, not connecting with anything though. Doro waiting for this grab player to peek. He does get the better of Zip. Now it's all up to Doro. Eventually gets spammed through the smoke with Blaze. Quick pistol round and quick start from ATK. 1-0 as they begin the T campaign.
And for me, that's the problem with that specific strategy. One player going ramp quite aggressive, no potential to trade, and could get overwhelmed like he did it there. And if you don't land your shots, you're pretty doomed. So, first round on the board for ATK. Force fire from Goliath Gaming, got shotguns, scouts, and 5-7s. Some digs, a bitten piece of utility to just stop the rush. Early round protocol as usual. And
Ooh, some shotguns.
shotties. Yeah, potentially you would paste that shotgun on Hut, but Adara's got the 5-7, so he's playing a ramp, close quarters. I guess this could work. Nope, gets taken up by the Macton, and that's the ramp open. Oh, imagine he gets a collapse there. But 4v4, good positioning over here, almost whiffs over there. On the ADM, recovers quite nicely with that spray control. Doru takes control of control room, but Mango takes control of his face. Back to a 3v3. No kits just yet. There's no kit at all, so I'm wondering the pace they're gonna take this. At least they found their one players. There's 2 more to actually look for. Mango gonna get tagged down, trying to get through that window, finished off plus 80. One more player left in the form of Adaru. Oh, there's a player pushing up on his left-hand side in the form Blaze. Blaze going to take him out at any moment now. Will he allow him to actually save this 5-7? Oh, Adoro. Did he hear him? Blaze has to push forward, so can Adoro net this kill? Oh man, that nade almost got him. There's where he is though. Empties his clip, reloads. A tactical teabag. No teabag.
It was definitely a teabag, but we don't want to talk about it too much.
Second round on the board for ATK. Got a bit dicey, but they recovered quite nicely towards the end. The Mactons doing big work there, collecting some kills and some money. Full save.
Throwing a word. Thricely.
Oh, this is gonna be an outside Shambok. 2 flashes. Freddy falls down, that's when the flash comes.
He's flying a lot of bullets flying, but manages to correct his aim somewhat. Mango eventually gets the kill though, but fast. Downstairs crawl. Swift and decisive, like what I'm seeing here. ATK starting off strong here on the T side.
AK picked up for their troubles.
Yeah, it's a good, good gun to conserve into the next round.
That's a bind, if anything.
Has to be.
That's the ATK coach. Spray, right?
Yeah.
Spray, yeah. From Israel, no?
Yep, that is correct. Helped the form 8K roster quite a bit, heard good things. It's clearly had quite an impact here for the side of 8K, especially with this new roster, with these new touches. So, powerful start here for them, but now the buy round has come into play. We don't see an AWP on the side of 8K.
ADM opting for the glass cannon. Understands the value of that gun. Keep at a distance and you can't really get traded, but it just comes down to positioning at the end of the day.
Very quick outside control taken by 8K here. Massacre.
No
still
second
watch.
smoke, so there's a gap, so it just feels weird. They're gonna, yeah, I was about to say, they can't really go towards secret, so they opt for a boost onto red.
They need to take the fight.
ADM, I think he's playing around heaven or under CT. Good flash just to bait out some space, and that's a free kill. And ADM onto Miston. You need smokes to be able to cross that, especially considering it is the buy round. So you must expect an AWP. ADM is going to reposition towards ramp. Zipzip has forfeited ramp control, in fact, and therefore forfeits secret control. So if this van player dies, it gets stuck. There's only one player on the site, and Zipzip, right place, right down, deletes Slowy, 2v5. Mango. He's on the lower side for Blaze. And Daru. Left alone.
Left little options here, and this does feel like the right decision. It's the only real best they have, but Massacre deals with that quickly. Adara as well gets upgraded.
It's a flawless gun run. All 5 players alive, so that should bolster their money moving forward. 80k.
For sure.
Gonna look to bounce back. So even if they do manage to win this round, it wouldn't be a complete reset. They're gonna offer an eco, considering the rounds that they did win was, I wouldn't say narrow, but they lost a few numbers there, so wouldn't be able to get out the full bar, the weaponry, and the utility. Especially when you want an AWP on Slowy to compete with the ADM outside side. A lot of pressure being put on in the side. Stock standard aggression, and it looks like it's going to be an up fade.
So before Sweeto with the first one, and now he's going to get caught unawares. He's in that 1-on-1 spot. Quick rotation. ADM manages to kill an over aggressive Minston, obviously trying to catch the early frags. Mango already downstairs. The opponents, and Blaze picks him off and gets the 47 as well. Immediately gets the bomb down too. Slowy gets another frag as well. Suddenly it's a 2v2 now.
Bomb has been planted.
Oh,
The timing. It's perfectly, but Slowy able to kill off ADM. So now 1v1 here.
Bomb has been defused.
Bomb has been tapped. I didn't even hear it. I didn't even know it was on the bomb. Massacre takes the duel as well.
Yeah, I didn't hear that bomb either. It's mostly due to just maybe that spam he got into the player coming out the door
As
there,
he-
Massacre. As he got the spam killed, he defused.
yeah.
You can't really hear it due to the commotion, so I understand why I went for the straight defuse, and that just puts a massive dent into Goliath's economy, but at the same time, ATK are able to muster up a buy. They win this, they put GG onto an eco, so that's what they'll be looking to
Oh,
do
they
this
put
round.
themselves in such a good position to take a commanding lead here, tools.
Yeah. Outside smokes have been deployed. Massacre just controlling the information outside, controlling the situation in general, controlling the zone.
And
Just
again,
debates out Util, Fady, sitting right on top of Massacre. You can see the shadow if you're under. What a flash.
unable to
Massacre
convert, so
very low HP at that, gets flanked, but Daru. And it's down to a 2v4.
needed to get out there, had very little options, and again, both lobby players just left with no real control at all.
If Mango goes down, it becomes very hard for Zip Zip. He's got a shotgun, so the multi-kill aspect is a bit hard at distance. So how do they play this out? One player ramp, 2 players on upper, and 1 player bobbing between the 2 pods. I'm going to opt to go towards ramp. It's Zip Zip setting with 2 HP actually. Oh, gets
Oof.
pushed. Puts down the Molotov, but they're going to beat it, I feel. They're gonna wait it out. Doubling back to upper against the Doru shotgun. This kill is important. The Doru doesn't find that kill, the side becomes open, but the doors comes out, and that should be the signal, that should be the warning, that should be the call that they're going upper, and they finish off the round 3-3. GGF bounced back.
Yeah, evened up the scores and I think put a bit of pressure onto the economy of 80k. They should be sitting with, if not a 4-spy or quite a bit of pistols and util, but they have got a nice spawn here as well.
It feels like they haven't really gone to the option of just executing outside of the line smokes and gotten your players
they
down
have,
and
but
then
it keeps on
going
getting
back to ramp.
The Mass keeps on throwing this molly that denies that smoke.
But yeah, I felt if Lionheart sort of obviously figured out that that's happening, I'm sure they should have found out. Just to be able to delay the smokes, then you do it, then you send a player down, you go back to ramp, you push the player off ramp, you have secret control, ramp control, you can either finish up on the upper side, finish on the upper side, play around with the rotation, that's too easy for Adoru. I'm actually waiting to get the upper side flashback. Everybody's home, everyone's coming to the party. Mango with the crazy double kill. Adoru. Stock standard approach to the upper side. He is the anchor. And support is Mango. Massacre the last one to come to the jaw. And that's 4-3. How many players died then for Goliath? None?
No, they definitely had a loss. I think it was just 1 or 2. I think only 1 player actually.
Alright, still no AWP on ATK. And the few rounds that I did see them go outside, they didn't really do their smokes properly, right? And they had a gap. So in that situation, that's where you need the AWP to take a tool versus another AWP or to make a trade. The AKs, there's no Krieg, so it just becomes a lot harder for the Ts at this moment. You'll see a general trend, a general meta shift towards CTs winning a bit more rounds than usual due to that nerf in particular.
Slowing things down on 80k, kind of bringing a little bit of the Inferno-esque approach here, just feeling things out and not really committing to anything off the bat. Any of these stock standard controls, you can see that again, just chose not to go with the outside smoke. Oh, again, the pop flash peak, but gets punished or traded.
All-time smoke. ADM. See, I feel this is the position you play in a 5v4 or 5v5, although Slowy, that's just, it's a free kill for ADM. Yeah, I was about to say, that's the spot you play in a 5v5 way, because now you're kind of too spread out. You have a guy it's so deep into CT spawn, so if your individuals lose their duels, there's no option for recovery. So it just comes down to trusting your players, hitting their shots and making the right decisions.
Yeah, and it only makes sense if the player comes and you get the frag, let alone if they don't. Then you're just stuck all the way in CT spawn for nothing.
It's a common spot, but then again, I said it's down to, you gotta have 5 CTs in the field because this.
Ooh.
That was dirty. That was dirty. Does he have the bomb? No. 18 seconds on the clock. At this point now, I was about to say he goes back to CT spawn before he drop down and pick up that AWP for the next round for Slowy. Still a lot of eco damage, I'll give him that, and he definitely will go back to CT spawn, potentially pick up the AWP. It's too far away.
Too far away.
It's not quick enough. No bolt legs. That's the 5th round underboard for Goliath Gaming 80k. Need to just find a way to get back into this. It is a CT startup map, so I think they're okay and they aren't too stressed or too rattled with their 3 rounds. They're definitely looking to get more, but right now they should be just taking it easy, staying composed, staying chill, letting the game come to them, forcing mistakes out of Goliath Gaming. Semi buy some upgraded deagles, some body armor, so it's okay for now. Missed him. Definitely wanted to try find a pick onto the play in mouth, but the molly negates that. 2 players sitting at ramp, so this is quite a nice setup considering a few rounds back they've been losing ramp control. Missed him. Best.
Gets another one as well.
Unbelievable. On half HP, that's opened up the A side wide, that's pulled off rotators from the ramp setup, and that forces Zip to actually push ramp. The upper side is open, but they're taking their time, which is giving them CTs time to resettle and just figure out better positioning onto this A side. Zip, does he move forward? There's a lot of utility to stop the bomb plant though, so they got that going for them at least, GG. But ATK have the man advantage, the number advantage, HP
Beautiful
advantage
nade.
at this point in time. I think they're going to still take their time considering Massacre's still waiting to the smoke. Missed them best, zip. Just these low HPs.
Yeah, incredible round from Miston. It just walks into top and really abuses the fact that
Yeah, that doesn't, you rarely see that happening. And it just come down to him reading the round right, reading the positions of Goliath Gaming and picking the right time and opportunity to capitalize, and he found space. And I felt after getting that first kill right, he was in 50 HP. That second kill, it's quite, I didn't really see how he got that. Whether the player was pulling out utility! That's a blunder.
they've definitely paid the ultimate price
That's
there.
the ultimate price. The one the round though, so a win's a win. A W is a W.
But they need to convert this round tools.
They have to, otherwise they're back into an eco. Unless they get the bomb down.
But so do Goliath Gaming. I mean, their also economy's finally been put to the test here. So they lose all 5 gents. It's going to be a tough time next round, but there goes a molly. Never mind. We rich.
Rich! Oh, you're waiting for days. Ooh, top burst coming
First
out.
person expecting a
Actually,
Utah.
gonna post multi burst. Oh, missing the shot there slowly. Usually he hits those. 2 HP. Now spam through the vent. Oh, further
Ooh, that
damage onto the
nade.
rest of the players.
What was that in ramp? It
was
was
in
molly
lobby, I
down as
think.
well.
Should be aware that there's an AWP player getting caught unawares. Reloading.
Just past his molly. But ADM with the recovery frag there.
Doru just waiting for someone to capitalize on the players dropping down vent. So there's 2 players down. He's called 1 player's dropped. And
Up.
there's another one down here. A Doru taking out the lurker indoor. Picks up the smoke as well. It's Fady almost with this transfer.
That was an impressive flick.
That was an impressive flick. Slow. Has the AWP, so HP doesn't really matter. You
He's in a
can't
tough
miss your
spot,
shot.
man.
Oh, that
the
grenade. This is a tough spot. 3 players versus 2 players. Oh, these flashbangs are too strong. Blaze lost one left alive towards the ramp. He's got utility to work with. Got a Molotov. There's a smoke. ADM's gonna put him in the bomb. Actually throwing him. So if he finishes this off with the Molotov, that nade.
Stolen from ADK again. Night Gaming tried to do the smart thing and stick together as they breach there onto the side. Perhaps left themselves with a little too little time, really. But ATK snatched that one away, and just as we spoke about it, the Light Gaming economy is looking to be in a tough position, and full purchases, full guns, full rifles coming out here from ATK.
Zip getting picked off front there was pretty big. It just gave them so much space to work with. Just put the team in a difficult spot there. It just felt like he wasn't aware that they could push to the smoke, or didn't realize they would push to that smoke. It's a ballsy play. That's what ATK are about at the moment. Crazy players outside there. He gets a free kill on Fady, the impact player, for them. Let's go for more. That's the question. That's the fact, and 2 players dropping. Goliath is losing the man advantage, but the dollar is there for the trade. Information should be called up. Oh! He even knows where the second player is. Oh, but the flank is there. But the trade immediately comes back
How
from
does it
the
get out?
Daru.
Dara is playing so
It was
well.
through the smoke even, so he spammed to the smoke to get that kill. And that's exactly what the last player is. Unbelievable!
Daru wins it. Can you believe it? Stabs a couple faces as well.
Double kills. Hold mouse, 1 down.
That shotgun is not working
It's
out,
a
man.
2v1. I honestly felt like that in that 2v1, there were too. I guess they know where the guy is. They don't want to lose track of where the last player is. So you kind of want to pounce on that.
Yeah,
fact,
pick it
but
together, you
at
guys
the same
work
time,
together.
you're gonna peek together with proper spacing there. There was a bit of a gap between the 2 players peeking, so that's what it actually enabled him to get that double spray down. In fact, so 6 rounds on the board for ATK Galat, reduced to an eco.
Full rapid burst down. It doesn't boost it. It's too late. Oh, and he thinks the third has a lot of damage. Later. Quick flank. Dara gets traded though.
Oh man, Last time it worked out for Mango.
Yeah,
that's
yeah,
why.
yeah.
Not
Different
now.
guy, different molly.
Yeah, different guy, different money. Spread's different. 7 rounds on the board. They take the lead on the T half, the weaker half, in fact. They're on a roll. This is kind of what they need to take it to the third map. They need to net as many rounds on the T side as possible. C2 side's it's a bit hard, it's a bit easier, so they get more room for error.
There's the
As
curve.
well as that is the easiest side. There's the curve. This is how you cure Corona. Damn it, didn't see it. The Cheddar Creek! Nuclear power.
Timeout coming again, yeah. From the terrorist side. Just letting it soak in there.
So for me, they won the round.
But
What is
don't
the logic behind the timeout there? The last timeout they took, I'm pretty sure
They lost
allowed-
afterwards.
Exactly, they allowed Galat Gaming to also reset, also coordinate, discuss, refocus, and bounce back. So normally when the team's in the lead, they wouldn't take attack pause, they would ride on that momentum, but you kind of break it at this point. Let's just see how this round unfolds. 5, 7, still haven't won the half just yet. 7 rounds on the board, in the lead, but 8 rounds. This is the number. This is the magic number.
Fast inside burst, it seems. Massacre does manage to get 2 quick frags. Gets
3,
4
4.
kills. What? That is
Daru.
disgusting.
I felt his pain. He was like, oh my guys are dying, I need to push forward and help them, but I'm on low HP, I have to go through a molly and I'm dead anyway. Missed him, last by left alive, 1v3. Needs to find all these individual engagements. Find anyone.
Ace!
Asu! Asu!
I say.
Insane, because that's not an easy way to find an ace, right?
No, it's not.
You're fighting the numbers, you're fighting the commotion, you're fighting utility,
Netting
you're fighting
silo.
bullets, and you're just pivoting, turning, getting your frags, trading off your teammates, because essentially that's how you got that ace. His teammates were there to help. He was outside, right? He naded silo and then still got back in time to get the ace.
Yeah.
Crazy.
After the pause.
It's his map. He performed like a champ against Lionheart on this map, and he's doing the same here. He's keeping GG, I think, in this.
Again, puts that molly down to prevent this double smokes coming out from outside, but they do delay the exec just a bit, so they have picked up. But this has been an issue for them. Rectified it.
A final readjustment, bro.
Oh, some damage getting done,
Oh,
but lots
5
of damage
HP
done.
and 4 HP.
8 HP,
8
yeah.
HP and 4 HP. Close enough. Mr. is aware that a player's low there, Mango picking off or finishing off the kill on Blaze. Traded out by Fady on onto Adam. At least he's there in time, and
Just picks left, right, and center.
that's what
80k.
happens. I mean, your defense gets disorientated by trades back and forth, right? You have to readjust, find which gaps open, which gaps not open, so it's tough. And he's playing on his left-hand side. Yeah, it's too much. 4v2.
Both ways, yeah.
You gotta save there, man. You gotta save there, man.
And again, just all these duels just going the way of 80k. They're starting to get a lot of confidence and move with a lot of pace. Guard Gaming just not able to keep up right now. And again, just a solid showing here on their T side. They brought it on Inferno. They're bringing it here on Nuke.
Six, 7. Traded out eventually. That's 0 money left on the border. Fuck a lie, I think I've just scrambled back a buy 80k. Actually, yeah. See how desperate that buy is. Scraping at the bottom of the barrel top buy.
It is the last round of the half, so got to just spend all the bucks you can get. But yeah, I must say there's not much. It's not very promising at all. A little bit of a loss complaint here. Admin pause.
Tech, help, please.
Tech, pause. Admin, right.
Are we going to continue? Surely not. Question marks all around. Live question marks. There you go. And you know, the rounds 80k are winning. I wouldn't say they're quite convincing, but it's working out due to a lot of readjustments mid-round. They would do smokes outside, Massacre would take a battle over there, he would lose a lot of HP, he'd fall back, Mr. would hear him falling back, capitalize on that timing to get into towards the mouth area because it's left open because of that. And then the trades downstairs would happen and the rotation wouldn't be there in time to actually help out the trades stay positive, stay at your advantage. So you could see how disconnected the CT defense is at the moment. And then obviously win a lot of rounds, just sort of exposing that ramp area.
Yep. Those delayed takes and always just catching the right timing there and towards ramp. There's an aggression.
Massacre. Play with fire. It gets up and stands the situation slowly. Playing a dangerous game there. Oof. Fady.
These quick mouth picks are really destroying the defenses of Goliath Gaming. We saw it they did this last round and again. All outside the late reach into mouth. Fady just picking them apart.
Zip at least tries his best to stop the bleed, but missed him, trades him out, and it's down to 1v4 last round of the half. And this is the one time I can say it's impossible.
Yeah, there's
Adam,
nothing worse than
even
being in a
Adam
situation-
understands that he's going for stats at the moment, right?
That's it.
Stats.
Terrorists win.
This is 1-for-1, good half, 9-6, ATK take the lead on the terrorist side. Goliath Gaming need to bounce back, or ATK take it to third. ATK looking poised as ever. Fady doing the Lord's work, getting in there, disrupting a lot, sitting in 15 frags there. Massacre doing his best, doing at 18. The two top scorers for each team, in fact. So it's the second half. I mean, we saw against Lionheart, Goliath Game did have a pretty good T side. They pretty much won in the T side, in fact.
Yeah,
So let's see if they can replicate
Sorry,
that performance.
excuse me.
Yeah.
Yeah, they did win the tee off on Inferno. It's pressure. Zip getting 20% loss. That's out in PE, so PE and Durban,
The coast.
the coastline, not looking like a reputable place in terms of the ISPs. I don't want to, do your hometown dirty like that. But
But in my hometown, dirty player.
what did you say? It was the 301.
031.
The 031.
031. Got
Put a gang
signs.
signs next to me there, ladies and gentlemen.
I love my city. I love my city.
But you couldn't even go home now, even if you wanted
Yeah.
to.
Corona. Big span in our lives.
Biggest guys, we are surviving something that is yet or nobody's ever experienced before. Kudos to you for staying at home, for jamming games. I know you're
Staying
all
clean
doing
as
that.
well,
If you're busy watching CS at this time, pretty sure not much has changed. You're just jamming games anyway. Props nonetheless. Free credit, free points.
That's the one time you
Take
can
it.
stay at home, be called a hero.
Yeah. Geez, like where were you 10 years ago? No, that's silly to say, but on a serious note, props. We will get through. We will rebuild. We'll be back. But for now, we are back into the second half. Yeah, and again, ATK in a commanding position in the driver's seat. 9 rounds already, and they're starting on the CT side here. So if they bag that pistol round, oh god, getting have quite a mountain to climb here. If they want to prevent the third map, this is their pick, and they're getting a bit battered on it.
Indeed.
ADM, we've seen these
Keeps it
long.
50 outside. Muslims are already on the lowest HP one can actually see. Pre-aim is perfect, moving down, that's free control.
Fady
Oh,
gets
Fady,
aggressive.
that's aggressive play. And it's happened before actually where they regress into lobby, but previously they won that duel. Slowly picking up another kill there, trading out this Mango. That's the lower bomb side I think capitalizing on. They need to find this kill to put it even. There's a player in vet, so aggressive. Mango just trade him out. They could actually
They can go
go
up.
to the upper side from
Yeah,
here.
agreed. It should have been instantly called though.
There's a player in the vent. They need to just pinch him in. Get that 2v1 down. Finish him off. Otherwise the rotations will be there in time to help him out.
Yep.
And there we go. As we say that, it does come in time to help him out. Now you have the bomb here. Looking for the one-way engagement and trading.
I'm too old for that angle. I can't see that head, dude.
That's all for that.
They're just all dosing. They're all
That
just
was a good old angle. Fady, again, coming in big then, that pistol round there. Good reaction to push Lubby, get that entry kill, get that 1v1 duel onto Zip Zip, and then, coming in clutch towards the end, closing out the round. He's having a big performance here, again and again.
Yeah, showing up for his team big time here.
Bangs the headshots, though. I give him that. He bangs the headshots.
He does. He just seems like he's catching the players off guard all the time. It's unrelenting aggression. Full deagle by well, 3 deagles, 2 glocks. So it's big save. So difficult to play on this map with no util. The aggression comes in now. Shots.
When you're super squishy and don't have armor, life is hard. And then you only have a Glock, life gets even harder. But Mango at least picking up a kill there. Blaze by Squeaky Door. Both players just drop the bench. Possible.
Tough, forced to run and fly into the site there, but ATK swiftly dealt with that.
11 rounds on the board.
Big purchase
Slowly
coming
but
out here as
surely,
well.
eking forward, taking it round by round. Once again, they take attack pause. FPS.
Yeah.
I mean, I think the new update did fix the FPS issue.
There's nothing you could do about it. Pause, please. Tick, stop. Stop panicking.
Okay.
Hmm.
Again, I think these
I think it's
these
delayed.
pauses. Man,
Must be that text must be like delayed from when we seen it.
what do you mean?
Well, it's coming. Like he said, please pause. The game had already been paused.
Oh. So what? Do you think they took attack pause?
No, this is
Instead of
definitely a
tick.
tick.
And now it's a tick. But it was attack before the tick.
I think so.
Yeah, interesting
It's
to
a
see
tick
the
to attack.
ATK's.
To a tick.
Yeah, attack turn tick. But yeah, just ATK sort of a thought process with these attack pause. I'd definitely be interested to see how and why they would use them. For me, it's just thinking, okay, cool, they haven't played this map as a team quite yet or thoroughly. So it's just the coach to get in, give them a few pointers, a few key points, help them out around the map, help them with coordination and just logistics in general. But they have gone. See, this buy does favor, I'd say, the terrorists more than the CTs. But again, it's that greedy buy a lot of teams like to do, just to jump on the economy a little. Chaos ensues outside, and Freddy gets absolutely deleted trying to get towards
That's the
Secret.
right. That's the one gun they had, I think.
And then immediately you can hear the reaction and see the reaction in the minimap from the CT squad there. Mango's playing a super passive angle. Doesn't want to just give his life away willy-nilly as he's playing alone. Control room established. Oh, but this is the perfect smoke here. This is quite a nice smoke. Doro picking up slowly there towards the lower side. Important kill there. ADM getting taken up. I missed him there. Yeah. Control room.
Completely swelled this bottom bomb site. And now
Blaze
I
taking
picked
out
it.
the ramp player. Now they can double back towards the upper bomb side, I'd say. Mr. Mango fighting each other to the death. Mr. wins. Mango wins that, and Daru comes to the party, takes out Daru. Daru. Let me get that right quick.
pivotal peak outside there, dealing with the danger man in the form of Fady.
That's the danger when you just skimp on the economy a little. You get those SMGs, so you're kind of forced to make certain plays and play certain setups that are very limiting and quite frankly dangerous to implement. Getting towards Secret, the T's didn't even give him enough time, to be honest. So he was blind before he got halfway towards red box. So
couldn't
that
recover.
was hard for failure. And also machine gun, you can't even take a
Delayed
fight.
molly. They blocked each
Then
other. It's
dive.
delayed molly.
Vent dive. Nice. ADM. Decent vent dive, and how does he use it? How did his team use it? Is this based off information, or is he making the first play? Usually would see him go towards secrets and clear it out. I think Slow is just unaware of the vent dive in general, as he's not really, going back to fish it out. Blind smokes. I think he's gonna cut off Slowy if he does get a kill to fall back. Slow in 1 HP.
They're trying to
ADM.
force a rotation now.
Oh, he's so dead. He's so dead. And he's cut off the rotation.
Now the spot needs to come into effect.
So the CTs
All
can
they
only
did
retake
was-
from ramp as essentially due to the positionings of Goliath Gaming. They're going to take it slow still. Oh, there knows a player in vent. I feel he needs to get a bit closer due to the Mac 10. Oh, Blaze. Good way to bait out information as to if they're there or not. Fading with this gun, the open squeaky door. It's gonna be a tough battle for Lamango, winning the duel up the upper side. Daru, Alien with the flank, he gets doubled. At least the Daru trades out Fading the bottom side there. Ramp control, bomb's been planted back to a 3v3. Oh man, Massacre getting taken out by the vent. Showing his back towards Secret, down to a 2v3. No kits in place, so time is of the essence.
So much movement happening, and Zip manages to get the frag over to Mr. And now it's all up to Blaze and Daru. Both are low. Nate comes in for Zip though. So all up to a Daru. Smoke onto the side there.
It's a bad plant. You needed to get them before. Yeah. It felt like they had the perfect sort of early round, mid round there. Goliath Gaming, it was just the fight they lost towards Mouth. Towards Lobby there.
I think they kind of outplayed themselves.
Yeah, they did outplay themselves. They just felt like they should have immediately hit the bottom side. They've control of the vent, right, and they just won the duel on Slowy, so they have control of all the rotations. The only place they can be is on site and towards the ramp where they had a flanker anyway. So next time probably, but 80k
too concerned.
doing quite well to stay in this, doing quite well to win these rounds. Not today, not today. Oh my goodness! Missed him. Ambitious play there, and they've taken ramp control. Lobby seems to be Kobe.
They're just getting absolutely pushed back here, pressed into their spawn.
I've never seen such dominance from a CT team early mid round before. Daru picks up 2 kills of his own. Could be the start to all of this. Zipzip missing that opportunity from the player trying to escape. And they've smoked him out the choke point. Do they have the bomb? No. Slowly pushes up the vent, I think. Takes out Daru. Now Zipzip's left all alone. Has to recover the bomb. Find 3 kills.
Disrespect coming through from ATK, and why not? I mean, push that lobby, throw them, make them uneasier. They just committed and push them all the way back to T-spawn. Didn't see that type of aggression coming out of Goliath Gaming at all in the CTR. I don't believe anyway.
Ooh.
Well played, Smiley, but Blaze quickly deals with the threat in Zip. 13 to 7 now. ATK's moving to around 21. And it's starting to make this look a little bit easier on Goliath Gaming's map pick. They do have 1 round left here where they're going to buy some Tech 9s and have a little bit of a scrappy buy put together before they go for the big AKs, but very little cushion to work with both economically and in terms of round difference. So Goliath Gaming want to pull something out the hatcher. Flashes. Early on, balls happening for 80k.
Desperate plays, starting to be major, and I guess it's an eco round, so no harm, no foul. If it works, you're a genius. If not, it's okay because it's an eco. Fady soloing ramp from a quite the off angle. Definitely always good for one if you play there. Good for 2 in fact. Still be there in time to support and clean that up. 14 rounds on the board for ATK. 1 more round until match point. Goliath Gaming finally get they buy. But ATK are looking quite clean, quite strong. They're making the better individual and team decisions at the moment.
Indeed.
Seems like they also found a kick in their step, if you would say. But aggression and lobby was sort of an indication to me that they got the confidence on their side, they got the momentum, so they're just going to roll with it and just bulldoze their way through to the 3rd map.
Quite a bit of damage done there to ADM. Fady going to get 2 quick frags as well. I think he just pushed through the smoke, pushed through the ramp and went back. It was pushed through the ramp, then Massacre gets 1 frag, instantly traded out the bar, missed him when he goes for more. 2v4 now, and that gun round again just falls apart again. ATK just getting super aggressive, getting all up in their face, and just don't seem to be doing it well. I feel like they...
And, ATK's game plan is working. They understand that Goliath is a well sort of refined team. The strategies are in place and how they want to play out the round. So ATK just implement that whole ideologies of you don't know how to defend it, don't let it actually, don't let the default come about. Oh. 15 rounds on the board. Fady finishing it off with a lovely headshot into Daru. Good flank. Match point, and man, economy is looking super dicey for Goliath Gaming. As you can see, the Galleys are coming out, the Doinkles, the Mac 10. Maybe a sign of kicking up the pace, fight aggression with aggression, fight fire with fire.
It does feel like the 80k guys also have their own protocols already established. They're dealing with that fast top rush very well. They're dealing with outside as well, getting aggressive in ramp. I just feel like Goliath Gaming just need to maintain some sort of control in lobby. They're not even allowed to get in there, it seems, without just getting dueled to pieces or getting aggressed or
Agreed.
traded just terribly and never in their favor really. But this is stock standard stuff. I like to see it. They finally got outside or got some sort of position without losing too much. But if you look at the positions, exactly.
If the guys controlling, there's two players lower. Slowly misses that shot, and that puts Fady in a bit of trouble. Yeah, he doesn't get utility to work with. Oh, that grenade just destroys him onto 14 HP, so he needs to get out of their place just in time there to support the team. If they go back up the vent because they have a teammate up there already, could work out for them, but potentially someone controlling the vent rotation? Surely not, there's someone up there. Slowly stuck between a rock and a hard place here. He's pivoting between 2 points. Finally taking up our spam from Mango. Fady there, pushing HP just to trade him out there. And Massacre does well to finish him off. 2v3, rotation is coming in. And the retake is about to commence. Missed him. He's rotated through here once or twice before. Secret. Bomb hasn't gone down just yet. I think they're trying to fake it out and wait for certain pieces of aggression coming out. Oh, lovely shot into. Missed him from Massacre. Headshot indeed. Force back. Doris, 2 low HP. I doesn't want to continue for that. Where's that AWP? I feel I need to just get that on the hands of ADM at the moment. Doru. He's gonna stay alive, carry this AK through, carry the kit through, carry the flashbang through, it's okay. What? What doing, dude?
No, what doing?
What doing, dude? Kinda need that slot, man.
You threw the flash before as well.
What?
Yeah.
It's done 15 rounds, they're gonna buy until the game's over. It doesn't really matter unless things get dicey, unless they lose like 2 rounds. But then they'll have max round bonus, so it doesn't really matter in hindsight what he did there. Match point indeed, and 6 match points more to go. Math is bad, so 5. Wait, 2 is 5? You're on 7, dude.
7.
7, Nash.
Yeah.
It's getting late, okay?
Not so quick, Mats, at this time
Slow.
of the evening. But a quick change of pace again. But this time, Muslim playing close, getting up close and personal, hearing all of this go down. They've absolutely made a huge noise there. It's definitely certain that they've gone down. I don't know
Now
if they
they're
really.
boxed in, man.
Well, they're gonna pop back out though. So, oh! A little crutch, prawn peek there, and a little aggressive push there, Mango. Making himself puff huge here inside of the lobby area. That's going to be able to give them a little bit of time, or they need to actually use the time now. Peek's coming through, and it's just falling apart. Mr. finally gets Mango. He drops down the bed, gets a kill as well. Gets another one. That's a disgusting shot. Looks at the third as well. Pre-fires in. Doesn't get it though. That was overzealous, but considering the shots that he was landing, I mean, it makes sense. Fady's a demon, an absolute demon, dominating.
It feels like he's a step ahead in majority of the duels he takes. It's like he's got the jump on the opponent, whether it's catching them unawares. For that, just that split second is enough to get better crosshair placement in that specific duel, and that's what he's got at the moment. As he dropped down the vent, it was instant. That second guy, it was instant. He has that I'd say game sense, but just that fine tune and bit of an intuition there. But they have been reduced to an eco finally. That's perhaps allows Goliath to pick up a free kill here. ADM taking a lot of damage with his own grenade, but finds the first. It's just a normal eco round, so you kind of expect Goliath to take this round, the 10th round on the board and try climb back into OT perhaps. And I do think if they get it to OT, they do win this matchup, but I don't think ATK will allow it. I don't think ATK has it in them to not be able to figure out what the problem is within the 7 rounds, which I mentioned earlier from.
That's 5.
Now it's 5. No, it's 5. -2. 7 -2. It's 5. Yeah. Yeah, right?
But no, just saying.
No.
When it was 7, you said 5. Now when it's 5, you're saying 7.
Yeah, I'm just backtracking and jumping timelines.
No, that's not important. The point is that ASK on the buy here, God, get 5 rounds here in order to just prevent it going to the third. For now, ATK relaxing on that relentless aggression.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh,
No! Massacre ends up coming to the party with 2 crazy shots here. Bursting into the upper side, good Kobe from Daru. But they have lost the upper side here. The trades have gone through. And the rotation, it's all about that. ADM, oh, what a spot. What an Orphe angle. Gets the first kill. Now then, I think they have an inkling it's where Blaze is. I mean, Fady is. And he has been doing crazy damage. And winning this 1v3, we will just cement this their confidence as well. Gets the first. It's planted behind Salo. Where is the Molotov? ADM has to come through mouth because that's where they put outside. Picks the right time to peek, and it was a 2v1. Massacre was playing it smart, didn't want to give his life away. Let ADM with the high HP finish it off. Take first contact, and if need be, you can trade it off. So 11 rounds on the board, and it does put ATK back into, yeah, a wishy-washy buy. Pots, pans, knives, and forks. It's getting hectic. Upgraded 5-7 CZs. If they had armor, it's definitely winnable, but for now, it's going to be tough. It's going to be tough for them to actually pull this one out.
oh, it looks like we're gonna run into some
next.
combat here.
Air
Straight off
strike.
the bat, all 5-man push. Will it get spotted? It does not. Now, oh, the nades though coming deep. Never mind. Oh, it's an absolute slaughter. It's an absolute slaughter. Those nades just did so much damage. I wish there was stat popped up there. I couldn't see it, but there was a lot of damage done. I think
Yeah,
pretty much
2
all 4
nades.
players put down to less than a few percent.
And I guess it's okay. They went for their own airstrike. ATK and GG responded with their own falling back. Round 28. 3 more match point rounds on the board for ATK to try to close this out. Lance notes outside. ADM is going to get down with the quickness, avoids the Molotov. Takes a bit of damage. Massacre as well. He takes the most. Good defensive smoke. But now all 4 players from Goliath are stuck between Lower, stuck between Secret, and they have 1 player holding the flank in the form of a Daru. Exercising a bit of patience over here. They have 2 players sitting in Lower, so they're ready for this. Maybe a grenade, maybe a counter util. Fady realizes wasting time here. Maybe double back and go hold ramp a bit. Maybe come back a bit later. That smokers, and they give him 18 seconds to work with. Mango opts to completely forfeit lobby control. Doesn't really want to take a 2-pronged attack from ATK, as we've seen before. Good Molotov to push off anyone holding that angle and force them to aggress. Now comes the second angle to the left. Oh wow,
Oh.
what? Where's that bullet coming from? Blaze?
Must have been a little bit of a gap, some space there.
Indeed. Now, that's a good way to start this. They have no utility left, ATK, and they hit the upper side. Goliath Gaming, good response, but did the trades come into their favor? Mango has to hold off that ramp area. They're going to rotate through slowly, gets a kill as the molly lands. Gives them a 3v3, and Mango needs to win this fight. For me, this is the fight to take. Little bait shots just to help Mango with the angle. Oh, wow, good baits in by his teammate. Lovely teamwork there, and the rotation should come up.
Wow, that changed around, man.
Yeah, that little bait and little details work. That small 2-bullet shot from his teammate to shoot next to Mango completely throws off Daru or Fady, in fact,
Yeah.
coming through ramp. So good little detail there just to pick up on and actually nets on this round. Although I do think that 3v3 was hard regardless, but that's touch on third, and ADM picking up slowly just as the bomb explodes. At least Blaze is there to trade and pick up that orb. Quite important in fact for the CTs. 13 rounds on the board. The comeback is there.
Yeah,
We're
they
seeing
sold
it.
lots of tools.
We're seeing it. bit of resilience coming out of Goliath Gaming, perseverance at that.
One of the long
And-
words with ends at the end.
Yeah, and they kind of realize, you know, this is do or die at this point. They can't afford any more mistakes, so let's just test ourselves.
Why make
Let's
them?
put ourselves in
Yeah.
that corner.
And you can see a little bit of a broken buy coming from ATK, forcing the issue just a little bit of damage being done there. 2 plays. Definitely shifted the aggression.
Oh, Slow. He's got a good angle outside towards Red here, so he can give that information out. And, oh man,
Oh, he's pushed
Fady,
in.
he needs the headshot here
Oh.
and the crouch peek for
Doesn't get
Massacre.
it.
He's too aware for those things. Good Molotov to push. Missed him into quite a,
He's
quite a
got some
different
space
spot.
here.
He's on the actual doorway, but he should be getting cleaned out at any moment. 1 kill at the very least. Good deagle. He gets a second one with the CZ 1v3. Slowy, no utility to work with, just a bang bang off, and gets taken out. I thought he was in retreat to
I
spell
also
save
thought
it.
so, but Massacre hot on the heels there. Not going to let him get it out for free.
If it goes to
Nada.
OT, I'm
Mix.
afraid ATK are going to be kicking
I think
themselves.
they bought all in there, or did they? No, they kind of half bought. No, they got cash. They got cash. Last round here for ATK to close this out and guarantee that Mirage pick. That Mirage.
Last chance saloon. Stormy outside.
Yeah, storming here. It's beginning again.
Quiet rumbles in the night. Tensuous times at the moment. The score is 15.
Oh!
14 Massacre! Didn't even get Slowy a chance to scratch his nose, a chance to blink, any of that. And then hit the upper side immediately! Check your corners! Does get traded out in fact, and there has to be one more play on the side. Heaven is a contentious point here.
Oh, he's on
one
side,
more
they
behind
spot him.
default here. After rotation comes in, this is quite a strong smoke. Does he get spammed through? He does. That just gives so much more room for the T's to move in and completely overwhelm the side. ADM is flanking the player in Heaven. It's all falling apart for ATK. Overtime, we can hear it being screamed from here. One man left alive, Fady. He is brilliant, but sitting with this HP,
30
with
bomb.
no kit,
He's already on the
sitting
30
on
bomb.
30 bomb like you just mentioned, it's going to be impossible. And 15-15 overtime. And I'm afraid right now that just deflates ATK's spree at the moment. And their energy.
Massacre lasted 5 consecutive rounds without dying.
That's a
And-
lot of rounds without
And he's
dying.
running in first a lot of times as well.
But he's sitting on 32 kills. He got the dirty 30, so did Fady. He's only got more. He's doing the most. He's doing what he can. Definitely doesn't want that third knock. Magic number's 19, you say?
The magic number is 19 indeed. Overtime, 3 rounds, peace. If it goes 18-18, we do it again. Right? 19 is the number that you need. Goliath Gaming picked up quite a bit of momentum on their T side there, so gonna able to start the half again on that side, so perhaps continue with it. Perhaps ATK able now with the full arsenal of weapons at their disposal fall back into their winning ways. They showed a really formidable start of this half, but Goliath Gaming have clawed themselves back into it slowly, forced to push back. Thanks to the runaway.
There. He heard so many footsteps. Turn back. Good smoke placement just to...
And I like the
Stop
fake
that
runaway and
bombardment.
then regain the ground.
Now, this is the usual angle he got destroyed with earlier with that peak. Good flashbang from ADM. But this is the contentious point here. Do they jump it? Does he get a free kill? Tight angles being held. Good flashbang. He's going to time his shot, which gives him time to fall back if they push that molly. It
Gets
could
the
get
molly.
dangerous, and they will massacre. Playing with
Gets
fire!
done.
Blaze destroys him, takes him out. Overzealous Massacre. I do understand why he wanted to go for that, just to catch slowly falling back, but you must understand his teammates. They've doubled back to the upper side shot. Doubled up! They peaked the angle at the same time, they lined
Shot
up.
each other. Yep.
Dinked each other, in fact. Leaving it down to Zip Zip and Mango. Has missed him repositioned.
Yeah, it's not. It's Blaze. Mr. Gatch's last player, and that's just falls apart. HK begin first round in quite a while, but they begin the overtime campaign with a win, and it all comes down to a kind of overcommit to kind of pick off slowly, baited them in beautifully. Blaze peaks after a well-placed molly, and it pretty much all just tumbles out of control after that point. So HK back alive, first round here in overtime. take it convincingly. What did Goliath get and do in response?
And you can see they're not really all opting for AWP, so you can see that he's picking up the pace of their strategies here. Vent dive, brilliantly done. Where does he go from this point forward? Going to catch Slowly off guard. Does Slowly catch him off guard? Does he even know where Slowly is? Sound cues! Oh, this is going to be very hard for ADM. He kind of needs to commit to this thing. He can't really go back.
Whoa!
Destroys Fady. Zitzer picks up the kill there. They're going to the upper site. Blaze picks up 2 kills, 2v3. ADM has gone towards ramp. Daru is in this hut. He's in the hut. Money position. He needs to get up to heaven.
Massacre just taking for granted that they have that bombs that they slowly gets the pick on the site as well, and now it's all up to Alien. Man, they created all the space in the world, and right now they know that he's not in a position, so they're going to tighten up their corners. How does he get the pre-fire? That was an amazing shot from ADM. Incredible stuff.
Daru sitting on 12 HP. What he does have in his favor is the positioning of the bomb and the uncertainty of his position.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of angles to check.
And this is quite the off angle. You don't really clear that.
Unless you smoke.
Big plays coming out of ADM. Kind of still needs to pick up that bomb. Daru can actually push through, get close. He gives away his position.
Whoa!
Oh, I felt like he was going to walk up there, but he gives away his position with that Molotov, and
Yeah.
ADM just destroys him. Disgusting run coming out of ADM there.
That was
Yeah.
huge for
Lovely
him.
3k to keep them in. The scores are 16-16.
Opens it up and closes it off.
Yeah. I guess that's why they went to the upper side. I was just questioning that a bit, but and between ADM and the pod of 4 was slowly holding secret, so they kind of did push them go towards the upper side. Good recovery from them nonetheless. Mango putting out his door sequence there upper, and missed them playing as close as ever towards outside. He's probably playing in that smoke, and Massacre, this is something he does quite a bit, so he needs to be awake, and Fady being taken out again. Back to him.
From ADM. He's just committing. Missed him. Able to get that secret shot, but
ADM is so aware as to where the positions could be from the CTs. And Mango needs to win this fight, and he does so.
Aggressive re-picking
2v4.
for
There's
Slowly.
no Blaze at the door. They have utility to smoke out these specific choke points, so due diligence, that's all that matters. Oh, actually, the smoke's on the upper side. And they're going to fake the upper side. Interesting. The door has been open. The calls have been made. And they're going to bombs been planted for heaven. And there's still a lurker downstairs in the form of the terror, so it's going to be very hard for the CTs to get into this.
Goliath Gaming have really.
Oh my god. Adam's
He's
everywhere.
feeling it, yeah. What I wanted to say was, they once to get that secret control or that ramp control, like their maneuverability from this outside and their mouth to top, like they rotate so
Adam!
quickly between the sides, and Adam is just popping off right now. He's
Easy
taking this into his
Tiger.
own hands. He clutched that last round, and he's showing really popping off now. Just wants to obviously probably find Massacre chips him a bit of cuck. Try to catch up to my frag, and he said, "Okay, hold my beer, coming
my
for you
beer.
now."
But for me, I did mention earlier that if it does go to OT, it's going to be extremely difficult for ATK. It just, for me, it
I think
feels
it's
like...
the ground they lost versus
Yeah.
their ability.
Yeah, so it comes into Goliath not really playing their game. You could see a few gaps, a few grooves that were being exploited at moments of hesitation, moments of fluffs, and ATK just capitalizing on that. And the relentless aggression on the ATK CT side is what caught ATK off guard completely. And it's something they stepped back on their CT side when they were CT side.
Get the gas off,
Yeah,
yeah.
they took the gas off the pedal, and it just gave Goliath a lot of room. We saw Adam just running towards ramp, just hugging basically, to be honest. So that Molotov burns, brother.
Slowly
Massacre.
holding that angle. Massive get. Oh, fading the.
No, that's just asking for it.
Invites the first frag there. Does Mango after he gets spotted? Fady just easily pre-fires in there. Massacre's just trying to hold this mouth area. They were getting absolutely bullied there. Zip gets that frag and ramp. He was struggling, but
He regressed. Smart play from him to get
yeah,
that kill
first
at
time
ramp.
he's done it. I like the change of pace. Zip there. Committed to the fight. Zadara gets taken out.
Oh, Fady's flanking the player around. Executed.
Oh, he's all over it. Traded.
There's another player over there.
2v3. Massacre with another frag. One's gonna hit behind the silo. I think that. Oh, beautiful peek there from Blaze. Steals Massacre.
Destroys him, in fact. Where are these two players going? Are they readjusting back to the top?
Bomb has been planted. Terrorists win.
No.
Off angle on missed him,
sorry,
takes out ADM, and that's 17-17 on the scoreboard.
Couldn't
And
be
it was
closer
all,
to
It
us.
was all from that peak Mango made. It's, I mean, the guy knows we are. You know where he is. He has an AK. You have an M4. He's preeming you. You preeming him. But it's just, it almost isn't worth it at that point. You kind of want him to come out the choke point. So if he does want to kill you, he
You
gets
shouldn't get the
traded.
kill there, yeah.
He gets traded away. He took an untradeable duel there. And Fady doesn't really miss those, so kudos to him. He's been banging headshots all game.
Zip gonna be put under pressure here now.
Almost felt this has happened before. He's sitting
Yeah.
on this spot and he gets sort of pre-aimed in a way. It allows them to do that, get close, get quick. Kind of on full vision. The way Fady played it was different. He plays on the close right-hand side ramp, but it's isolation. And if he doesn't really get multiple kills, it's a bit over. Fady given so much space.
And he
Finds
gets
the
the
Dara,
frag.
zips it, gets slowy.
Oh,
And that's
Blaze.
the upper bomb site, destroyed by Dar with a lovely headshot there. Manga has rotated in time, in fact. But Fady has control, and I think they're going to be making a call to go back to the upper site due to his control. But Massacre is wiser to it, double backing towards the upper site here. ADM holding under heaven. Fady's got such a lovely spot shot. It's just an uncommon angle. He wins that fight against Massacre.
Must have caught him off guard in that position before, and Fady makes it work again. Pays dividends twice. Spot's nice.
They're going to go for the save this round. 17-17, 18-17 in fact, in the favor of ATK.
Yeah, 80k, match point, yeah. Looking to take it to a third. Oh,
That's a
beautiful
good.
little shot there.
Just getting some statistics, getting some frag.
Catching with that final flash.
It's a powerful final flash. It's a powerful final flash. (18-17) goals. This game is tight. Inferno went 16-14. This game is going overtime.
What a game.
Yeah.
What a game.
There's some crazy shots happening from both players. ADM most notably and Fady most notably. So, you know, keeping eyes on them. The other star players of their respective teams. Just upper utility, normal protocol, bombarding door with utility. Keeping the CTs preoccupied as they're all the way to the lower bomb site. They're pretty much there already, looking at the radar. No, they're swarming the outer side.
Oh, Fady. What was that?
I think you had legged,
Man.
perhaps.
Must have been a dink.
It must have been from ramp, actually.
Yeah.
Lower bomb side being pushed back. Mango has to retreat back to control room. Still a 4v5. I'm just going to molly Vent to cut off the rotation and good Molotov. That's going to actually allow the rotation to come in if that molly does.
Oh,
play.
they're
There's
getting
two
into the
players
window.
on the lower
It's
side.
regressing.
Oh,
Whoa,
Zip with
Zip.
a crazy spray down, and that could be the transaction of play that actually win in this
Who
round.
fouled
4v2.
Heard a body drop.
I would body drop too. I think it's from the upper side. To be honest.
I heard that earlier, and the person that did it didn't lose HP. I was super confused. Must be like a spec bug or something.
3 seconds left. I'm looking to go back to the offside massacre. Traded out at least by Blaze, but it's not worth. I mean, it's worth. It's just not worth the Blaze.
Overtime number 2, 18-18. Basically the same process, rinse and repeat. They don't switch now, so Goliath Gaming start now on the CD side.
Just a quick reset. Just a quick reset.
Refresh the frames there. Yeah, I mean, could be close to Tools. Crazy match. Miles is sore. Could imagine how these guys are feeling. But, I mean, starting to get ridiculous. Massacres approaching 40, so is Fady. Well, I mean, high 30s at least. Still performing, having crazy games.
Yeah, it's crazy in the sense of like it's back and forth, and the round you expect the team to actually win, they would lose, and vice versa.
Yeah, and the momentum shifts.
And the
as well.
momentum shifts off that, so it just 360s. Adam picking up a kill there in squeaky door, potentially Blaze trying to drop down the vent. Fady, next player in line. Good lurk smoke. Just put a bit of tension on the counter terrorist, put a bit of tension on Massacre, and the anchor on the upper side. This is a one and done spot, so Massacre needs to at least be good for one in this spot if they do approach him.
And he's been playing in the spot. Flash support. Gets tagged. The top side gets overwhelmed once again. See that mouth area.
Oh, they know he is!
I feel like the spots that GG are playing are so static, Tools.
Unpredictable, I agree, but yeah, at least it's back to a 2v2. Zips up picking off, missed him there by Mouth. There's some utility to work with. There's a Molotov for the squeaky door if need be. There's 2 flashes, 4 flashes to work with, but again, out. Slowly getting burnt out to a crisp, leaving it down to a 1v1.
Probably spotted him on the death cam there. He knows he's there.
Just gonna go for the wall bang. Nah, it's too
Not enough
late.
time. Gets rid of the gun.
It was close. Valiant attempts, but I just feel in a situation like that, I don't know. They had man advantage, so there's no need for Massacre to be sitting in a spot with Zero's capabilities, sitting in a one and done spot, in fact.
Especially for how many times he's been punished there. But
Lovely flash just to negate his whole position.
His whole presence,
I felt
yeah.
like you must just commit to the mouse one in that situation if you're going to be sitting there bravely.
very bravely, may as well just empty your clip bravely too. I feel you. 80k, draw first blood, first round of the second of the time they're taken. Last rush, oh, but is that
I don't think he's gone down the vent, in fact. He has. Took a lot of damage, so has Daru.
How do Goliath adjust this is the question, because this is the first time that throughout this entire game that they've allowed Mr. or anyone for that fact to get underground.
Now
It
there's
starts to look to be a wrap
3v1
downstairs.
downstairs. This is so hard. There's a player stuck behind Salo over there. He's basically should be good for 2 if they need a chance into this round. He's only good for 1 and it's down to a 4v3. And the right adjustment there was to strengthen up ramp. You can't really lose the lower bomb. You can't really lose, I'd say, the vent drop and then also lose, you know what I mean, to a vent push. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, 100%.
You need a hold strong at some point.
There's
Hit
an
shots, missed him, doing the Lord's work.
Here's the player's movement there. Puts another one on the board, and now Goliath Gaming are in a tough position now. They have saved quite a bit of economy, so they are able to fully purchase here. Haven't wasted too much on double AWP setups and likes, triple AWP setups, etc. Full set of AKs, no AWP, no AWP. I have a feeling it's going to be something fast.
Magic number?
The magic number here is 22.
22.
Yeah.
I mean, this vent burst is working quite nicely. Just picking up the first kill there. Even trades, but in the favor of Glide so far.
Woo.
They've lost the sight, in fact, so worthwhile for 80k, but comes down to the post plant. Actually, the bomb isn't even in the sight. I thought they had it. There's a play behind default. Slowy has a bit of smoke, so this isn't a help the boys out a little. At least maybe try to get the bomb down. I hope they don't push the envelope over here. Double smoke into mouth.
Yeah, the first one was a bit dodgy. Caught an awkward bounce there. A little bit of wind.
The
Lag
smoke
rate.
play. The smoke criminal.
Yeah.
Massacre.
That was all important tools for me.
Daru stuck between two players, stuck between the smoke. They're just gonna wait it out or spam him through, and that's 19 round on the board for Glide Gaming. Slowly crawling it back. So one more round, and it's the next OT.
No, it's half now. So now
It's the
it's
half
switch,
now.
switch sides. Yeah.
Yeah, guys, it's late. So's low.
So slow. Bad maps.
Why my PC restarting?
Surprise, surprise. Tools has given up. We are now casting off one machine. Did we maybe just hit you or something like that?
It's tech pause. There's
Looks
a
to-
pause.
Be a little bit of a pause, yeah.
So you get 4 more pauses in overtime, or what's the vibes?
You might. I think it would reset. Yeah. I'm not sure, Tools. How does it normally work?
You get one
Don't you?
pause.
You one extra.
Yeah. You should.
If you've used 4 of your pauses, you go to overtime. You get one extra.
They'll gift you one.
It gives you one +1. It's not too bad.
Windows update got me real good, boys. Real good.
No, hopefully it stops your PC from crashing.
Hopefully.
Busy complaining about your PC having updated your software for like years. Oh, classic. There's all the answers, folks, for all the questions you've ever had. Does look like it's a little bit of a toilet break here. This has been a long series, but we are looking ready to go. A bit of
I'm back.
some weird questions going on here. I've been saying they must say KK. They're asking why. Because he said so. He's the admin.
You should always listen to the admin. It's like the referee, right?
Yeah. Make friends. Get the yellow card to see you in your favor. Who knows? But back to the game here. Feels like we had a bit of a stop momentum there, but Goliath Gaming now start the T side of this overtime. Mr. McGinn playing aggressively here in this outside area. Gonna peek and wins the duel once again. Massacre not prepared for that step. He's looking towards the cubby area. Mr. gonna fall back. It's the right thing, makes the right decision here.
He's always the guy where you kind of can count on to always make the right decision, Mr. Sort of the foundation and the pillar of the team in that sense there. Fady picking up another kill onto ADM there. Yep. That's immediately up to 43. Oh, spray transfer coming out of Mango there. He gets a double actually, and that just opens the A side quite wide open. He needs to double back and pick up the bomb there, but Zips it loses out into Fady. And for me,
Bomb too far gone.
that's the chance, especially sitting on 28 HP. You need 3 instant headshots. It's possible. Oh, that's smoke. Unless you go through it, I would go through it. He does go through it. Second.
Oh! How did he sneak past?
He makes it.
Believe
Oh, the player at ramp is big brains.
Yo, he's gonna need it.
He needed to instantly go back to that upper side there, but the sound cue would have come out and Blaze. He's already readjusted, micro-adjusted.
Yeah, good adjustment for Blaze there.
10
So
seconds on the
Mango's
clock.
left with very little choice here. Needs to push, needs to get quick. Not able to do so. 21 on the board, so one more round. The ATK have won this map. It will be taken to Mirage. Goliath Gaming need to win the subsequent 2 rounds just to stay alive, just to keep into this match, just to try and end things here, but remains to be seen.
ATK have had a good run and good resilience, and it seems like they're getting better within their protocols, within their individual like decisions within the team. I mean, missed them going outside, getting the pick, immediately falling back and changing the point of attack to Fady. I mean, it's a good switch up between the 2 heavy hitters. Missed him once again. Gonna prod and prob outside.
Pretty sure it's a good idea that Massacre hit that quick outside. There's no ways he didn't really hear it, but you see the adjustments have been made there. There's already quite a bit of a. He obviously wasn't aware Massacre gets the better of him outside. This is now perhaps an opportunity for Goliath Gaming to. Oh, he hits
we
someone with the
definitely
flash. He
heard that.
knows they're close. He's going to call that rotation. DG should be more than happy to rotate back to that upper bomb site now. Taking a bit of time to make the decision though.
It's split. So there's 2 lower and 2 upper, and ADM. Oh, he hears that. He's gonna definitely go through that as well, and that's a free kill on him. And there's one more player on his upper side somewhere left. In heaven, actually. A Molotov should come about, and the headshot. Sort of beats that. ADM picking up another kill then to Fady, and that's gonna be around 20.
Big round, big calling, big brain, big shot.
It comes again. That first duel always matters between these 2 teams. It feels like it's a 4v5. The team with the lesser number kind of loses that, and
Start makes mistakes, gets
getting-
antsy, starts rotating or
Yeah, and
rotating,
then-
undercompensating, whatever the case is. Yeah. I mean, I thought Mr. had an idea that Massacre was there. He was just kind of just playing his time, but Massacre just also gets the better of him. I think for the first time in that outside area. The pause coming out. First time they are pausing on the back of a couple round losses though.
10-second silent break.
Reshot. On the water here on the caster's desk. Oof. It's a late one. But we just talking khaki on the stream. These guys are all playing, thinking, making decisions, communicating, keeping things in top form, top shape. Gotta commend what I'm seeing here at this stage. Goliath Gaming need 1 more round to take it into yet another overtime. 20 now to 21 of 80k. It all comes down to this. 5 AK-47s has been the weapon of choice here, wielded by the side of Goliath Gaming. Bulk of the numbers are heading towards top. It does look like they want to hit the top fast breach. I think it is. Yeah, it's top fast breach and completely caught off guard. First time they've done this, and they've abused the lack of utility on the side of 80k. They burst onto the top bomb side. Lots of mollies coming in. Slowly just throws the smoke down the ladder. Can't do anything about it. I don't even know how that didn't pop. That is crazy. Missed him, gets a final frag here. Moving towards the lobby, getting a bit aggressive, but slowly Goliath Gaming team start to kind of position themselves in better post-bomb position. Slowly, still stuck in heaven, gets picked up from Mass. Now Mr. pushing onto the side, gets the dink, but it's not enough. And we are going to another overtime. Goliath Gaming with that swift top rush, just pull it out of nowhere and commit through past the util of 80k and ultimately take it to another overtime.
Kitty cat.
Yeah, this cat's scary, dude. If you take your eyes off the cat, it claws you, bro, so you gotta be careful.
Overtime. Once more, there's 2 teams that are not willing to let it go. No one wants to bend the knee. No one wants to just let it go to 3rd map.
That was
Because I don't know what's going on here. These 2 teams, they again, it comes down to that first mistake each team is making in each round, and it's different individuals at each point. So it's kind of tough to say how this game is actually going to play out. You kind of just got to play it by ear and take it as it comes.
Yeah.
No more predictability coming out of me. No more predictions coming out of me.
Nothing.
Should watch the game and enjoy it.
Nothing but awe, yeah.
Paint that pretty picture.
First frag goes the way of Slowly. First time he's been aggressive on this outside area. It's a beautiful adjustment. He's getting spammed, but he's not getting killed. They finally take him out. That's the end. Oh, quick little thing. Oh, he doesn't.
Overextension there, my massacre.
Clearly. Yeah, for sure.
Putting the
Oh.
numbers back in their favor and
Oh,
missed
that's
them.
a lot.
Lovely headshot there from to Salo and to ADM. And that was the gap for me for Mango to capitalize on. Being smoked out. I think Dara's regressing towards Huts over here.
Yeah, and ramp as well.
Is
Mango.
Mango ready?
Needs to be patient.
You had that young jiggle peep going on there. Immediately flanked and oh, Doro narrowly gets down that vent. He's gonna try punch into the lower side. He's gonna get the bomb down, but CT really should be hot on their heels at this point in time. Mid of no man's land. He needs to just find a safer spot to be in, a more agile spot. Finds this first Comes behind. Taken out. But Daru.
The third was going to be tough.
The third, yeah, especially if it's Fade, he doesn't really want to miss.
Counter-terrorists win.
Valiant attempt, got the bomb down at the very least.
And we are nearing our 40 bombs here. 4 contenders, 2 each side. Looking to get that filthy 40 as they call it on the streets.
They carry on like this, they're definitely getting that filthy 50. Round 21, or 20 rounds rather, for Goliath and 22 rounds for ATK. They're still battling it out, quite strong in fact. Oh, they can hear that ramp aggression. They pick up 2 kills there, destroying the entire offense of Goliath in a matter of split seconds.
It comes down to simple back in the day lobby push, to be honest. Hyper delayed aggression coming out of the ramp room and some really quick fast-paced stuff coming in lobby.
The ADM, like
running swiftly to the
yeah,
left.
he was running to the left. The teammate holding it instantly died, and he didn't really have a chance there. It was a 2v1 duel instantly, and his teammate was startled, being pushed by Squeaky Door lobby. They just 5-man aggressed that out of the in a lobby, and it was just perfectly well done and well played. Netting in round 23, and outside smokes are coming. These nades, these damage. Not too much, but a lot of damage. Enough to put them in the one range headshot from an M4A1 or M4A4. They're moving with haste. They already have ramp bench control. They're about to take control. This molly's going to be quite nice. It's going to slow down the attack just a little bit more, allow Fady to get some kills there. Fady's on low ground there, and he's already picked up a kill from the door. Another one, in fact, potentially a first. Does make the trade, and slowly there for the other rebuttal. 2v2. Low HP, both Goliath Gaming players. And Blaze missed him already close to oh, they're gonna go upper. But Mass has to get out if that's the case. He definitely will, looking at the 2 positions of ATK. Mass has to be the guy to actually drop down from the heaven. Maybe he drops down the bomb for Mango and holds our ground.
Yeah,
that would be the play for me. Oh! There we go, that's the sound cue. The rotation should immediately start. For me, ATK have a lot of utility to work with. Underkit on both players, AK on both players, more HP on both players. So they have that advantage. Oh, that's the advantage of information. Even that smoke, does he play that smoke? I would. Oh, he's gonna take high ground.
take the high ground, look. Yo! What an adjustment. Mango keeping Goliath getting in this.
Terrorists win.
Carpool collected taps to the smoke there, and good off is the call.
Full distance. This is a marathon, ladies and gentlemen. This is
Might
a
even just
marathon.
play a third
indeed.
map, just in overtimes here.
They might as well play the third map.
Yeah.
Not in the sense that GG has to lose, in the sense that, you know, you might as well just carry on with the show. It must go on.
Must go on. Leak into another time zone here at this rate. But
What year is it?
kicking off the second half here of OT.
No, yeah, ATK didn't really purchase up AWP, especially on slower. Some indications of a fast play coming. Indications of a burst.
2 rounds required by ATK here. A clean sweep from the Light Gaming if they wish to end things here and not go to Mirage. These are the stakes. Do to what you will.
High stakes.
Again, playing
Timing.
positions. Did he get spotted there?
Oh, good grenade, good chip damage.
Tickles in.
It feels like it's predictable.
He's
That's what
been there
Massacre
around.
has been playing in. At least Mango's there to get back the trade. Put it back to a 4v4.
They're starting to regress outside. Fady gonna use this opportunity to try and find a gap here.
Waiting to pounce. Those two players sitting towards ramp. So if they throw a ramp fake and head back to the upper side, but that's a sound cue. Oh man. He felt him, but he misses the shot.
It's point blank.
He felt him in his loins.
Bomb has been planted.
And Zipper's down to 55 HP. He's gonna pursue this endeavor.
Terrorists win.
Traded up us slowly.
One more round here.
Yeah, it's just you can't really leave. There's
Wait,
two
yeah.
players in the upper side, and there's two choke points. The two players to be watching is choke point, in my opinion. Freddy can't be allowed
gotta-
to
you gotta
sneak
follow-
out like that and pick up a free kill essentially. The player behind Salo didn't really, spot it or was holding an off angle, I guess, but wasn't expecting someone to walk out. But in a 4v4 situation like that, again, the defense is spread thin, so the CTs are more stressed out about certain zones, which creates space for Freddy to make such a play. And I'm pretty sure there was a flashbang involved. But Freddy, quick as ever, is moving outside, looking to catch Massacre. Does so! It was
Flash.
a crazy headshot before the flashbang. He's getting destroyed. I guess the flashbang was supposed to aid him, but it wasn't there in time. Perhaps a second flashbang coming out from Mango. At least Eddie was able to stop the bleed a little, picking up Fady outside, but now we're going to focus on the upper side at the moment. Muslim's already downstairs. Adoru. He's going to try and catch out a straggling slowly. That's free information as to where the bomb is. That's going towards the ramp. In fact, there's a player in the form of Zip Zip still downstairs. In fact, there's another player supporting him. Oh, ADM. He definitely doesn't want to pursue that. 4v3. Zip Zip's able to half out a little. Two men alive. Slows down the attack just that much more. But the bomb still should be still going down. The door is already over here. Just spams a hole through the door, giving a little bit of vision to make sure no one's actually boosted up there. And that's the AWP, that's down to a 2v2. There's no utility for anyone to defuse the bomb in terms of smoke. It comes to the clean tools. Baits out that repeat, boys.
Yeah.
Daru
We've got this perfect.
in a loving position. Execution style, slowy.
Slowly comes all the way around. Kills it, puts in it, nips in the bud per se.
GGs.
That is that. 80k. They take nuke. Bring
That's
us
the
to
third
Mirage. It's the third map. Ladies and gentlemen, don't go anywhere. Stay tuned. It looks like we're going back to back now. Weeks of grand finals that have taken us to 2 a.m. We're going to get juiced up. Get ready for this last game. And we'll be back shortly. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are back with map 3. Apologies for that delay. That is your boy, Official Goals, and with me is Tools. Tools, explain the situation.
Basically, Steam was down for a little bit, so players couldn't really. I think there was one player where he couldn't connect or had an issue with it, but it's back up. We just had to wait a couple of minutes. But we're getting the third map up and running for you guys very soon. Mirage is the third map. We did see the last iteration of these two teams playing together in Cup number 1. It did go to this map. It did go to the third map, and I believe Goliath narrowly won that.
Yeah,
Narrowly.
narrowly. And you talk about narrow. I mean, look at the games we've had. Both games just so insanely close, 16-14, and then just a bunch of overtimes as well. I think it finished like 25, something. But I mean, yeah, crazy close games. Couldn't be closer. So yeah,
Third map.
Keen to see what happens here, and also a little bit of a break in between there, a little bit of surprise spanner thrown in the works by Steam. So yeah, let's see how the players deal with it. I'm sure that, they're all keen to get this done, determine the winners, as am I. And thank you to all of you guys that are still tuned in and joining us here for the game. Appreciate you guys appreciating good CS just like we do. So yeah, much love. And yeah.
I know it's 1 o'clock in the morning, so for me, you usually look at alright, where's the youth in the team? Who are the youngsters?
Yeah,
Usually the other ones up and cracking 1 a.m. in the morning, especially your Daros, your Massacres, and I'm pretty sure when you look at the Daru and Fady, I mean,
what else have you been training for?
Nightcrawlers. So all those nights playing 2 a.m. MMs. That was the training. That was the purpose, just for this moment, this day, this best of 3, this third map goals. And Mirage is one of those maps that can be very punishing in the fact that it's so open, it's so wide, and when you look at the positions like anchoring the A side, anchoring the B side, there's a lot of options that T's can sort of abuse upon the CTs in terms of A ramp peaks, palace peaks. Offer timing and mid control is just so deadly and so devastating, especially for the CT team. You lose your anchor, you're pretty much forced to retake the site unplanned, and it's hard, especially when you're leaving lurkers in middle. From the T's perspective after mid control, it can get pretty dicey. So I'm just looking for a good game. You're looking for a good outcome, looking for a close game. I mean, essentially these two teams are neck and neck. We get the Fadies just going wild, the AMs going wild, Misty with the crazy clutches, Mango with the wild multi-frags mid-round, making good decisions, and Massacre getting behind enemy lines, Slowy with his brutality and audacity, and Mirage is going to be crazy, especially around middle.
I thought that he was going to have he played well throughout the series so far. I just thought he was going to have, when it got to Mirage, he was definitely going to be able to show the impact, because it's one of his highest performing maps almost. So I was really looking forward to seeing Slowy play Mirage, so I'm glad that we're here. We are jumping back into a pause. Why not? Just one last one. I had a few, so, but I mean, that being said, I mean, I'm really keen to see how it all unfolds here. I mean, considering how tight those games were, definitely in for a cracker.
I mean, so far, if we had to give the MVP award before the third map unfolds, who would you give it to, Goals?
I mean, right now, I feel like, throughout the series, I feel like between Massacre and ADM, they've both played very, very well, and on the side of the soft Mr. and Fady. But I think Fady's probably played.
I think he's
individually
the most consistent, I'd say.
Yeah, definitely. I think he has the highest impact probably across
both maps so far.
All 4 halves, yeah.
And then just behind him, you put like an ADM and maybe a Massacre.
Yeah,
after ADM.
And then Mistim as well. He's been turning some hot frags, doing some dope shit. So
his lurk is pretty devastating.
His ability to multi-frag or predict the next play or the next trade, more importantly, because the levels is raised, It's not like the old days where you just get these isolated duels and whatever. It's a lot like people. Everyone's at a higher standard now. So it's when you get in those multi-frags, it's But anyway, jumping into the pistol round, we have a quick little push here towards B. It's straight up after that. It's a big B hit here. We do see late rotations coming from that middle push. First frag goes the way of Massacre. Trying to get shot. Needs to reload by Pitter now. They need to hold their ground. The breach is coming in. Blaze gets on the site. Gets to another one. Does fade in now. Creeps to the smoke with ADM. Is he able to get out? Oh, he gets stinked attack. Another one. Fady deep into the kitchen area. He's been waiting for a flash, and it's perfect.
Late round aggression paying off, and Fady just going absolutely ham. Then Tools, you literally just said, for, you know, for you and for me, I think he's the MVP so far. And what a way to show it.
Yeah, crazy 3K then, the pistol run, and small, minor, just moments of brilliance there coming out. Just the insta trades there, giving the players in sight no time to settle, trying to beat the rotation before they were there to support the players. And the McDonald's smokes coming out just negated Cat. Their beautiful flush into window, so just illustrating the teamwork there is available for ATK. Good grenade, actually not a good grenade, didn't really land. But a force buy nonetheless from Nodwin Gaming. Scouts and some Deegs. A couple of smokes just to block out the choke points timeously. You can see they're holding on to them for now. Slowly. Keeping his eyes on middle. Want to capitalize on any straggling CT players. Really slowly taking him down into 7 HP. Massacre down to 4. Interesting duel there. Not one just yet. But each other just bleeding all over the ground for now. Double arrow amps up. You can see the skew towards this A side, so if they hit the B, they pretty much have to save it. Fady. Cracker shot into the anchor ADM there. For now, still this two-prong attack. So they lead to the first arm and CT spawn, but these players have to go huge here. The rotation is coming in from the Massacre, but he isn't 5 HP. Zipzip does get a kill. Doru trades it. This is such low HP. He needed to do more there.
Eagle will betray you.
Mango. Master one running in. There are 2 players on low HP, so if he finds them, it's okay. He does find the guy on full HP, in fact, so there's still a chance. There's still room. He's gonna go through the smoke, in fact. Oh my god, he's just seen them all play on the left-hand side. They've crossed both of them to default. Oh, he finds the first player, but Fady. I almost feel this sort of adjustment, sort of movement, wins you the round. Just comes down to how much Mango really is going through the process of elimination. And there we go, like I mentioned, that movement, moving around from where he planted on triple to default, crouching all the way to gap, that just opened it up for him to win the round there. Well played by Fady. You could see was kind of a 2.0 type play. You put 200 IQ on that. I'd stump that with a 200 IQ. Low HP, you don't want to take a straight up duel, you want the element of surprise and all.
No, for sure. I mean, there you could just see Mango was super certain whether that was coming through from comms or whatever, just missing that first cross. Like you could see he was completely focused there. Like getting here with a full A stack, and obviously the B rush coming out of ATK. So not gonna really find anything here at the start. Pop Flash comes through, the bomb's basically gonna be planted. But I mean, yeah. So going, I mean, go back to. It's really great to see Fady popping off so early. It called it, and this is late round MMs. Maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe I should have played MMs. I still haven't got a rank.
Probably just cracked open a can of Red Bull and revitalized himself.
You're saying I should play about 10 placement matches after this game.
That's what I'm saying. That's exactly what I'm saying.
I'm
But it's still early. 2-0 ATK. Goliath. They need to bounce back. 5-man save. And Palace. Rather not give away those stats. Give away those eeks. Save those deeks. Save that smoke and fight another day. Slowly, ever so desperately looking for them eeks. Doro pick up the first in Palace there. He's gonna carry on going. He's gonna max in. Why not? Why not?
Yeah, you're gonna chase that ball.
Oh, blunder! Imagine running into that.
Well, Muslim goes in
It's
hungry
two-
as well.
it's
But,
two
so I
black.
think did they get a gun? They got 1. Or did they? Didn't get any.
Didn't get anything.
Yeah.
And they lost the deagle and that smoke that they actually
Yeah.
picked up. So
Actually worked out.
it
Muslims.
worked out for 18.
Yeah.
It worked out. They
Really
killed- they
big
killed
worth.
3. It's big. 2 actually.
No
Not 3.
ops, yeah.
No money, no honey, prayer. No money, no honey. Stock standard protocol coming out of Goliath Gaming. A-ramp molly, bottom con smoke, top smoke from ATK. Just cut off some vision. And Fady, once again, looking for those gaps, but Adam is aware. One
That
of the
was
most
a fake.
familiar maps to take but that gives a space for the people from ATK to take over that A side. Zip falls back towards CT, playing for the retake, man advantage, wants to keep it. Oh, but Daru, very aware of that angle Daru was holding, deletes him.
Yeah.
Taking back that advantage, putting into human playing field, but the utility, oh my god, Blaze. Crazy 2K, both headshots. Deletes. Alright, the retake.
Yeah.
That flash, once again, money. Team play from ATK is superb. Fady did his job, in fact. Just putting pressure on middle to give them space to take that A site. Safe should be the call, and it is indeed. No, that wasn't.
How to take the challenge indeed. But
Are you trying to fall back?
8K absolute clinic here. So far away to the side.
Yeah, like I said, Mirage is one of those maps where you just find certain timings. You kind of don't even need to do defaults at a point, right? They haven't done a single default in the last 4 rounds. It's still
They set up
early,
straight, yeah.
but you can just set up straight and head aside. In fact, it was an exec type burst. I mean, you go before the smokes have landed. Fady's obviously pushed middle, gave you some space. He's figured out there's a player holding connector, player holding window, so this max on one A side. You end up in a 1v4 situation, and the A anchor has no choice but to fall back. You can see how that definitely works out. Once again, they're going for the exact same play. Oh,
Massacre gets a trade
some
there.
signs of life from the Live Gaming. Massacre gets a triple actually. 2v1.
Always game done.
That's the risk of going fast against an eco or semi-buy. Those deagles can get in your faces. You almost think the CTs will take more risks with a lesser buy, but Doro 2v1, there's a kill and Massacre, and he's got. There's 2 smokes in play. Doro understand his choice. Good Molotov, in fact. Forces him to go in front of it and. Tap the bomb yet to Daru. Forced to peek, but yeah, I didn't really tap the bomb yet. I think there was too much commotion to
I think it was.
hear that.
I think he didn't. Yeah. Too much. You had to commit. You had to. I mean,
Yeah.
if there were taps during that phase, it was a little bit of a distance. Like, would have been. Would have been over. So.
Agree. What was think the post
Tough.
position he did choose didn't really favor him. So even if you got 1 kill in jungle, etc., the player was coming CT with the smoke. So the odds were stacked against him from that post plant, especially moving into jungle against the post plant. Something like under Palace A ramp where you know it's planted from you. Whereas if they did plant ult, it would actually, smart move, good decision, but it didn't work out for him. Glad pick up their first round, good retake, semi buy. So. A lot of money to work with now.
Yeah, double orb set up and
Fade.
the response orb as well. On slowly.
Fady's taking a lot of his chances, feeling a bit confident at the moment. Needs to hit this headshot of Daru, does pick him off. That's the lurk that's going at Daru. Does almost find Mango, he does indeed. With the lurk smoke onto bulk there. Massacre picking up a pill in the middle, that's the B side wide open.
Bombs outside of A though.
Oh, I missed him. Mad lurker. Takes side Massacre, rotating through cat. Does the core come in that is on low HP? That's the thing, the smart, but ADM aware. Once again, Adoro stuck in a 2v1 situation. But now at least he has the clock on his side. He has the bomb he still needs to pick up.
They didn't know
So he
that though.
has much more going in his favor than the previous round. It's a double AWP, so yeah. If he gets into a restake situation, that could favor him too. But he needs to start acting fast. The bomb's quite far away.
He's got a lot to do. And by this point, I mean, naturally, GG would need to fall back to kind
To
of
a
watch
1-1.
me. Yeah.
Both players playing quite deep.
Yeah. One done. Get into your spots, boys. Use an AOB.
Kind of has to run the whole way.
Oh,
so there's
no,
already.
that's-
Oh, that's just. Yep. He has time to fake it out, so that could work if he does. ADM. Why is it so it understands?
Oh, we in for a game, boys.
I think we're just giving. Makes it. It really is getting late.
This is
This
super
is
late
worse
in the
than
evening, you
tea.
nothing- When your parents say to you nothing good happens after 2 p.m.
Listen.
2 a.m., you listen to it. As you can see now. Yeah.
That's worse than teabag in my opinion.
Yeah. It's a long, this was a lengthy,
It's just lengthy PM.
lengthy procedure there. Could have taken a pause, it would have been.
It's shorter.
It's getting dirty. Fact, 80k still confident in the lead there. Club getting maintained a double AWP setup. You see a buy coming out of 80k, a little bit weak, but got the back 10. We've seen damage getting done. Most of them missed him with that gun. But looks like straight off the bat here.
some sort of exec, maybe a double pump aggression on ADM's going to kind of lean to that. Of course, and it's what's had success so far. You can see kind of gearing up for it now. Blind. Molly's not coming out, Zip's in trouble. Doro goes to the belt, gets one, but trades are not going in the favor. Zip blinded and knocked out of that position. Nade comes through. It's quite a bit of damage. Bombs going down.
3v5 retake. As soon as I saw the third player too far away from the core of the quad, they didn't do enough work, so the retake's even harder. ADM, they're trying to find a way back into this. They need to find a kill before the retake actually occurs. Daru taking out one prong of the retake, and Fady doing more damage to the other. ADM definitely looking to want to save this. And yeah, the two players in the A side didn't react accordingly to sufficiently support each other. Daru, I mean, he jumped onto that position on those pillars on the ducky, right? That limits your mobility and limits your movement to actually put out Util. So he was actually committed to taking that fight. As soon as he jumped up there, he knew he had to commit to a fight. And when you're sitting with full utility, you don't want to lock yourself into a position with less mobility. So it didn't work out for that, and I didn't really see what happened to the anchor there. Couldn't really support him in time, but the flashes are
one
perfect.
buckled down underneath bulk, and then Zip
one was
by
by triple, yeah. So you get spammed down. It's a very paper thin box.
With the team there, yeah.
And then I saw the third player was actually deep up middle, so it was kind of dire situation from there. And losing the last player on the retake, Mango and CT, everything crumbled from there.
Yeah.
But they do have another opportunity to have force forward back. ADM does have the AWP. Famasses, man.
Seen a lot of this from ATK here. They've just set a presence up in the map, which they've decided, and they've burst onto a site.
Decent timing on the grenade, but they know exactly where Massic is. He does
So
get the
many
first
flashes.
setup.
Massic
He gets
is-
double. He gets both players jumping out of bulk. And Mango's right there too. ADM just in time for support from window. And that's the round. That's the third round for Goliath on the board. ATK. You can see how they're relying on the executes to work. They're not really doing defaults at all. They've hit the A side. They've hit the B side. The timers have gone middle. It's just one player sitting a presence. And when you stick to your 2-1-2, so the previous round, there was a blunder from GG's point of view. ATK going for that exec, quite favourable in that manner, knowing there's two pods again whilst late inside. But now the reaction was perfect from Nodwin Gaming on that upper B hit. They had a grenade just in time. Massacre getting two kills was big with the trade especially. So now it's reduced ATK to a semi-buy. Some sort of presence in middle. Tough angle to hit that shot. ADM is going to fall back, play in ladder, so mid is sort of secure from the CT perspective, but not really. Depends on this boost into window goals.
Yeah, they should expect that coming. They want to try to keep that distance. This is the key man. Spade takes a lot of damage. Pulls out the trade. ADM goes down though. It's AWP down, but
You'd imagine they want to protect that AWP
For sure.
Massacre moving towards it. You almost want to sort of crunch towards it. All your players just sort of attract towards together. So your two B players play together in a rod. Mango has pushed up a B, but
missed him. He's behind him. Massacre spots Daru, but missed him. He's still...
information's been called. Mango knows. Oh, does he though? Missed him, picks him up, and this Kobe is going to work out. 45 seconds on the clock. Are they still pursuing this B bomb side? All the players are relatively here.
Yeah, fast on the rotates already. Oh, Maze gets a stunning shot, but Mass holds the spray down.
Definitely want to cover
Covers
the
another round.
AWP, but they can't. AWP has been lost. ATK1, what do they do here? Decisions. They're gonna buy it up. You can see slowly just sacrificing, getting the galley, picking up a bit more pieces of utility. I almost feel they should just try mid control one time with proper rifles and just see how it plays out.
They really are getting behind enemy lines though, and the individual players they're finding spaces too, they're finding gaps and stuff, but
There you go.
I mean, there we go,
Mid-control
missed him.
haste.
Daru looks for a kill in response, and Fade's waiting for him. Picks him off. Daru goes down there to Mango. Missed him. Gonna move out of connector.
That didn't really work out the way Massacre wanted.
Yep.
Oh, that's a big kill, but missed him. Does one better, 1v3.
Terrorists win.
The
Freddy
fish out zip.
puts the nail in the coffin. Yeah, you could, again, I knew mid control would sort of work there, but the pace it caught me off guard with the way in which they went about it. There's only one player defending middle, not much support, so it was pretty tough. It just forced more mistakes coming out of GG, pushing A Palace, pushing B Palace. That was a good play there. It was just uncertainty. From the point of view of Adora, just made it a bit harder for the rest of the team, but reduced back to an economic tragedy, in fact.
Yeah.
Half bar, it's a force, I think. Yeah, I think it was a half bar.
No cash left, dude.
No cash left. Where do you see this thing? Oh, there we go. The green.
Yeah.
My life, it's changed. Yeah, look at no money. He went for the straight up force, so. Zips up. Blaze is ready for this, but
Whoa!
the sewing machine gun.
So
How?
machine reigns supreme. How? Good
He was
question.
he looked ready, he felt ready, but then it's that jiggle step that Zips hit him with.
And that's
Hit him
pretty
with
much
that
the
2-2.
distance where-
Hit him with that 2-2.
Yeah. Two step. Two tip.
And also the movement speed with the MP7. That's a bit weird.
That's
as well.
about
MP9.
the exact range where it starts becoming pretty useless.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, you would think. Look at that depth. It was instant hit shots from Zipsa.
And they're gonna come for more, yeah. Sewing machine. Gonna be on display.
Tough from this point of view.
3-2 split, yeah, 1Ds only. That's what the gent's looking for at the moment, but 4 AK is full. It's gonna be a pop first here. Flash comes through. It's good. Freddy, able to peek. Grab Story quickly. Fish on the side, jumps down. Story, able to pick up the AK, but the spam into the
Spam's
box.
too strong.
Mago forced to rotate from that molly. Playing CT is isolated for the moment. Molly gets to recover. Spam.
Oh, he had a stanky leg to shoot. Almost. But for me, Mango kind of needs to just run back home. Save this fast flash smoke. But Dara right on my place picks up that kill. 7 rounds on the board for ATK. So far, so good for them, yeah?
So far, so good. 7 rounds already. But this is the theme we've seen throughout the whole best of 3. Both of these teams have had dominant T sides. Both of the comebacks, the initial leads, everything has been on the back of the T side. So again,
And they got quite a nice change of pace, ATK. I mean, they hit A, they hit B, they hit middle, and they go back to A. And so, like, that's kind of a pattern you could kind of read out of them. But now, this round, they've changed it all up. They've gone to one middle, they've implemented a 1-3-1 setup. And he's going to take it nice and slow and methodical. Move up cat, move up con, use utility where protocol needs. Spawning on bulk, making sure no one's on there. Still no decision yet to be made. Full B stack coming out of Goliath. I mean, it's one of those things where they go B, you have a big opportunity of winning the round. If they go A, you kind of just save you save anyway. You save that flash. You don't give away your stats. You don't needlessly to say. You get time to talk to your teammates. Figure out solution. This onslaught ATK on suing onto Goliath Gaming. Seems like they've been caught unawares quite a lot, if you would say. Not really outplayed in that sense, just wrong place at the wrong time.
yeah, surprise, surprise.
Yeah, one round Daru under bulk. I think what was the other round? The burst into middle. I caught the plan. Oh,
Oh,
damn.
dirty shot.
Blaze. There's a lot more where that came from, Blaze.
No, no.
Yeah, he doesn't want any of that anymore. Doesn't want to give up that AK, I guess. And at least the information's there. You're going to see who's really frag hungry on ATK. Who really wants those
There's no
eeks?
reason to.
Who really wants those eeks for an AK? Would
No
you
reason to
sacrifice
go for it.
getting 4 kills and giving away an AK?
I've done it before. It's probably why I got kicked, dude.
It's all about the eeks, man. All about the eeks. ATK, firmly have won the half with 8 rounds on the board. Something you can be proud of, especially on a map like this, especially at a time like this, especially at a cup like this. They need to get there first.
8-4.
Yeah.
In the lead they go.
80k. Take the half already. Another display of a clinical T-side. And again, just stemming, no need to go for that AWP. They're comfortable with the AKs. Despite, the prowess on slow available, they don't need it, prepared.
Yeah.
Doing enough damage with the AKs. So I like that they're sticking with it. And
and another side of that coin, you kind of do need an AWP for Dora to do his best work at that. Able to just manipulate the game. He wants burst coming out of a bolt. It stops on its tracks there. Fady coming in with them trades at the very least. 3v3. Adoru trying his best here. Stuck behind the smoke. He kind of has to respect it. ADM doesn't though. Gets out. Gets the bomber. Tricks the flashes. Doesn't really work. Doesn't get space. All 3 players are here for the retake. This push could be big. In fact, it is. No one's really there to trade off it, but high ground, someone's being dinked, but this Captain Slowly are coming in clean, but he has to reload. It's down to 1v1 Mango versus Slowly with the craziest flick.
Dodges and flicks it. Sprays
Oh.
it. Shoots the head off there with the res, I think.
It was vomit, huh?
Was that
That was vomit. Disgusted at that shot. That's what it was.
Late
Yeah, I almost felt,
yes.
like as soon as that boost happened, I almost felt like there's no trade off that boost. It's kind of tickets from there, especially when you're slowly hitting shots like that.
But he
Call that flow state.
composed. He played with such composure that just dodges the flash, flicks back, confident in the wrist.
9 rounds on the board, looking very scary for Clash at the moment. ADM, he really wanted to aggress, but then he didn't at the same time, so he was caught in that situation. They based off information on the A ramp, slowly picking up 2 more kills there towards that B side. Man left a double. One more and then he's good.
Whoa.
Now this is winnable. Now this is okay. He survived. He's got an armor to actually help him quite a bit.
Another
Oh,
one,
he's so
Adoro.
weird. These angles.
These
And he gets the
ace, Adoro.
That was
Nuts
swift.
stuff. We saw the ace earlier from Massacre, now from Adoro. Clutch hold there with the deagle. Didn't even reload. Confident in the last 2 bullets there. Chapow!
It was 2 players coming out bulk, how he readjusted his position to not overextend but have quite an off angle. No one really sits in that spot where you got that first initial headshot on that upper bulk. The 2 deagles were the start of it all. But then the third one, that was important. Even if he died after that third, it was still winnable due to the 2 rotators. So brilliantly played by Daru, keeping his team in at 5 rounds. Yeah, looking how this T-half onslaught is going towards Glass, you should be happy with 5 at the moment.
Get a 6th and just keep him away from 10. Ultimately, not had a terrible half, but at the end of the day, ATK have done the job here. 9 rounds on the T side, you're extremely happy at this point. Anything more is a bonus.
Indeed, and upper B, this is sort of a normal protocol. A lot of B anchors, B lurkers actually try to do. I'm pretty sure it's been seen. Oof, it's been counted perfectly. Just you need 2 players to focus on it. And when you have 2 players focus on it, look how much space is granted to ATK in the middle.
Yeah, but they haven't been going middle much, and like they've re-engaged with the area now. So where they've had most of this, most of the success is having Fady come through that connector, but usually he's alone now with numbers.
If they flash the middle and he goes through it, I'm not sure what the actual play is.
You've got blind for the
Yeah.
flash, but it'll be worth it.
Oh, the player flashing one doubled up there. That was hard for him, but it was down to that frag there for Doris survive just a little bit longer. Missed him.
Tries to get
Catches
out.
him off. Turns 60 degrees and gets an instant headshot onto Massacre through Murder Hole. Missed him has been very pivotal in these contention points, like rotation points especially, and he's not getting caught off by that. He's too wise to it. 10 rounds on the board for
So many
80k.
frags, yeah.
And you put Mr. by himself in a spot where you need a lurk, where you need someone to actually cause a bit of mischief. It's him, and he does it quite well at that. You just saw what he did there. And
He
gets the
lurks
trades,
and opens,
especially.
he's really efficient.
That's
and
why
he's always
tracking
behind
is-
enemy lines as well. Like
Exactly.
him and Fede are like really good at finding gaps, making gaps, finding gaps. And I think that's what the rest of the other three are doing for them.
And that's why it's so important to actually track your plays quite well. So track your Bianca, track your anchor. If they're doing a mid default, track the utility, and that will just give you a rough picture, a rough blueprint as to where the possible lurks are. When you stop doing that, that's when the communication is quite low. And the communication is low, you leave gaps. But this pistol round is commencing. Fady, oh, he's gonna peek middle against 3 T players, get deleted by Zipsup. But Blaze did it work, some honest work at that. Lovely shots coming out of ADM there with the P250. It's something a lot of teams are recently not doing. It was big back in the day, but I haven't really seen. Oh my god, I thought it was a headshot, but not many teams are doing it currently.
Buff
They just,
up an armor
yeah,
player
buff
with
up
a
an armor
person,
player. He doesn't even need armor at that point. He's slowly, he needs to find this kill for possibility. Pulling this pistol round back, but no, zips up. Lovely 2K there in this pistol round. Everyone coming to the party. Something Galat seriously needed for them to actually get a bit of traction, get a bit of momentum, string a rounds together, and just even out the scoreline, make this game a bit closer than it is.
Yeah. It's definitely looked dominant. I mean, if you look at the ending of Nuke and how that ended, as well as obviously now the start of Mirage, definitely been one-way traffic most of the time. But early periods now in the T side here of GG. Oh, big aggressive mid tank. Both teams just need some combat. It's bloody, it's messy, and Nodwin Gaming in the corner there. Shoot ahead.
Bro, I know you there. Hello, bro. Knock, knock. I thought the grenade finished them all. Nice.
Difficult angle to get a grenade in there, I think. But yeah.
Eventually, you just get it.
10 to 7 now, but this is where the investment comes in. That was a full pistol round, nothing out of the ordinary there. Weapons far superior, but now it's pretty much even footing. You do see 2 gaddies outside on the side of Goliath Gaming, so and an AWP up on Fady. He's going for the no armor AWP
Glass cans.
glass cans. I hope so little. I don't even know what it's called, dude.
Glass cans. What is he placed at AWP? He's pretty much just sitting around tickets. So
I suspect one for me.
yeah, he's sitting around tickets. So they got a 2-man setup there.
Orbs, but yeah,
The classic
orb
old
is
school.
A. He's anchoring A with the orb.
The classic Myber setup from back in the day. One ducky, one CT orping, and then you just open it. But it does look like a Katek here. Doris under a lot of
Split.
pressure here. He needs to find
Man,
his
they're
skill.
looking spots
It's
around
out
the
in
corner.
time.
He'll take another time to peek while he comes through. He steps, but they're both waiting for him. Bullied out of position. Oh, there's the orb. That's what he was waiting for most of the round. Saving 3 guns is important for ATK. The economy's not looking too healthy. The investors completing this round, so saving 3 is ideal.
Yeah, you kind of need to when some missed him recovers quite well there.
Take some guns for free as well.
Yeah. Stabilize quite well to win that duel. It's quite important to survive with 3, like you mentioned. Rest of Goliath are going to respect that.
It's
Go
about
their
freeing
own way.
themselves,
Bygones
yeah.
be bygones.
Terrorists win.
Eight to 10 now, neck and neck. Surprise, surprise. Close game holds the whole best of 3.
Just waiting to see if the AWP eventually comes out.
Does not.
Talk a lot. No. It's okay. Please pause, please, NVM.
Never mind.
That's a
Live.
spanner.
Whoa, remix. It's live. I've restore. No, admin's not happy.
Admin's not
gonna
happy. Yeah,
restart.
it's a bit of a
He
thrill.
doesn't mess around. Don't mess around.
Because like you get a good spawn for B apps, right, as a T player, and you know that split second where you stop because like you're not
Yeah.
ready, and then they say
Live,
not
live,
live,
live.
and then you get there half a second late, and you eat 2 grenades and you die. Just trying to paint the picture of the future.
Yeah, shout out to so strong admins on point there.
I don't do when you restart like this, it does change up the spawns, no? An ideal world it should.
Sure. I feel like I've seen it change before. I do, but I think it should really start the spawns. I'm not certain though. Someone should get the same spawn.
Someone should get
Not
the same.
not you, maybe.
Slowy, 45-degree angle to avoid the flash and take the shot if need be. He's gonna call this as a fake. The 4 people leaning towards that B side, and it looks like an A burst. Deep jungle smoke, and they're gonna just now overwhelm. The massacre, yeah, that was hard. Okay, at least they traded out. If Fady got away there, then the retake was on like Donkey Kong. But it still is to a certain degree. Full A side control. No one's taking CT spawn control here. So they have to set up the post spawns quite smart from this point on forward.
They got 2 kits as well, so they got time. I just mentioned the wealth of utility as well. First frag as well. Plays now. That opens things. Now they can start moving in. Mango gets the trade frag. Or gets a frag. Just know they're starting to clear it out now. Doro unable to do anything from Sandwich, and now it's all up to Mango as well. Comes out the smoke, gets fragged. And as well does Mango. Bomb getting defused as well. As mentioned, they had a kit. 80k. Put one on the board. Dealt with that A breach quite swiftly.
Yeah, again, it was just down to the post plant positioning there. And ATK did have a lot of utility to work with for those smokes onto A ramp, onto connector, and some swift shots from Slowy there. Didn't give any time for Dora to react there by Sandwich. Instant death, that's what it was. 1 bullet to the chest. The chest goals.
Still
8-11 on the scoreline. 131 slow default coming out of Goliath. ATK quite aggressive on that A ramp. I do like this approach. Orb taking first contact. If the Orb misses, there's a rifle there for the backup. I like the safety nets. I like the safety nets. Nice go. Doesn't want to get caught in the timing. Mid control. On the verge of being established from Goliath Gaming. This Molotov is going to slow it down a little bit more for them taking connector control. So they want to take connector control and possibly rotate off a few players towards that A side. 2-pronged attack. Oh, Massey, I think he's planning a flash for that A ramp, especially for that AWP posting it. This is such a tight angle to flash, to be honest with you. So he slow should be good for 1. Yes, he is.
And he spots the bomber as well.
Slowy.
Balls
Good
back.
mobility with that AWP, getting a triple in fact. It's been this duel. That is a hard duel to win. That is a hard duel to lose in fact. It's down to a 2v2. Dara picks up a killing connector. Slowy has a 3k, so he's pretty much doing all the work. And smart call comes out. 20 seconds on the clock.
Lands the jump.
He needs to beat that B player going towards door. They spot each other. This duel's important. This duel pretty much dictates who's gonna win it. And a Daru, massive kill there onto Daru.
And slowly gets nailed
Kobe
as well. Kobe to end the round. Bomb down for some cheese points too, but
Oh dear, that again missed him. I felt like he needed that kill there. That was one of the important kills of that round.
also Massacre being able to pull back a bit, like he wanted to go for that trade on the AWP, because slowly did brilliantly, gets the frags, opens up the round, moves back to the side, pulls in support, gets another frag, and then eventually lands up being, you know, in the late rotate position. But at the end of the day, like he tried to trade frag that, and he didn't commit to that duel. He kind of fell back into smoke, missed him, committed to the shot,
But
and that's when,
hesitation.
yeah.
Didn't want to give away the advantage, but at the same time gave away the advantage. You know what I mean?
Yeah, then had to
We've all
just
been there.
react.
It's like, oh fuck, oh. Yeah. Pretty much. Tech pause.
Yeah, but they're ready, straight back into it. 11-9, both teams stealing rounds from each other. Some sick individual plays coming out here. We're seeing some real cool rounds as well.
Slowy, very mobile again. I've spoken as to
That
how
AWP,
he
yeah.
uses that open on, especially the CT side, picking a lot of spots, and he's always repositioning. He's got good movement to complement the way he plays, so he gets out of dicey situations, and it's just not enough, unfortunately. Goliath played a lot that situation, that 2v2 especially, just much better than.
Flash comes out, a stack, must get spotted. Surely gets out there. He tries. He's dead. Rolls it over to the team, surely. They start reacting.
That should be an instant B burst. I can just see the call being made as is. Daru is in a smoke cat just to get across some space at the very least. There's one player sitting by broken, and if they cut out the rotations, it's die. But Daru, he needs to go big here.
Missed him, gets a
Missed
kill.
him. He does the right thing. He does the job.
Daru
Daru
is
comes to the
another
party with the dig headshot, especially of his own, and they're still alive. It's so hard to fish out these players. They still have utility to work with, and this smoke is really big. Delays it a little bit. Massacre reads the cat player, but dinked to his death by Slowy. Mango 1v4. It went bad so quickly, goals.
They've been so bad. They just didn't commit together as a unit there, and I didn't expect the full rotation coming through. The ADM did his best to try to get out, but just too little, too late. I don't think he saw as many, saw so many players as well. They weren't sure to make that instant reaction, but ultimately they just got caught between taking too long and ultimately the CT's finding position. So
How disciplined and precise 80k up, but at the same time, Mango's doing the same. He's trying to find each individual 1v1 duel. He's done good to win the first, but there's 3 more 25 seconds on the clock. Chase takes one more mistake for it to unfold deeply because there's no armor on these players.
yeah, he needs to
14
start
seconds
looking.
on the clock. It's going to be so hard for him. 3 players. He gets the first, gets digs. That's the tough one. And the Deagle finishes it off.
Unfortunate there for Mango. 2 AKs collected here from the side of 80k for free, so they go with a wealth of money winning that round. And I think it spells disaster for Goliath Gaming as well. So considering a savior, probably full Glocks, little super blue towards B. Pause, another pause coming out. TS dropped. TS server issues after the Steam issues.
Issues on issues. Yeah, that fell apart very quickly. After ADM peaked and a ramp there, he got naded and he got gooshed. So he had 5 HP. And they were hot on his heels, and then straight after that, the playing cat died, and then after that, it just started crumbling. I mean, where do you sort of pull the plug in that situation where you just start losing numbers quite quickly at that?
Yeah, it's just 1 leagues though across the map.
So it just comes down to they got caught in transition. That's what I'd like to call it.
Yep.
And just gotta find out
A little bit of a
situations to
tightened,
settle.
yeah, a little bit more tightened up.
But you're also gonna hit the shots, and 80k did it.
That's the thing. That's what makes it so terrifying. That's why you see them buying these Deagles, is because you can just single-handedly win around. That's the kind of level of this, the players that are on these rosters. On 80k, 80, and missed them.
Big games coming out of those two.
Huge.
Setup is quite strong from 80k. He's gonna try to beat the utility, missing picking up 2 instant headshots onto ADM and Mango. Even has more utility to slow the attack down further. Slowly doing his part, doing his job, controlling middle. Daru, Wiser 2, zip shenanigans. This is down to 1-man massacre. Kind of a semi-buy if you think about it. Now that play got stopped in its tracks. They kind of obviously wanted to burst that A site, but a close air ramp setup is pretty strong. It's pretty strong, especially the timing of that Molotov. It was perfect. I missed him. 13 rounds on the board for 80k, 9 for Goliath. Slowly slipping away from them, and 80k looking poised and strong as ever to continue as is. Numerous players stepping up now and again. We saw Blaze step up, we've seen Miston, we've seen Fady, Slowy. So everyone's coming to the party, each a separate round, even in clutches.
Yep. Even
big
frag
plays.
distribution there on this map. Something different from the other two.
Possibly a quick cat play.
It is
Flash into
definitely
cat, blinding off Daru, no information is given to him. This
Big
neighbor,
nade.
these
Deep
cat
though.
players.
Fall back to the AK sprays. So many frags. Missed him in there to support slow as well. Swift rotations. 80k put himself on 14. 2 more rounds here from winning week 3. Goliath Gaming had to get 2 Glock saves in there. But now, no mistakes, tools. I mean, backs against the wall here pretty
14
soon.
rounds, yeah, 14 rounds, 1 round till match point.
Loads of economy built up on 80k.
Yeah,
Just
10 cans, Slowy. They can buy for the next 2 rounds. So
orbs up even, yeah.
They're gonna have to force them into an eco to stand any chance and just keep their own economic source situation quite healthy. Lazy pushing lows. I think it's been seen. A lovely headshot, double lowers push. Whip gets caught in a 2v1 duel, and that's the whole section of the map.
This
just
is that-
deletes it and it's taken away.
Yeah. So that the type of aggressive CT players they were speaking about on Inferno as well, where it's like you throw this in the mix and it just becomes so devastating. This is so late in the game as well.
Exactly. We didn't really see Goliath throwing in those spanners, right? A double lowest push.
No.
That's all.
Whoa!
Oh, shit. It's back. We back. And we dancing. We grooving. Daru
Oh,
picking
but
up the
there's
first,
another spanner.
gets the
Daru comes through.
second,
They don't expect so many players.
potentially getting a third. Blaze. Down to a 2v1.
Bomb has been planted.
That turned with the quickness.
So quick. Missed the whole damn thing.
The Blaze. Still doable. Adam. I mean, Daru down until half HP. So to his due diligence. If that's the player low HP,
Whoa.
that's a touchdown. Down onto Horner play. He has a smoke to work with as well, and the bomb isn't even planted for Massacre. So he has to watch a very tight angle like so. Well done by Massacre. Aware of the situation, and deals with it accordingly.
Yep. They come the gun drops on the side of 80k, but again, wealth of economy now. They should be able to completely purchase here. They do even find that AWP, so we're going to see that going on slowly. We saw him hold that A ramp and pull back and kill from the site, but where will he position the AWP now? Doesn't look like it's going towards there though. Nodwin Gaming also backs against the wall here in terms of bank, just no cash to work with. Got galleys.
Yeah, you need bank, bro, to win Counter Strike. Let's just see how these galleys do. They're taking the
Wars cost money, you know?
yeah, wars do. Wars cost money. You obviously watched that movie Warlords with Nicolas Cage.
Yep.
Oh,
Big
best.
fan.
Big fan as well. Stock's done a default. I mean, they took mid control. They're still shadowing mid control. They haven't established it just yet. Right now, the smoke is in the cutoff information for CT, so top con. But there's still a player in ladder. There's still a good flash. Just to deter him a little.
In his face.
Yeah. I hate eating flashes.
It's called Lord of War, I think, by the way.
Lord of War,
Yeah,
for sure.
for those.
Yeah, definitely want to watch that later. Freddy. Constantly maintaining control of air ramp. He's not a phase 2 players here. Daru caught in the wrong timing, but Freddy at least taken down on that A side for the keeping the even. Stevens, one more player sitting on that A side anchor with slow with an AWP. It's very hard to get him out here.
Beautifully placed Molly.
Yeah, that money's
He
just gonna
flashed though.
change the pathing from the terrorists. They're gonna go into jungle. Maybe plan for cat perhaps? As 2 CTs are sitting, are they gonna do all players coming from CT on the retake or what? Usually you would keep one player by murder hole for that late rotate, like right now. Daru, his vent isn't broken. What a sin.
Oh, and he gets
Still
the
gets a
jump.
kill, still gets a kill, so not too bad. But all 3 players are sitting at T ramp, so this isn't good. Only 1 flash left. How are they gonna use it?
Players are just getting picked. Masker left alone. Another pick.
Oh, he gets the
gets
diffuser!
the shot.
Tom.
I think they got time.
They got Tom.
He's got it.
Bomb has been defused. Counter.
They just hold and take all the fights. Slowly, really getting dirty.
Daru did well there to actually find that kill into
Yep.
jungle. Although I mean,
I think-
with that vent not broken, it was looking like the odds were stacked against them, but managed to catch the player unawares in jungle.
Yeah, it was. I mean, to move so quick like that, break the vent, and to get the angle as Maggie was turning around like that. It's
Yeah. Match point though,
timing.
match point.
Yeah.
No more mistakes coming out of Goliath if they are to clinch this back or put it back close or potentially go to overtime at 80k. They're making all the right plays, they're making all the right decisions, early
flash
round,
comes
mid
through.
round. But yeah, I was just to bait out a few bits and pieces of useful before they actually do the full take or the full exec.
Oh, that's a lot of damage.
Yeah. Is it a spam or
Yeah, spamming
that's a spam. It's a programmed spam.
Especially with that molly, like such a good, you know, such a good time to spam there.
That's an
What's the
important
word
kill.
to
There's another player in cat. Massacre seems to be aware of it. Dora goes for this like he does so now. There's no trade. There's a dink though. Doru, lucky to get away with his life, but the B hit is coming in right now. He's gonna die to the play, jumping out. Oh, Blaze did his best, gets deed. Doru doesn't die, he gets the kill into Zip Zip. 2v3 potential match.
No, and the vent's not broken again. Now we see why ATK leave it open. Now there's no flank possible without breaking that vent open.
Yeah, I still think he
Bad
broke that.
major, eh?
No flashbang, so it's going to be an honest duel. Baited out, Doru. At least he gets the AWP, something he actually can work with. Good flash to just deter the stairs player. Has a slight read as to where he is. 19 seconds on the clock, and this position from Fade is just OP. It's actually going to jump down. And that's
Gets
GG.
it.
That's
It's
the
over.
W. They've
It's
qualified.
over.
Bomb has been defused.
ATK, take week 3 of your weekly Super Cup from Inkosi. Guys,
Congratulations,
Congratulations.
ATK. Commiserations to
big
Goliath Gaming.
performance.
By both teams, I think it was a good showing, a good matchup.
And both qualified. Now, for taking the 3rd spot, one spot left. This is where it gets interesting.
Yeah,
One spot left.
but I think all the top teams have qualified now. All the top 3 teams, in my mind, have qualified. The first qualified was obviously Goliath Gaming for the first one, Energy Esports from the
Yep,
second one,
ATK.
and then obviously ATK. So there's a few more still in contention for one spot, right? This is just in terms of seeding.
Lionheart, definitely.
Yeah, but big performance. I'm gonna go ahead and give the MP to Fred. He had a big performance throughout
Huge.
all 3 maps. Impact plays, clutches, opening up rounds. He just did the most. Adam right behind him, although they did take the L towards the end there. Missed him again. His lurk is incredible. He reads the game quite well in those sticky situations. He's able to get behind enemy lines. Same sort of similar style as Massacre, just more passive about it. But overall, it was a good showing from both teams. And again, well played.
Yep, congrats to HK guys, to all the people that are still with us at 2 a.m. Thank you so much for joining us as well. Yeah, I had a jam, but I think that's going to be it for now. It was an absolute pleasure to cast. I hope you guys enjoyed it. And yeah, congrats to HK once again. Commiserations to GG. They get knocked off. Yeah, looking forward to the last week to see who takes that final spot. I'm sure a lot of teams are looking to feeling like they,
You get your Sin
every game we
fives.
cast today was close, basically. So yeah, really looking forward to next week. So I think from me, that's all, guys. Stay safe and yeah, hope you enjoyed.
Stay clean, stay at home, stay safe. Peace.